Most of my subscribers and most of the views on my channel are from survival shows. Most of my subscribers are those who watch survival shows, specifically Mnet ones, and are interested in them and the groups that come out of them. And most of the views my channel gets are on survival show related videos. Out of the top 20 videos on my channel, 19 are related to survival shows and their groups. Only one, the 20th video, episode 6, about funny K-pop scandals, is a non-survival show video. And sure, this is partially because this is the majority of the content I put out anyway, but I don't know, I guess I like to think that I have interesting things to say about these shows, and that's why people like my content on them. If nothing else, I find them interesting. But so far, I've only been focused on the Mnet shows of the past 5 years, and for someone as thorough as me, this doesn't sit right. What's the point of analysing Planet 999 and Island 2 if we don't know where these shows originated, if we don't know about them in the context of their history and what they added to the industry? K-pop survival shows are both old and new. They're old in terms of the industry and have long roots, but they're new in terms of the scheme of our world. There have been hundreds of shows across tens of companies over their 2-decade history, but when fans talk about the most influential companies and shows, it isn't one of the big three that is brought up, or even some of the earlier shows like Battle Shinhwa. No, two interconnected names come up as the juggernauts of the K-pop survival show industry, and they remain juggernauts even after having been, kind of, in the grave for 6 years now. Mnet and Produce 101. To fully understand the Planet series, we must understand its predecessor, the Produce 101 series. And what better way and time to do that now, as Produce reaches its 10th anniversary, Aldi1, the spiritual successors of X1, debut, and as Sejong the Queen makes her glorious return to Sydney. In this video, we'll take a glorious dive into the past and foundation of Produce, and of all modern K-pop survival shows as we look at the blueprint show, Produce 101 Season 1. I'll start by looking at the, in my opinion, very interesting history of the origins of Produce 101, and then we'll talk about my personal top 9, or actually it's a top 11. I wrote top 9 because I'm used to Planet, but it's top 11 on Produce that I developed while watching the show, and then we'll talk about some general things that are important to keep in mind throughout the episode, both in terms of general forms of rigory and in terms of interesting ways in which the editing and structure of Produce 101 Season 1 differs from the rest of the Produce franchise, or more realistically, the more recent seasons. As yours truly is watching these in order, I haven't yet seen Season 2, Produce 48, or Produce X101. Don't worry, we'll get there. After that background information, I'll take you on the glorious journey of Produce 101, from episode 1 to episode 11, and then we'll talk about the main storylines of the show, and some implications for later seasons which helped solidify the structure of the show, aka some key takeaways. My trigger warnings for this video include everything to do with Mnet survival shows, of course, but also the harassment and sexualisation of minors and weight shaming and potentially eating disorders. Also, there's 101 girls here, and that's a lot, so although I'll do my absolute best, apologies in advance for any mispronunciations of people's names. So with that, let's get into it. I actually find the history of Produce 101 mega interesting. It was such a new and unique thing in the industry at the time that, as I'll explain later and as I find hilarious, Mnet had to continually explain to the audience how the show worked, because it was so new and strange. K-pop survival shows can be traced back to the early 2000s, with some survival-like projects which have mostly been lost to time, and the aforementioned Battle Shinhwa, which in 2006 did not create Shinhwa, but created the group called Battle. Yeah, fun fact. There's a brilliant Reddit post I'll link in the reference document which has a pretty comprehensive timeline of survival shows, but what we really care about here is the culture around survival shows which had been created in the roughly 12-year lead up to Produce 101 in 2014 and 2015. By this point, there hadn't been tons of survival shows, but they had become a popular way for companies to create hype for their groups in the pre-debut period. All of these shows, with the single exception of perhaps Battle Shinhwa, were with a small number of trainees with a single company. These shows were also less focused on audience participation and had a more documentary-like style, with the executives of the company choosing the final members of each group or otherwise dictating how the show ran. Even 16, which was a hugely influential show at the time, wasn't fully decided by viewer voting, with JYP choosing to add 2 extra members to the group without informing the audience, and with, I believe, only Chewie being added by viewer votes? I might be wrong about that. My Doll, which was the show which created VIX and ran in 2012, is, from the information I can find online, the only show in this period in which viewer votes alone decided the final lineup, although the show was otherwise typical of the time, being an in-house show with a small number of trainees, i.e. 10. VIX came from Jellyfish, a decent-sized company at the time, and during 2015 were experiencing some pretty decent success, including getting 8 wins for their song Love Equation. So, needless to say, I think their show could well have influenced the creation of Produce 101, especially since Mnet have historically worked closely with Jellyfish. Other things that possibly influenced the creation of Produce 101 include Superstar K, American Idol, and the 48G Senbatsu system. If you want more information on the 48G Senbatsu system, I'm sure there's better sources I could recommend, but Ploopy has a great video about 48G and AKB48, which gives you an overview. Produce 101 was first announced in December 2015 with the showcase of the show's signal song Pick Me, and contestants were later introduced on the Mnet website. The show had several gimmicks which were either completely unseen or relatively unseen in the industry at the time. First, it would be a huge reality show, especially compared to shows which had previously aired, as it boasted a whopping 101 trainees from 46 companies. It was also supposedly 100% created through audience votes, as the audience would vote for all 11 members of the final group, and would also apparently choose the final group's name and debut song/concept. This multi-company, large-scale fan-voted structure was unprecedented in K-pop, and gave the audience, again supposedly, a huge amount of control over the final group. Actually, hilariously enough, under a post which talks about and further speculates on the format and structure of the show, someone commented, quote, "How will a group be balanced with typical group roles without rigging? I'm concerned." Hopefully this person felt very good about themselves predicting the riggery when the scandal came out. Like, holy moly, you predicted it before the show even aired. Anyway, Produce 101 aired from January to April 2016, and the final group IOI debuted on May 4th, 2016 with their debut track Dreamgirls. The final group was made up of the following trainees ranked 1st to 11th: Somi, Sejong, Yoojung, Chungha, Sohae, Kyokyung aka Pinky, Chaeyeon, Doyeon, Mina, and Yeonjung. As the trainee who ranked 1st, Somi was made the center of the group. Speaking of, even the concept of a center was so sparse at the time that the producers had to explain it to the audience too. The concept of a center has since become far more common, a rise which is almost certainly spurred by the series of uber-popular centers from the Produce 101 series. Despite the show's claims that IOI would promote for a year, the group only promoted for just under 9 months and disbanded in January 2017. They never received a fandom name or a lightstick and never celebrated a debut anniversary. Mind you, their contracts probably went a year from the first episode of the show, which would mean that they promoted for a year. Make of that what you will. In 2019, Mnet experienced a well-known and public rigging scandal, which even non-K-pop fans on my channel should probably know about by now, which revealed that all 4 Korean seasons of Produce 101 had experienced rigging by producers. Later in the investigation, the list of specific trainees who had been rigged out was revealed, which showed that the rigging had become more prevalent as seasons went on, probably spurred by the desire to continue to make the most popular groups possible, and also by the producers getting too cocky. This investigation revealed that only 2 trainees were rigged out in the first season, Billy's Soohyun and another trainee called Sohae Lin, who were both unfairly eliminated in the first round. However, it was revealed that season 1 was was actually the only season to not have any trainees rigged out of the final group. Now, there have been a few news reports that apparently one member was rigged into IOI and one trainee subsequently rigged out, but I can't actually find any concrete information on who was rigged in or out. And in the final court information, which revealed the names of all of the victims who were rigged out, there wasn't a name for the finale of season 1, implying that IOI weren't actually rigged, or at least that the members weren't rigged. So make of that what you will, but all I will say is 1. Most people assume that if someone was rigged out, it was rank 12 Hyeri, and 2. Since there actually isn't any information about who, if anyone, was rigged out, I will assume for the remainder of this video that IOI weren't rigged member-wise. As many a person has said before, the members of IOI weren't really surprising anyway. As I'll discuss many times later, this doesn't mean that Mnet just let the audience have free rein though. Considering they even went so far as to rig the first round of voting, I think they definitely would have rigged the final group if they felt the need to. Additionally, it's important to note that the only thing that was revealed publicly in the investigation was the trainees who had been unfairly eliminated, and Mnet could well have changed the ranks of trainees without this being revealed. For instance, some people have questioned whether Sakura would actually have ranked first on Produce 48 over Wonyoung, but this information is somewhat irrelevant to the investigation, as these trainees would have debuted regardless, and thus weren't snubbed nearly as much as eliminated trainees. Realistically, does it matter that Sakura wasn't the center? No, but it does matter that Chowon and Gaeun were rigged out and didn't get a chance to benefit from the massive success of IZ*ONE. Since IOI had long since disbanded and were, as far as we can tell, the only of the 4 produce groups to have not been rigged, they escaped the vast majority of the outrage surrounding the event. IOI are sadly unknown in the modern K-pop industry. They disbanded almost 9 years ago at time of recording, and although they are notable as a successful group at the time and the blueprint of the Produce series, their insane impact on the industry has since been forgotten as newer fans overwhelm the old ones. Many fans who know about groups like IZ*ONE and 101 don't remember IOI, or X1 for that matter, or even know where Produce started. Additionally, most of the members are pretty inactive in the industry, with many of them becoming actors, and IOI started many of the Produce curses, including the post-Produce group curse, where none of the post-IOI groups have achieved large long-term success. Even beyond IOI, the vast majority of trainees present on the show have either faded from the public eye entirely or transitioned to acting. The only trainees from the show who I think have even a slightly notable presence in the industry are Somi, Sejong, and Chungha, who are soloists who release music very sporadically, Kim Sehyun, who is the leader of Everglow, Yeonjung, who is in the basically inactive WJSN, and Soohyun, who is in Billy, who are doing fine, but not brilliantly. The largest long-term success from the lineup in the industry is John Soyeon, who ranked 20th and went on to become the leader of Idol, whose popularity has arguably since passed IOI and all of the members of the group combined at their peak. I mean, she's certainly more popular now, but a lot of people really underestimate the popularity IOI had at their peak. Hence, arguably. Anyway, the point is, 7-ish trainees out of 101 is not a lot, even considering the fact that the show aired a decade ago, a very long time in K-pop terms. That's over a quarter of the time the industry has even existed. Never fear though, Produce 101 Season 1 itself may have had no longevity, but it and IOI had one of the biggest and most long-lasting impacts of any single show and group on the industry. It's seriously impossible to overstate how much IOI and Produce 101 have changed K-pop and how it interacts with its fans specifically. I'd put their impact up there with groups like Big Bang, Girls' Generation, and HOT. And for a group that only lasted 9 months, that's a legacy to be proud of. So speaking of legacies and interesting things Produce did, let's talk about the structural aspects of the show that I think are important context. Because, let's be real, most people watching this video probably have not watched Produce 101, do not intend to watch Produce 101, and are probably relatively new K-pop fans who don't fully understand the impact of Produce 101. Since, for those of you who fit these categories, this video may be your only knowledge of the show, well, I'd better do a good job, right? Or at least the best job I can do to get you oriented enough to make your own opinions. Let's start with the general structural things before we talk about the rigory things you should keep in mind. So structurally, this show was very weird and unique for the time. This show was basically the first of its kind, certainly the first of its kind in the K-pop industry. So as you'd imagine, it's very different from the produce we know today, and it has to spend a considerable amount of time explaining how it works to the audience, the trainers, and the trainees, which is just kind of funny to me. The fact that this concept was so new also means that there are people who were fooled and or surprised by the concept and various parts of the show, which just wouldn't happen these days. For instance, the trainees being shocked in the finale mission about how those of higher ranks would be able to push out those of lower ranks. There's also the classic example of Sohye having literally no clue that the show was to create a girl group, and thus having literally zero training in singing or dancing, leading to her legendary, or perhaps infamous, underdog arc. And of course, even the host, Jung Kun-suk, had to have the concept of the show explained to him and was surprised. Second, despite the fact that, according to Wikipedia, at the time of airing, this was Mnet's second highest budget show with a cost of 4 billion won, the show looks and feels mega low budget. Everything looks on the verge of falling apart, the scale of the sets is surprisingly small, and there are moments of low budget shenanigans which are absolutely hilarious. For instance, when the finalists are picking their positions for Crush, they're in one teeny tiny dark room with bare concrete floors and black curtains, which are clearly just a cheap way to make the room look more dramatic and larger, and there's not enough space for all the staff members, so you can just see the staff members running around in the background while the girls are picking. Not to mention the way that they pick their roles. Instead of walking to predetermined spots on a big set like in Boys 2 Planet, or even a printout on the floor like in Boys Planet 1, they just have magnets with their faces which they stick on a whiteboard. Hilarious. Also, I'm pretty sure that like 99% of the show happens in the same room, as in the demo stages, elimination, and the first two mission evaluations, and I think even the finale, as far as I can tell, all takes place in the same room, which is common sense in that you should make maximum use of your space, but also just looks cheap compared to later seasons. Also, fun fact, I think the dorms for this season are the same ones they used in Boys to Planet, which is also the same place that Going Rangers was shot, but is, I believe, not the same place where Girls Planet and Boys Planet 1 were? Don't quote me on that. There are also a lot of unrelated marks of the times here. Obviously, popular groups and music trends are different, including things like the songs being longer on average, but also there were lots of handheld mics on this season since they were in at the time, and head mics weren't as common. Another thing was that they hadn't solidified the idea of a center or killing part yet, and they hadn't systematized it like they do now. Now it is guaranteed that the killing part does the intro and outro of the song as well as the first and final choruses. Since this wasn't solidified in 2016, the center doesn't always do these parts, but I'm used to the center doing those parts, so sometimes I got a bit confused about who the center was. Speaking of this, the concept of a center in K-pop was a pretty new idea at the time, and this made me realize just how much of an impact Produce 101 had on the concept of the K-pop center. The produce groups were the ones which had great centers, and which thus solidified the idea of a center. We owe our current understanding of a center to Produce 101. Crazy to think that, although this wasn't where it all began, it was where it all grew. Interestingly enough, this show was clearly well planned enough or successful enough that the structure has remained largely the same even 10 years later. Every season, including Island 2, has had a signal song mission, followed by a team battle, followed by the position mission, followed by a concept mission with original songs, and more original songs for the finale. The only exception is the Black Sheep Girls Planet, which had the actual signal song ranking done before the show aired, and had the signal song mission air after the concept mission, as like a secret little tiny extra mission before the episode 11 elimination. Island 2 also added another set of missions in part 2 which involved reinterpreting other artists' songs, but the first half of the show pretty nicely follows the structure of Produce. And no one expected Island to be like Produce anyway, but it was. Okay, now for all the general riggery tactics you should keep in mind. Mnet hadn't solidified their structure and tactics at this point, which honestly is fair considering this was the first season. But even considering this was the first season, they already had a lot down that became iconic of the Produce and Planet franchises. I'm discussing them now so that you can keep them in mind throughout the rest of this video. These things are prevalent throughout the entire show, and I'd rather not waste my breath and your time reiterating them every 3 seconds. So first of all, there is far less editing than in later seasons, both in terms of how much editing there is, i.e. how many cuts there are, how many sound effects there are, how much music is used, etc., and in terms of how wacky and bizarre the editing is. Mnet's editing seems to have become more extreme over time. Probably both because they now need to rig harder since they can't rig votes, and since they need to create bigger and better drama than each previous season. Hence, as you'd expect, this season is probably the most chill of any of the Produce/Planet seasons. In fact, if you want a break from things like Boys to Planet, I'd highly recommend Season 1. Not only is the editing less jarring and more chill on average, but the stakes just feel lower, and the episodes themselves aren't such slogs because they're significantly shorter. An average Boys to Planet episode is about 2.5 hours, with none being under 2 hours, and with the finale being a whopping 4.5 hours. Boys Planet 1 was slightly shorter, as were Island 2 and Girls Planet 999, with an average episode being about 2 hours and the finale being 3 to 3.5. In comparison, Produce 101 episodes ran for about an hour and a half each, with some being a bit longer, 1 hour 45. The finale was 2 hours 40 minutes, almost half the runtime of the Boys to Planet finale. So yeah, the simple fact that these episodes weren't as long made them quite relaxing to watch actually. I'm sure that won't stop this video from being insanely long though. Speaking of editing, there were lots of clumsy editing moments that I don't think would have happened in future seasons. For instance, there were moments where the editors clearly ran out of footage, so they just slowed down the existing footage with no concern for whether it would look good or not. An example of this is when Chunmi sits in the first place seat in episode 1. The editors clearly wanted her to dramatically pause before she sat, but she didn't do that in real life, so they just awkwardly slowed down the footage for the singular moment in which she was still standing, which looked very strange. There's also some clumsy moments, like I'll mention this one later. There's one interim check where Chunga stands up and she pulls her pants out of her butt, you know how your pants get stuck in your butt? She pulls them out, but that's such an idol image ruining thing that I don't think they would have left in a future season. There were also moments where the editors clearly wanted someone to have one facial expression while saying something, and the editors just decided to splice the audio over clips which had completely different mouth movements, hence it looked weird. Mnet hadn't solidified the art of the multiple dramatic flashbacks and infinitely replayed high notes, and this, combined with the shorter runtime of the episodes, means that there were far fewer flashbacks, which were also far shorter for each team. There's another thing I want to mention here that I didn't write in the script. These days, it's pretty consistent to have 15 to 20 minutes for each team for the flashback. Regardless of whether Mnet cares about the trainees or not, the flashback for each team is generally around the same length. However, for this season, they just did not care at all. If there was a trainee they really liked, that segment would go on for 20 minutes, and then if there was a group with no trainees they cared about, it was a 5-minute segment where they just kind of did nothing. The discrepancy is so obvious. In the concept mission, this was so crazy that only one of the 5 teams had an interim check shown. The rest had flashbacks which were basically just a regular practice. Also, in the first mission, there were 20 performances. Yes, 20. So for time purposes, some performances weren't even fully shown. That's how crazy some of the editing for this season was, and I don't think you can find the full performances online. I think it was on Mnet's website, and the Mnet website for Produce 101 has been shut down now. So you can only watch the edited performances, which do things like one of the bad girl, good girl teams, the intro is completely cut out. Also, performances were less edited in general. There were fewer repeated clips, there were less audience reactions, fewer highlights of particular moments, and so on. However, this did increase throughout the season as there were fewer performances each round. And they also started cutting bits out as the season went on. For the demo stages especially, I also noticed that a lot of the vocals sounded very edited. This continued throughout the show and is a phenomenon we see in every Mnet show ever. See Chaehyun's high note in her demo stage on Girls Planet. But it was very obvious here, and especially in the demo stages. Some groups which Mnet wanted to look good were either given very strong backtracks or literally just lip-synced. There was also a lack of judge feedback after performances, especially in the mission rounds, but when I wrote this down and looked back on it, I realised that the only reason I expected there to be feedback was because there was judge feedback on Girls Planet and Island 2, but there wasn't on either season of Boys Planet, so I guess this was just always the produce way, and Girls Planet is yet again the ugly stepchild of the produce family. This was also because the trainers in all of the other seasons sit in a different room from the contestants. Call me crazy, but I think Girls Planet did it better, even if it was extra riggery because the mentors, read Mnet, picked which team won each round. Like, I really liked them being in the same room and then giving feedback to each team and trainee. Like, did it make the riggery obvious? Yes, but was it also interesting and good? Yes. Also, the trainees who are highlighted in certain performances aren't as highlighted in the subtitles as much as in the later seasons. What I mean by that is if Mnet compliments someone these days, they will make sure you know who that person is through both Korean and English subtitles. But in Produce 101, they sometimes weren't even listed in Korean, let alone English. This makes it hard for audiences to know which trainee said what and is sloppy on Mnet's part, since if you're complimenting someone and want the audience to like and vote for them, well, you should really give the audience their name, shouldn't you? The same applies for most of the written content on the show. For instance, the rankings shown at the end of each episode. In modern seasons, the trainees' names are listed in both Korean and English on their bibs and in the rankings, but in this season it's only Korean, so international audiences would have had a harder time figuring things out. Although this is partially related to riggery, as for maximum riggery effect you want to reach the widest audience possible, it also just shows how much more globalized the show has become. Mnet also hadn't developed a lot of storylines which are now pretty much guaranteed, like the last place struggle arc we saw with trainees like Wonjae and Suyeon on Girls Planet. This is just part of them becoming more experienced at editing as the show goes on. Now, I want you to keep in mind throughout the rest of the episode that Mnet are indeed including lots of edits to skew your opinions of what's happening. Whether the mentors are shown to be nice to someone or mean to someone, the use of sound effects, the use of zooms, music, trainees' reactions, and so on. They all impact our perception of trainees and whether we see them positively or negatively. To use an overused example, Sohae. There are many moments throughout the show where Sohae is either 1. Not working / practicing, 2. Making mistakes, or 3. Making possibly inappropriate jokes or laughing at inappropriate times, which could have been edited to make her seem lazy and weird, but which were always overlaid with funny sound effects, making her seem sweet and silly instead of lazy and borderline malicious. I'll point out a few of these when they happen, but just keep that kind of thing in mind. And that can completely change our perception of something as either positive or negative through editing. And they do this constantly in every single season, 24/7. They're obsessed with it. I will not mention every weird zoom used for dramatic emphasis in this show, because if I did, we would be here forever. Finally, and the most important thing I want you to keep in mind throughout this show and other seasons or survival shows, everything is edited. Hey, Casper, isn't that just like literally what you said a moment ago? Yes, but no. What I'm talking about here is the fact that literally anything in this show could be edited together, and literally anything could be fake. Mnet could well just take random clips and reuse them at other parts of the show, or they could have got certain trainees or the mentors to make a series of facial expressions which they then just spliced together to make someone else look bad or good. There are tons of examples of this kind of manipulation. Many reality show contestants around the world have talked about how they were led in confessionals to say more inflammatory things than they wanted. Mnet have also been confirmed to create fights before. For instance, Yanning confirmed that they had made her diss Yujin on Girls Planet, and it was shown on Boys 2 Planet that the fight between Gonu and Kangmin was orchestrated. By the trainees, sure, but also almost certainly by Mnet. I think there was also an example of someone being asked to scream in Produce 48, which was then used as a dramatic teaser to make it look like she was fighting someone when she wasn't. It might have been Alexa, but I might also be misremembering. There have also been confirmed instances of Mnet cutting things up to make trainees look bad. For instance, in Salute on Girls Planet, where trainees' comments were cut together to create an anti-Chai-Bing narrative, and in another classic example, Doha's demo stage on Boys Planet 1, which showed one star cringing at his vocals while Doha was sitting in the background, confirming the suspicion fans had had for years that Doha could teleport. No, that Mnet just took random reactions of the masters and spliced them with whatever performances they wanted to make them look good or bad. In Produce 101, I want you to keep this in mind, so that literally every single time I say literally anything, you take it with a grain of salt, because literally anything could be fake. For instance, if I say that someone's performance made the mentors or another trainee cry, be suspicious. If I say that someone gave someone else a nasty look, be suspicious. If I say that someone left during training or was slacking off or was carrying the team or gave a brilliant or terrible performance or whatever else, be suspicious. It could be real, but then again, it could not be. I remember someone on the Boys Planet subreddit called me crazy and a conspiracy theorist for implying that Mnet are literally altering reality through their editing, but they literally are. That's what reality shows do, regardless of language, culture, or decade. That is what the act of editing does, regardless of whether you're editing an ad, a TV show, a movie, or your own home video. Even what I'm doing right now is editing and manipulating reality. I didn't record this entire script in one go with the PowerPoint timed in front of me. I edited it together, and if I made a mistake in that script like I did in the previous sentence, I cut it out, didn't I? You didn't notice. I literally erased that time period for you. Outside of in my Boys 2 Planet videos, where you can literally see the timestamp on my computer, you have no clue if I recorded parts of this video days, weeks, or even months apart. Maybe if I tried hard enough, I could even fool you into thinking that I made this video 10 years ago when Produce first aired. And these are just tame examples compared to Mnet. So yes, Mnet do edit the reality of these shows and present you with their own version. Just keep that in mind as we go through this. And with all of that, we can talk about my top 11, kind of. But before we do, I'll note that the romanizations of the names that I'm using in my subtitles are the ones that were used by the subtitlers of the show that I watched on Bilibili, which means that they are slightly different from the ones used on Wikipedia. There are also several people with the same names as each other, more so than in other seasons I've watched, I think, so I'll indicate who they are with an initial, or as I get later into the video, I actually start just saying their surnames all the time as well. So, as in the Girls Planet videos, I thought it would be fun to see who my top 11 would have been while I was watching the show. Now, the problem here is I am biased, like really biased. In real life, I would totally go for Eunbin and Soohyun because I like both CLC and Billy, but neither of those groups existed at this point, and neither person, especially not Soohyun, who was robbed, got enough screen time that I'd actually vote for them on the show. I mean, I guess Eunbin got like a bit, or at least enough that she'd be a decent choice to vote for, but Soohyun was invisible. Now, I don't know if it was because I was trying to combat my biases so hard, or if it was because of the lack of runtime of the show, or what, but unlike on both Boys Planet 1 and Girls Planet, where I had more than 9 people that I wanted in the group, I struggled to even get to 6 people I wanted in IOI while watching the show. It wasn't like I disliked any of the trainees, in fact I liked all of them, but there were almost none where I was like, I'd be passionate enough about that person to want them to get into the group at all costs. So I've organised this into some tiers. The people that I actually like and wanted from watching the show, then people who I felt positively towards but not enough to vote for, and then extra people I'd add with my current knowledge of the industry. So the four people I think I'd really be voting for would be Sejong, Hyungin, Yeonjung, and Hyeri. I really like all of them, and even with my modern bias towards Sejong, I think I would have liked her enough on the show to vote for her. Even though I assumed that she would be my one pick going into the show, she was usurped by Hyungin, who I wouldn't say I fell in love with, but it was close. She definitely would have been my one pick if I was watching this show at the time. Outside of these four, I generally like Doyeon, Mina, Im Nayoung, Yoojung, and Chungha. Mina and Yoojung are just generally cute, and I like their performances, especially Mina in 24 Hours. And of course, Yoojung was an iconic performer on the show and was solid in every round. Mina didn't make it into my top four that I'd vote for because of an issue I'll mention in the position mission, but I still think I like her enough to put her in my top 11. Nayoung was involved in the same incident, and I had the same hesitations about putting her in the top 11, but in the end, I think her skill set was solid enough for her to make it in, and she would be a great variety show addition with the whole Stone Nayoung thing that Mnet milked to the ends of the earth. Chungha is, of course, a classic choice, and I don't think anyone was upset with her debut. She was probably in everyone's lineup at the time. Doyeon, I mean, like, she's a solid performer, but I literally just think I put her in the group as a visual. Doyeon has a mouth shape that I find uber pretty in idols, that kind of downturned, wide, natural smile, so I think she'd probably be one of my top visual choices from the show, and I think I was heavily influenced by that. Okay, so that's 9 people. Who would I add as the last 2 members? Since for this decision I've allowed my future bias to come through, I'm torn between Jeon Soyeon, Kathy, Soohyun, and Eunbin. Realistically, the contestant that I actually liked the most on the show after my top 9 was Insun, but I'm not actually sure if she'd suit the group. Mind you, maybe that's just me discrediting her skills because of her age. What if I am Mnet? Whatever, this group would never exist anyway, and I love a good variety personality with a good attitude. Ahem, Zihao, Wonji, ahem. I'll stick with Insun and Kathy in this group, and honourable mention to Park Seon for looking like Gyuri from Island 2. So, having reordered everyone, my top 11 in rank order would be Hyungin, my one pick, then Sejong, Yeonjung, Hyeri, Chungha, Mina, Nayoung, Yoojung, Doyeon, Kathy, and Insun. Honourable mention to the people who I guess would be my ranks 12 to 15, Jeon Soyeon, Soohyun, Park Seon, and Eunbin. I think this group is pretty well rounded with dancers, vocalists, and rappers, although perhaps slightly weaker on the dance side. But this is mid third gen. Dance isn't the most important thing. Not to mention that any good balance in my lineup is entirely coincidental anyway, so this is good. As far as the trajectory and success of these 15 trainees, well, Hyungin sadly went through a series of Nugu groups and even helped manage another Nugu group, but all of them disbanded and her Instagram doesn't even seem to exist anymore. So sadly, not only did she never gain success, but she doesn't even have a presence on the internet anymore. If anyone knows of any of her active social medias, or even just current social medias, I'd love to follow her. Please tell me! Sejong, Yeonjung, Chungha, Mina, Nayoung, Yoojung, and Doyeon all debuted with IOI and have had varying levels of success post-disbandment. Sejong is a soloist, an actress, and an influencer, doing tons of brand deals constantly. She has pretty chunky success in Korea, although I don't think she's super successful internationally. She has a comeback every few years and seems to actually have pretty good popularity in Australia with the Korean diaspora here, considering she always tours here. Considering that means I get to go and see her too, as I will in a few weeks, I'm not complaining. Yeah, just a fun fact. So when I went to Sejong's concert in 2023, it was so fascinating. Like, usually when you go to concerts in Australia, there's a very diverse mix of fans. There's like white Australians, there's people from all different regions of Asia, there's black people there, etc., etc. Like, literally everyone is there. Mostly young people, but there's older people as well. There's some kids there, all of that. When I went to Sejong's concert, it was like, I would say 90% like middle-aged Korean people, and then the other 10% were young Korean people. Like, it was just so interesting that most people there were Korean. There were almost no non-Korean people there. I only know of, there was me and there was one other girl who I knew attended who's like Indian, I think. And I don't recall seeing any other non-Korean people there. It was just so fascinating. And all of the middle-aged Korean people who were there were like such massive fans of Sejong and had voted for her on Produce 101 and had been fans of hers for like since forever. It was just a fascinating experience. It was so different from from other concerts I'd gone to. Yeonjung is currently in WJSN, who have been mega inactive. Chungha is a soloist with decent success, and actually I think Chungha's pretty popular in Korea. And Mina, Nayoung, Yoojung, and Doyeon have all become actors who have released a few songs and OSTs. In fact, most of IOI became actors in the end. I suppose it takes longer for women to age out of acting as opposed to idolhood. Hyeri debuted with IBI, a group which I suppose was Even's ill-fated distant ancestor, since it was made up of 5 Produce 101 finalists: Haein, Sohee, Chaekyung, Suhyun, and Hyeri. The group disbanded after about a year, and Hyeri became an actress but hasn't been active. Kathy was part of Daya before the show, along with IOI member Chaeyeon. After the show, Daya continued without Chaeyeon and steadily lost members until 2022, when the remaining members left the company and the group was assumed to have disbanded. Daya were Tiara's less successful and arguably more tragic sister group, and the multiple member exits meant it was hard for them to capitalise off the success Kathy and Chaeyeon gained on Produce 101. They basically limped to the ends of their careers, and many people consider their management and lack of success a tragedy of the K-pop industry and post-IOI groups. Along with, of course, Tiara. Wow. MBK just can't get it together. Insun never joined a girl group after the end of the show, but seemingly did manage to at least somewhat fulfill her goal of becoming a television host and personality, as she's been in several shows as a host and contestant. She's also released a decent number of singles, but doesn't seem to have done anything since 2021. John Soyeon, of course, became the leader of Idol, and like I mentioned earlier, is in the K-pop industry the currently most successful member of Produce 101. Suhyun participated in Mix 9 but was eliminated in the finale and eventually debuted with Billy in 2021. Billy has been plagued by member hiatuses but are still, I think, going decently. But I wish they'd have a comeback. Park Seon became a member of eventually ill-fated Priston and has since become an actress, although she hasn't really been as active lately. Eunbin was added to CLC in February 2016 while still competing on Produce 101, so didn't promote with the group until after her elimination. Goodness knows what Cube would have done if she actually made it in. Most of us probably know of CLC, if nothing else because of Kepler's Eugen. CLC, like many Cube groups, had decent success for a bit and were growing a fan base, up until they didn't and were basically silently disbanded against the members' wishes in 2021. The members had a 10-year reunion in 2025 and have said that they're working to release music as a group, but that for now they're focusing on solo activities. Eunbin has since been acting. Hilariously, I realised that despite this show happening 10 years ago, before I'd even watched it, I'd already seen 3 of the trainees live. Sejong as a soloist, soon to be twice now, Jeon Soyeon in Idol, also soon to be twice now, and Suhyun as part of Billy. Anyway, similarly to my top 9 and honourable mentions from Girls Planet, all of these trainees got to experience some form of the Idol life, even if it was only for a short period and they didn't gain much success. Unfortunately, only Sejong, Chungha, Jeon Soyeon, and Suhyun are still even remotely active as idols, but I mean, that's just how the Produce 101 cookie seemed to have crumbled. So with that insane amount of admin out of the way, let's go into the episodes. The best summary of the episodes you'll ever see if you don't want to watch this 20-ish hour show yourself. You can watch an 8-hour video instead. Okay, it's looking more like 5 hours or 6, but like still. Wow. I don't think that's actually a great deal. But here we go anyway. If for some reason you'd rather read my 26,000 word first reactions document, you can. I'll link it in the description along with a link to the whole show with English subtitles. Okay, so when making my Girls Planet videos, I discovered that all of this footage is copyrighted in such a way that I can't even use short clips or video without sound for analysis purposes. Hence, for this one, I'm 1. Describing things so they don't usually need a visual aid, and 2. Showing screenshots where possible, not videos. The first episode of every Mnet show is designed to introduce the viewers to the concept of the show, and to the contestants and mentors. In the Planet series, they're called masters, in produce, they're called trainers, and certainly seem to be doing a lot more training in produce. Because this was the first time that a show like this had ever been run, the first 5 or so minutes of the episode are literally just Jung Kyun-suk explaining what the concept is. He shows the shortest and longest training periods and explains the fact that the public are the producers of the show with no judges, unlike previous shows. He also establishes the fact that there are 101 trainees, and a final group, a quote, Asia girl group, will have 11 members and promote for 1 year. This kind of language would imply to us Planet 999 viewers that the group was supposed to be an international one, as in international members, but there were only like 5 international trainees on produce, and it becomes clear throughout the show that Asia girl group doesn't mean a group representing all of Asia through members of different nationalities, but a group that would be popular across all of Asia, with only Koreans, 1 half-Canadian member, and a single non-ethnically Korean trainee. Yep, that's even worse than Kepler. It also seems that the concept of a project or unit group didn't exist yet or wasn't a popular idea, hence why Kyun-suk had to specify that the group will be a unit/project and have a short contract. I think 1 year is meaningless, and it isn't enough time for a group to have a proper impact. Both IOI and X1 showed that, but then again, the fact that this concept was so new and the companies weren't certain about it was probably why it was a 1-year contract, and also probably one of the reasons the contract seems to be non-exclusive, since IOI members promoted with other groups while still in IOI. If there was a show more experimental than Girls Planet, it could only be season 1. The whole intro segment has a weird tone which shifts from comedic to serious several times, but I guess this is just the nature of produce. Like, he fake cries about the fact that not all of the girls can make it to the final group. Mnet's snake tears, that's what these are. Then, accompanied by the iconic sounds of Pick Me, we, the dumb audience first experiencing this kind of show, are taught how to vote. In this round, viewers could, I believe, vote for up to 11 girls. Classic. Also, this segment reveals that Mnet didn't have a mobile app you could vote on yet. You had to go online to their website to vote. As a matter of interest, this is the only season without an app. Starting from season 2, Mnet also had voting via app. While watching this, the opening of the original season, I also wrote that I was very intrigued by and interested in the novelty factor of this being the first large-scale reality show, and the most influential reality show in K-pop history. I was also unimpressed to see that they were still massively and needlessly glorifying Rank 1 from the start. At this point, we get to the introduction of the trainees, which is where the age and low production values of the show really start to show. It's also interesting to see how many of these companies, like DSP and MBK, were considered big companies at the time but now aren't. I mean, MBK transformed into Pocket Doll Studios, whose most notable group right now is Fantasy Boys, who are literally suing the company, and DSP manage Card and Young Posse, who I guess are notable groups, but nowhere near as popular as Kara were at the time of Produce 101. Lots of people don't even know who Card are somehow, but literally everyone knew of Kara at the time of Produce 101. Anyway, the simple fact that the show was so big with 101 trainees is probably why the first trainees out the door were so shocked by the sheer scale of the set. Next come the Fantagio trainees, and Yoojung falls over. This is the kind of thing that would be cut out for basically anyone else, but because Mnet like Yoojung, it's in their best interests to make her relatable and cute by showing her tripping. We get a mandatory fast forwarding of trainee intros, and Mnet keep most of the interesting people to the end. Even 10 years ago, they knew the importance of suspense. This means we get the highlighting of Park Soyeon for her beauty, and the goofy segment of everyone talking about their ages. This is where we get some of the first confessionals, which I think show their age and lack of budget more than the rest of the show. Other exciting trainees who get a highlight are the Jellyfish trainees, including Sejong, who Mnet loves as much as I do, the Starship and Cube trainees, who have a reputation, being from a big company, and the Dia members. The Dia members being here shows that the concept of previously debuted idols who make a shocking appearance on a survival show has existed literally since the beginning of time. Paving the way for Newest, Yujin, Hui, Boy Story, and so on. But there is something different here that I don't think has happened in any other season. MBK sent 3 trainees to Produce 101, right? Chaeyeon, Kathy, and Danny. Chaeyeon and Kathy are both Dia members, but Danny was never part of Dia, and instead was kind of a pre-debut member of Tiara. In later seasons, if debuted idols and trainees from the same company both appeared on a show, they would perform separately. See Hui and Doa on Boys Planet 1. But here they performed all together, which gave me, and probably other audiences, the awkward impression that Danny was part of Dia, and thus I became very confused when she wasn't listed on Dia's profile. Anyway, can you imagine what a duo performance with both Hui and Doa would have been like? Absolutely hilarious, that's what. So we have the mandatory drama of how shocking it is that there are already debuted idols on this show, and oddly enough, people complaining about how that's kind of unfair. I say oddly because Mnet likes to pretend that Produce is a talent show, not a popularity competition, and they usually like pretending that those who work hard enough will debut regardless of their popularity. So this kind of shatters that illusion and seems weird for them to include. Anyway, after the Dia members plus Danny, we get introduced to Chunmi, who is another popular previously debuted idol whose presence freaks everyone out. She is given the sad, was ignored during their previous debut storyline and is made to seem scary, since, well, Mnet includes lots of clips of people saying they're scared of her. I know Chunmi was the original, but her storyline throughout the show is kind of a combination of Hui's storyline on Boys Planet and Yujin's introduction on Girls Planet, ignored in her previous group and then old, depressed and talentless. Yeah, the parallels between her and Hui are huge. Chunmi can only fall far if she starts from somewhere high, so whether by the prompting of the producers or because of her own confidence or hubris, she sits in the first place seat. This segment, as befits the glorification of the first place seat, is needlessly and insanely dramatic and cool. She's portrayed like a queen taking her throne, and there's a glow effect and sparkles and slow-mo as she sits. There was even a heavenly choir. At this point, I noticed one girl whose stage outfit was literally just a wedding dress and veil. Why? No clue, but it was hilarious. Then the final trainee, and we get the big and dramatic reveal of JYP and Somi. Lots of zooms, sound effects, and mentions of her failure on 16, which gives her a sad backstory. That said, she looks really nervous, which is fair. She was well known, and the other trainees expected her to make the final group. On top of that pressure, she had the general pressure to perform well as a trainee under a Big 3 company, and she was only like 15 at the time, so yeah, poor her. Then we are introduced to our cast of mentors who look very different 10 years ago compared to now. The MC for this season is, as I mentioned earlier, Jung Kun-suk, who is an actor and singer and apparently at the time was known as Asia's Prince. I wrote in my notes that I thought he looks, quote, very 2010s handsome, not so much 2020s handsome. Anyway, apparently he was picked because of his popularity to represent the fans, and it seems he was comic relief to some extent. He introduces the rest of the mentor team, which consists of Jia from Brown Eyed Girls, Seungin, Kahi from After School, Bae Jung, who you may know from the iconic Wonyoung vs Choyeon Produce 48 clip, and Cheetah. Kun-suk also introduces the ranking system, which surely this was pretty obvious to the trainees in advance. I know this was a new idea, but if you're going on a show where the general public create a girl group, surely it would only ever be by popular vote which ranks them. Anyway, Kun-suk also introduces the concept of Rank 1 becoming the center of the debut song, which kick-started the growth of the center position in K-pop, and the fight for Rank 1 in every survival show ever. I suppose it is interesting though that they specified that the trainees would be ranked individually, not in groups, which could have been a misconception the trainees and public had before the show. Interesting how this was what ended up happening on Girls Planet. The whole training system and the concept of ranks, etc. gets something classic. Lots of dramatic music, shock and cheers from the trainees, awe and so on. So, just before we move on to the actual stages, in some general notes for this episode and the demo stages. Well, first of all, Sejong gets tons of screen time, which isn't really surprising considering how much Mnet likes her and how much they want to push her as a good vibes variety personality main vocalist. She's used a lot to break the tension of the show. Jeon Soyeon also gets a decent amount of screen time. She's another person Mnet likes and is the first person in produce history to fall nicely into the category of Mnet like them but don't want them in the group. They want the person to make the finale, but if that person did get voted into the group, they wouldn't care that much. I.e. Urina, Sanghyun, that kind of person. Although, obviously, in produce she'd just be rigged out anyway. Next, I noticed that when Mnet wants to show trainees having a sharp or stern-looking reaction to something, they literally just show the trainees who have sharper eyes and blank facial expressions, as opposed to soft and cute trainees like Hyeri. The trainees aren't even making a particular expression, it's just the confirmation bias created by Mnet's editing which makes us think that they're judging other trainees. This is used in every season, I just noticed it here. Like I mentioned earlier, there is also less editing of the performances than in later seasons. But that doesn't mean that Mnet aren't still using sound design and reactions. Also, there are 2 semi-Nepo baby characters highlighted for drama reasons, I guess. At this point, I also speculated that the loud backtracks which were used for most performances were possibly so that the trainees looked more competent than they actually were. This would make sense in the first season since Mnet wanted to create the idea that Produce 101 is a place where tons of amazing trainee talent comes together. Similarly, the song choice and styling for each group seems to have been less maliciously manipulated here as in later seasons. No one stood out to me as having super terrible or super brilliant styling as they did in later seasons, and there were very few people whose song choice didn't suit them. The only person whose song choice seems designed to fail is Yoon Seo-young, but even then she was a vocal trainee, so it makes sense that she had a vocal song. That said though, I think you can still tell that this wasn't manipulated because I find it unlikely that there would be a Dia song on the show while there were also Dia members that was being run while the Dia members were preparing if Mnet hadn't planned that in advance. Like, I doubt the trainees would have coincidentally done that. The first group to perform is the Starship group. Crazy to think this was the first performance in all of produce history. I mean, it may not have been the first performance on the day of shooting, but it was the first performance ever shown. As I've mentioned previously, the first performance on any Mnet show always includes someone they either want in the final group or at the very least in the finale of the show. Every single performance has contained a debuting member with 2 exceptions who were in the finale. Tempest's Hyungsup in Season 2 made the finale but ranked 16th, and presumably wasn't wanted in 101 since he wasn't rigged in. And depressingly for me, Dongyu on Boys 2 Planet, who Mnet did indeed want in Aldi 1, but who didn't quite have the popularity to debut and ranked 15th in the finale. There was technically also no debuting trainee in the first performance on Produce X 101, but that's because the first performance was intentionally trash and used to highlight the second performance, where trainees performed the same song, Coco Bop by EXO. And the second performance was supposed to outshine the first in comparison and also included future X1 member Dongpyo. The first performance is the most salient to viewers, thus making it prime real estate to highlight someone they want. In this case, Starship had Yeonjung, but the main highlight of this performance was for Taeha, who was one of the semi-Nepo babies with a famous relative and gets the highlight of needing to be her own person. Hilariously enough, since, may I say again, this is the first and unprecedented season, Kunsuk has to explain to the trainees that they're being sorted into grades for training, not for the next stage. I mean, realistically, this isn't particularly funny, but I found it amusing that literally everyone in every season since has known that the sorting in the demo stages is for training for the signal song, except for the Black Sheep season Girls Planet, and thus wouldn't need this explained to them. But this is the first time, so they have to explain it. Also, this season spends a weird amount of time focusing on the judges discussing with each other and averaging scores for trainees, which I assume is an attempt to kind of explain to the audience how this works. And even in season 1, we had dramatic music and tense pauses before classes were announced. After Starship, we have Sohae, who is in another situation that would never happen again, since this was the first season and no one actually really knew what Produce 101 was for. So Sohae and/or her company managed to be fooled into thinking that she, an acting trainee, would suit this show when she had no singing or dancing experience. This lack of preparation on her part leaves her understandably flustered when she's told that the point of the program is to create an idol group, which allows Mnet, who like her, to portray her as cute, nervous, and perhaps a bit ditzy. She's kooky in a good way, which is great for a girl group. She gets a highlight for her skill in acting and for being humble and hopeful. She also gets to be the first in a long string of Produce and Planet 999 contestants to do something very important: perform the song of the previously debuted idols so they can be depressed about their lack of success. In this case, she performs a Dire song, which freaks out the Dire members, but presumably the Dire members didn't have any special reaction to this, since this event wasn't as dramatically highlighted as I had expected it to be. She's given an F, and Mnet show her crying about this afterwards, which endears her to the audience, especially since Mnet also show her hard work and practice, which is how they start her epic and infamous underdog arc. Next, we have the Dire members, who are faced with the eternal question: why did they come here? They're actually very unique. Unlike, I think, literally every other debuted idol on an Mnet survival show who joins because the group is doing poorly and they want to promote the group more, the Dire members reveal that they actually auditioned for Produce 101 before debuting and joined the show to continue their training and work to improve. You know, this was the first season, but even so, I find this different motivation refreshing. It does kind of make it awkward that Chaeyeon made it through, since it meant that Dia lost a popular member right after debut, and it didn't even benefit them that much in the long run by the looks of things. The high expectations for their group are brought up, and the other trainees and the mentors praise Danny while criticising the other members. Danny gets a sob story about being borderline kicked out of Tiara and losing hope, and gets inspirational pop music before she is rewarded with a B grade. Meanwhile, Kathy gets a sob story about not getting a good class and not living up to expectations, and Chaeyeon gets basically nothing. Up next, we have Jellyfish, who are compared positively to other trainees, as they don't seem nervous and have a positive attitude. Sejong gets even more screen time and is appealed to the audience as someone who's a fake it until you make it type. Everyone is impressed with their performance, and this is the first one that had consistent replays of cool moments. I also noticed they were wearing Apple headphones as in-ears. This happens throughout the rest of the season, just fun fact. And them handing chocolate out to the audience was fun. We flash past them receiving their class results to them crying backstage for drama, but it's revealed that they all got A class, so all is good. But they do create a very compelling character for Sejong, outwardly confident, inwardly nervous. A classic. Then we have a break, and then the Cube versus DSP matchup. I have no clue why this was a matchup. Were they similar sized companies which competed with each other at the time? Anyway, the actual rivalry seems pretty tame, probably because it was almost certainly non-existent on set and was probably only created through edits. Cube's performance has parts cut out to make it go faster and give you a greater sense of adrenaline, and highlights John Soyeon, and DSP Chaekyung correctly predicts she'll make it to the finals, where she was eventually eliminated. Actually, I think they both made it to the finals, so good on them. In the end, Cube wins the battle, which makes sense, since Mnet collectively like the Cube trainees more than the DSP ones. Then we get introduced to Hei, who is the oldest trainee according to Mnet, even though I think Insun was actually the oldest trainee. I don't know what's going on there, but her age is predictably used for comedy. I found it both horrifying and hilarious that Mnet told Hei not to worry about her age, but then they constantly discredit trainees and their skills because of their age, and they contribute to a trainee system which calls 20-year-olds old, not to mention consistently debuting 14 to 15-year-olds. Basically, they say that her age doesn't matter, but they keep acting like it does. We fast forward through a few performances, which basically shows the poor level of skill some trainees have, and shows Yoojung being unimpressed with them. This segment is designed to make Yoojung look good, as she has dual harshness and kindness, and seems like a comedic, unny figure. Yeah, this is where life gets really confusing. There's Yoojung, the trainer, and then there's Yoojung the trainee, who is also an IOI member. So later, I'll just refer to Yoojung the trainer as BYJ. I'm pretty sure that's the same person. It's really confusing. I also want to note at this point that the sexy dance in the fast-forwarded section was highlighted, which reminded me of the sad fact that once upon a time, one of the producers in Produce 101 described the show as, quote, wholesome porn. Yep. After that, we're introduced to Seohyung, who is determined to rank first with her high notes despite her short training period. Mnet give us a massive lead up to her performance, showing her practicing and so on, until she fails her high notes and her mistakes are replayed over and over. She's compared visually to Sejong, who has been established as a skilled vocalist. And there's some mini comedy of Seohyung asking not to have her performance aired, compared with everyone else knowing it will be for drama. But at least she seems to have a positive attitude. Next is Chunmi, who I didn't actually remember from her groups, but from this video essay from Ploopy, The Tragic Career of Chunmi, K-pop's Unluckiest Idols. Do I live my entire life and categorize all of my knowledge through video essays I've watched on a particular subject? Kind of, I guess. Anyway, Chunmi's 10-year training period is highlighted, as is her experience as an idol and her failure to be in both Girls' Generation and FX. Hence, she has higher expectations placed on her by other trainees and highlights of her skills. But these positive and sad moments only serve to lead to an even more dramatic mood shift when she is criticised for her skills in relation to her training period. The goal of this was obviously to make her cry, or at least to make her sad so that Mnet could highlight her depression at not being on stage, a more typical previously debuted idol story on these shows than the one that the Dia members had. Next are the Pledis girls, who get fast camera work and editing, more typical of modern Mnet, but nothing else. We get some comedy related to Kahi, designed to make us like her more. This is common to try and make the audience like the mentors more, both because the mentors presumably want good exposure from these shows, and because the mentors are kind of in opposition to the trainees and the audience, and are basically the villains as the mouthpiece of Mnet, so Mnet will try to make us like them more. Next we have Somi, who interestingly is not the teaser for the next episode. I guess Mnet had bigger fish to fry. Somi gets a massive boom sound effect when she comes in, and everyone is whispering JYP, JYP, JYP to hype her up. She's also highlighted as being kooky, i.e. maknae material, and this being her last chance, but she's also given huge expectations. To me, it sounds like her performance was entirely backtrack, which is crazy, but probably only done to make her look better, and probably to be expected at this point. The performance is also shortened, which justifies the judge's decision saying it wasn't memorable, since it goes past in a flash. For some reason, even though it was the most obvious outcome in the world, everyone is shocked when she gets an A, and people instantly assume that she's a favourite of the mentors/audience/Mnet, which, to be fair, is true. This brings a lot of drama and attention to her and sets her up for any future failures/improvements that Mnet decides to bestow upon her. The trainers also explicitly talk about how she suits the girl group image and has charms, which is an explicit endorsement of her as a future group member of IOI, duh. This is one of the many methods that Mnet have used to highlight the trainees they like over the past decade, and clearly it was an obvious tactic to the producers even back in season 1. Finally, we have Juna, who is Mnet's big fish for this season, apparently, and oddly enough. I can only assume it's for two reasons: her semi-nepo baby status and the disparity in her skills of dancing and singing. Her performance is very dramatic, and she's highlighted for her brilliant vocals as well as her brilliant family. Her brilliant family being the fact that her half-brother is actor Kim Soo-hyun. Yep, that Kim Soo-hyun. The one who was revealed last year to have groomed a minor? Wow, the K-pop survival show lore goes deep. Anyway, at this time, he would have been mega popular without those rumours against him, so I guess it makes sense that she was kind of the final boss of dramatic teasers. She's another person who has to differentiate herself from her well-known family, and her teased arc in this episode is that she's basically the best singer on the show, but it seems like she can't dance to save her life and thus isn't appropriate for a girl group. Mnet are just casually ignoring the fact that they are favouring Sohei, who also couldn't dance to save her life at this point, and couldn't sing either. But that's Mnet's hypocrisy for you. Dang. Now someone's going to accuse me of being a Sohei hater the same way people have accused me of being a Dion hater and a Sangwon hater. Squad, I don't hate any of the trainees on this show. I'm simply here to point out Mnet's riggery to you, and a big part of their riggery includes insane highlights of people, and hypocritical favouring of some trainees over others for contradictory reasons. Anyway, Juna's inability to dance and potentially lowered grade because of that are the teaser for episode 2, as the episode ends with a comedic clip of Kunsuk practicing for his entrance, which humanises him. We then see the rankings of the trainees, which have no English translations, so I have no opinion on them. The translators also didn't translate the post-ranking teaser for episode 2, so I don't know if anything exciting was said here, but the video shows dramatic moments, trainees looking nervous, and the intro for Pick Me. It also includes teasers of the segment where trainees are allowed to call their parents, which is now a classic part of episode 2, but which back in ye old year of 2016 would have been surprising and unheard of, and therefore more heart-wrenching. Now for the more important thing I want to know. How many of the eventual IOI members had their performances shown in episode 1? We know that in later seasons, almost all of Mnet's ideal lineup for each group had their performances shown in the first episode. So, was that the case even in the first season? Well, in this episode we had 8 of the 11 IOI members' performances shown. The only 2 performances which Mnet kept for episode 2 were the Fantagio one, featuring IOI members Doyeon and Yoojung, and the M&H one with Chang'e. 2 performances in episode 2 with trainees Mnet likes is pretty typical, even these days, since it lets them focus more on those trainees than the regular plebs whose performances are shown in the second episode. And focus on Yoojung is definitely something they did in episode 2. And with that nice little stat, we finish up the episode and move on to episode 2. This is the episode where I really started to notice how similar this season was to later ones, and also how unpolished the editing was in comparison to later seasons. In this episode, there were moments where sound effects and music tracks cut in and out suddenly and in a jarring way, rather than fading out as they do in later seasons. Maybe this is something the average audience isn't attuned to, and maybe I'm just hypersensitive to this kind of thing considering my experience in film and editing, but it really took me out of the episode. Instead of instantly starting with a recap from last week, we see the girls sitting down to watch the first episode. This surprised me because I thought this was a segment unique to Boys Planet, but this shows that making the trainees stare at their embarrassing mistakes in episode 1 was always part of the produce tradition, and the only black sheep is, yet again, Girls Planet. This also lets Mnet boast about how popular the episode was, and to show the popular or good performances again. Next, we're right back into the company evaluation with the cliffhanger from last week, Juna's evaluation. It's incredibly drawn out that the fact that she can't dance well will jeopardise her rank, but don't forget that this long drawn out tense moment was only through the editing, and the trainees in real life didn't have that. So when her grade is C, the other trainees are confused, and the mentors have to clarify that it was only because of her dance that they put her this low. Juna gets a relatively neutral edit overall, as her immense vocal skill kind of balances out her lacking dance skill. Next, my queen! Hyungin makes an appearance as part of the K-Conic team. Unfortunately, she and her teammates Minji and Sehee are sidelined as the gruff, deep-voiced tomboy rappers who back up the main character here, Lee Jinhee, whose whole thing is that she's very different from her teammates, with a high-pitched and cutesy voice. She has a singer sister who has the same voice. Yep, yet another semi-nepo baby. Not that it got her anywhere. This performance is generally shown to be impressive, but is made both comedic and dramatic when they're asked to perform a girl group song. For context, they performed One Time by One Time, which is obviously a male group rap song. They really seriously struggle with this, and the other trainees are shown to look unimpressed. This kind of stunt is exactly how Mnet shoves trainees who have the potential to be popular, in this case because of their uniqueness, away from the limelight and away from the tops of the rankings. They point out the concepts that a trainee suits, and then point out the concept they want for the final group, drawing a contrast between them. This invalidates the worthiness of the trainees to be in the final group, as they, quote, don't suit it. A similar tactic was used with Juna and Chunmi. Juna's voice was so good that Mnet worried she'd be too popular, so they just said she should be a soloist because she can't dance, and Chunmi was a popular trainee too, so they claimed she was too old and unskilled for the group. Anyway, having invalidated the worthiness of my queen, Hyungin, and her teammates from IOI status, Mnet move on, completely ignoring the fact that Mnet were likely the ones who picked the song for them to perform and had chosen them for the show knowing they were a hip-hop oriented group with hip-hop vibes. This is just another way in which we can see the competition is rigged against trainees Mnet doesn't like from the start. These four had no chance, so why even bother? Anyway, Mnet then contrasts them with the next group, the Star Empire group, who are all cutesy and awkward, and everyone is in love with them. There's a big contrast between them all being so cute and endearing and then being criticised and getting a mediocre C grade. They're basically the first season of Tagato on Boys Planet. Then we get another now mandatory section, the trainees being tired and falling asleep. Lovely to see that Mnet was torturing trainees with excessively long filming times even 10 years ago. Next we get the Fantagio trainees, which is where our main character Yoojung shows up. The goofy image she obtained in episode 1 when she tripped over is reinforced with the contrast between her insistence that the Fantagio trainees have strong mentalities and her crying. This makes Yoojung the first of a long and proud line of produce signal song centers who debuted in the final group. The other trainees are impressed with the performance, but the trainers have blank expressions, which cues us to the drama of Yoojung not getting an A, and then not being called continuously until she eventually gets a D. This leads into a mini-depression storyline for her, which also nicely sets her up for a growth arc, and it would have, really confused audiences at the time, because they already knew she was the center, so they would have been like, how is this possible? Then there's the duo drama battle of Yesil and Sejong, who have, a borderline enemies to lovers arc going on. They were both on Superstar K, and Mnet sets up a battle between them to the top. The rivalry seems to be mostly created through editing, although unlike the DSP versus Cube one, these trainees seem to actually have a real rivalry in real life, or at least of some description. Yesel's rap and diss ability and variety skills are highlighted, and Sojung's past as a trickster on Superstar K is shown, even though she doesn't want to be known for that. But Mnet don't care, it's free drama. In the end, for this performance, after a long drawn-out moment of tension, they both get a B grade. But I guess in the end, Yesel won the battle because she made it to the third round of performances when Sejong was eliminated in the second round. Neither seemed to get far in the industry though. The real winner of this battle was actually the one and only Chungha, who was highlighted arguably more than both Sejong and Yesel. She was highlighted in the actual performance and got to showcase her dance skills, which was used to show her confidence and how cool she was. She's the only one of the 4 trainees in this segment to get an A grade. I'll put a quick aside here to say, Mnet often gets members of their ideal lineup to be able to showcase different skills in the demo stage. This makes it easier for them to stand out from others and allows Mnet to highlight either their versatility, personality, or just extreme skill in a particular area. For example, Xiaoting, Gunnak, and Hanbin being able to show off their dance skills was designed to highlight them all as monster dancers, while other trainees like Dongyu were allowed to highlight different skills. While he rapped and danced in his actual demo stage, Mnet wanted to advertise him to the audience as an all-rounder, so they also got him to sing. In Season 1, we saw Chungha's epic dance skills and Sohee's acting skills, which were designed to make sure the audience couldn't say she was completely useless. We also saw a lot of another kind of skill showcase Mnet uses, the one they use to ridicule people like they did with Juna and the K-Conic trainees, showing that the trainees actually don't have the skills to do whatever Mnet wants them to do. Then we have more fast-forwarded performances, but at least they actually show the trainees' names on screen here so we know who they are, as opposed to in the Planet series where their names aren't shown and good luck figuring out who that person was. The trainers are also highlighted, especially Cheetah, who is given lots of duality between her fierce eyes and styling and her cute side. Next, we have Risa, who is one of the minor comic characters this season, and one of the handful of international contestants, and her segment makes me really, really uncomfortable. She's introduced as an amazing visual with angelic music and highlighted as a natural beauty, but the entire segment, by the way, probably something more created in the edit than in real life, just includes Kunsuk leering at her, presumably awed by her attractiveness, and every time he opens his mouth he just talks about how pretty she is and nothing else. I found it, frankly, creepy, and thought it was weird that the show tried to portray this whole situation in such a positive way. He was older than her, in a position of power and fame over her, and I personally thought she looked at least a bit confused and uncomfortable at times, although that could have been me projecting onto her. It also reminded me that this show was made by a group of older male producers and company CEOs who played with the lives of these young women and girls like it was nothing, and who referred to the show, again, as wholesome porn. Ugh. The literal only saving graces here are that 1. Risa was 24, so thankfully they didn't pull this stunt with one of the minor members of the cast, and 2. Kunsuk is only 5 years older than her, so it's not like there's some horrid 30-year age gap or anything like that. But it still made me uncomfortable. Anyway, after all of that, Risa's performance is terrible, which shouldn't have surprised anyone considering she'd only been training for 4 months at the time. She gets fun sound effects and is ridiculed, and then gets a hilariously weird 180-degree turn where she gets sad music and is highlighted as being on her last chance, which makes everyone look serious and depressed. She also cries, which makes her endearing, especially since she's been shown to have a generally good personality. She's been shown to be determined and conscientious, just very inexperienced and unsupported by her company. Next is Eun Si-gai, whose previous debut in Hong Kong is mentioned. There's a moment of tension where, despite her previous debut experience, she mentions the lack of a training system in Hong Kong, which makes people, I guess, stressed about her potential lack of skills. But regardless, people are impressed with her pronunciation, skills, and charisma. This actually made me, 1, surprised to see that she didn't make the final group, or at least the finale, since it seemed like Mnet liked her a lot, and 2, think that maybe the Junghao pronunciation thing was actually an Eun Si-gai edit. Yeah, with that, I mean, like, I've started calling it the Junghao pronunciation edit, but it's actually the Kai pronunciation edit. I figured out why she didn't make the finale. I'll discuss that later in the episode. Last is Park Soyeon from Loan. This made me think about how many companies in this show, especially the ones that people called big companies, either don't exist anymore or have drastically changed. Loan, for instance, was bought by Kakao. Kakao now are involved in managing many other companies and have apparently managed IU, Fiesta, EXID, A-Pink, and Block B. Park Soyeon is kind of introduced as a mentee of the Fiesta. I've actually never been entirely sure how to say this group's name. I'm going to say Fiesta. Fiesta members, her performance is good and she quickly gets an A grade. Sejong also compliments her, which is good for both Sejong and Park Soyeon. Now we're about a third of the way through the second episode and are moving on to the first task, in this case the signal song test. This formula of 1 1/3 episodes for the demo stages is one that we see in every single season, even in Girls Planet, although in Girls Planet they didn't have a signal song test, so the first task, as such, was the selection of the Masters' top 9 and the reformation of the cells. Even though I wasn't a K-pop fan when this came out, Pick Me still makes me super nostalgic. This was the start of an era. This was the first produced song. Crazy and iconic. There's the mandatory shock and awe that they're performing on M Countdown, and a hilarious 2010s CGI graphic to show which class will be performing where, an idea that must have been super novel at the time, especially with the F-class girls being backup dancers. I think this entire time I was just noting how fun it was to think of how they had to explain this to the trainees in the audience, but I made notes like that throughout the entire show, so I think I'll hold off on mentioning how much fun I'm having in the future. Basically, for the rest of the episode, on top of thinking about all the riggery and editing that's going on here, I encourage you to also imagine me sitting down to watch the show and just staring and occasionally giggling in delight of having seen the origins of all of these things. The introduction to the dorms is now pretty standard, and when they're introduced to the single song, Sohae gets lots of screen time talking about her insecurities and her desire to improve. Exactly the kind of screen time she needs to get more sympathy and fans. This leads into a general F-class meltdown where they all lose confidence, and the trainers talk about this like they're the scientists running some sociology show or something. They're like, oh, the F-class girls kind of wilted and lost confidence instantly, but they don't do anything about it. It's just an observation, which was funny. This just shows how Mnet will psychologically manipulate trainees and then do nothing to emotionally help them afterwards. I found it interesting and fun how they showed the rules of the dorms and the timetable of the classes, but they didn't actually show the times of the classes. Like, they showed that X group has X class in the morning, but they didn't include times, probably because the classes were likely super long, especially to allow time to film. Next, we cycle through each of the classes, out of order for maximum drama. In the F class, Risa's poor dancing is highlighted. We get some comedy with Kahi complaining to them in a comedic way. It's hard to explain, you'll have to trust me that it's comedic. She's basically encouraging them to put in the effort so their good dance will reflect well on both them and her. I think this complaining of hers shows how the show has changed, because it's relatively light-hearted here, but in modern seasons it would be super melodramatic. Throughout the class, Sohae starts to lose hope and makes more and more mistakes. They definitely put her at the front so they could get more footage of her and highlight her mistakes. They also edit in the blank expressions of other trainees to make it look like the others are annoyed with her and judging her. Actually, it was pretty clear that this segment was supposed to be funny, or at the very least make you feel bad for Sohae, but it actually just made me angry that she gave up at the end. Anyway, in the end, I think Kahi handled both Risa and Sohae and the rest of the class pretty well, and generally seemed like a nice teacher. She especially encouraged the class who was stuck in the existential dread of being backup dancers. Next, for the sake of maximum drama/contrast, we move to A class, who are already learning the dance but have more issues with the singing. The first 3 trainees to be singled out to sing are Sejong, Somi, and Mina, all of whom are IOI members. So, well, that tells you what the screen time distribution was like for this season. Sejong is complimented, Somi is criticised, setting her up for an underdog arc where she gets to improve her performance skills, and Mina, I don't have any particular notes on her. Then we see a lot of people struggling with the song, even super experienced people like Chunmi. This is the start of Chunmi getting a similar arc to Hui, being painted as old and past her prime, which discredits her skills and gives her an image that's incompatible with a girl group in the modern era. We also see Jeon Soyeon's early arrangement and producing skills, as she changes the song to suit her more, and is praised for that and for her vocals. They explicitly mention how crazy it is that she's a rapper and has such good vocals. This makes sense. Mnet generally likes Soyeon and clearly wanted her in the finale, which, I mean, is what happened. In comparison to Soyeon, Sua is negatively edited, as all of her mistakes are kept in and she cries. The fact that Jia is shown comforting her, someone Mnet don't particularly like, just shows how much nicer the mentors seem to be in this season compared to in modern ones. Next we move on to C class, where we're introduced to the idea of classes having leaders, in this case Kathy from Daya. They have a lot of people who don't think they really suit the song, including my queen, Hyungin, which is interesting because it really shows how suiting or not suiting a song can really make or break someone's chances on a survival show, yet the general audience and Mnet seem to really ignore this, unless in the case of Mnet it benefits them to point it out. Ahem, Hyungin, ahem. Juna is highlighted for suiting the song and of course for her good singing. Then we get a tense section where the C trainees are struggling with a lack of motivation, which kind of makes sense since they're being judged so harshly after probably only having had a few hours worth of practice. Mnet decide to criticise Kathy for not teaching them, and decide that it would be cool to show Mnet telling her that the trainees in her group think they'll drop down, which of course makes her cry, thinking it's her fault. Classic Mnet emotional manipulation. Next, we see the D trainees who struggle from the start. There's a lot of zooms and things which are used in this section, but because they aren't paired with any sound effects, they feel less impactful. Anyway, the big storyline in D class is that Yoojung is a very introverted person who is lacking motivation and struggling, and thus likely to drop down, but who struggles to ask others for help, hence a massive sob story underdog arc which leaves off on a cliffhanger. Then we see the B trainees who are struggling with the song. In fact, it seems like the majority of the cast was struggling with the high pitch of the song. The Yesol Seojung rivalry continues, and Danny is highlighted as the ace of the class, but that's about it. There's no one that Mnet particularly cares about or needs to highlight in this class, so nothing happens. I mean, there are people Mnet care about, like Yoonjung, Doyeon, and Nayeon. That's Im Nayeon. But I seriously doubt any of those trainees would have been interesting trainees, since they were all guaranteed to rank up. Yesol and Seojung were clearly more interesting. Now we finally move back to the A trainees, which brings us to a classic Mnet tactic, showing the top trainees, i.e. mostly trainees they like, struggling when they have no right to, for the sole reason of making the audience feel more sympathy for those people. Sejong is especially given a struggle arc, struggling with the dance specifically, which, honestly, considering she's right at the back and thus probably wouldn't have been able to see well, makes sense. Sejong cries but still tries to maintain her good attitude by saying she needs to practice, which is exactly the kind of image she needed. Sejong was the funny but skilled, happy virus positive attitude character on Produce 101, which is a character that every Produce group needs at least one of. Anyway, we then get a montage of more practicing, starting with BYJ helping the C-class girls, and how all of the girls have pretty mutually decided that nothing is to be gained from sleeping, thus they will practice all night. Which I guess makes sense, but it also just shows how the environment of these shows creates a toxic mindset where people will put their potential for achievement over their mental and physical health. And the show can get away with it because they aren't forcing the trainees to do this, they're just creating conditions which really encourage it. But this is a classic reality show tactic. It's not at all unique to Produce or K-pop or even like Asian shows at all. Mnet also likes highlighting how the trainees always help each other, even though they're in an individual competition, which I think is 1, them trying to hide their manipulation by making it seem like it's okay because people help each other anyway, and 2, just shows the altruism of humanity as a whole. In the rest of the montage, we see the desperation of the F-class trainees, and their leader, C1, is highlighted as being a good leader despite her own potentially lacking skill. Also note that the F and A classes tend to get more screen time in these because the stakes are highest for those groups, followed by the C class who could go either up or down. We don't see many of the trainees' evaluations, but we do see that Eunbin from CLC makes a lot of mistakes, and that Sohei continues to struggle. Sejong gets another highlight after this as she correctly predicts that they wouldn't be allowed to have their phones in the dorms. Audiences always love someone who kind of breaks the fourth wall and knows about the concept of the show, which is probably why this was shown. This leads us into the now classic episode 2 segment where the trainees get to call their parents, a segment that I don't think actually happened in Girls Planet, which is a guaranteed tearjerker. Yet, as always, the fact that they're so stressed that a single connection to the outside world makes them cry shows how hard these shows are. Mnet's lucky their soft music makes it seem sweet and touching because otherwise this would make the audiences seriously concerned. I'm kind of surprised that they included the segment of Somi saying, "Why did I leave home to suffer?" Like, on one hand, I guess it shows her in a sympathetic light, but on the other hand, I feel like it makes Mnet look really bad. After the evaluations happen, we have tense music contrasted with the comedy of Kunsuk being late, which Mnet probably staged. Dance trainer Yoonjung, I say dance trainer because we have a Yoojung, a Yoonjung, and a Yeonjung here. This is what I was talking about earlier. So she's BYJ. So there's BYJ who is Yoonjung, then we have Yoojung from IOI, and then we have Yeonjung from IOI. expresses her surprise that the F-class trainees have improved a lot and that the A trainees will go down, but this isn't really surprising. The simple nature of learning curves is that someone who's bad will improve faster than someone who's already good at something. Interestingly, when talking about the criteria for the performances, they mention how some people get nervy on camera, but they don't seem to take this into account in any season, so what was the point of mentioning it? More performances are shown here, including Somi, whose lack of energy is criticised. Now, I'm sure none of us expect Mnet to avoid hypocrisy, but I love how the trainers say that they shouldn't ignore her because she's only 15, when they said earlier that age doesn't matter. Also, what does "she's 15 so we can't ignore her" even mean? That she can improve because she has such a long career ahead of her? That they want her youthfulness in the group? Is this another reference to the wholesome porn thing? Anyway, Sejong and Danny are praised. Risa fixed some mistakes, but they still say it's impossible for her to be an idol, instantly discrediting her the same way they did with Juna. We also get classic things like a long string of trainees struggling with the song, contrasted with the trainers saying we really missed some people and we found our gems, which makes us wonder about these epic trainees who rose so high. But it's unsurprising that they'd miss some people. The signal song and the demo stages are different concepts, so some people would have been given concepts they struggled with for the demo stage so that they could rise in the signal song mission, and vice versa for those who would fall. Then we see the slow and dramatic reveal of ranks. I'll summarise. Mostly this is about the resolution of storylines shown in the practice segment with a few wild card surprises thrown in. Although in Boys Planet the result was dramatically shown to the trainee on a massive screen, and in Boys 2 Planet it was shown to all of the trainees at once, here the trainees are each given a small card which they check, and then the trainees move on to different rooms all at once, not one at a time after their evaluation. Honestly, I think I like the drama of Boys Planet more. Anyway, once everyone has been graded and asked to move, they're all very reluctant to move, having developed a sense of group membership and friendship. I feel like that could be an interesting psychological case study, but honestly, regardless of the friendships the girls developed in this time, Mnet probably exaggerated their reluctance here for the sake of feels. Then we have the teaser for the next episode, which just straight up reveals that Somi moved down, although we aren't sure how far. This is the kind of thing that I don't think Mnet would have shown in a modern season because it gives away too much information and gives the plot twist away a week early. Instead, they'd show something like more clips of Sejong crying or something. And with that, we're on to episode 3. The opening of this episode, to get us in the mood for dramatic class changes, is everyone's journals and touching music, while they talk about their desire to improve. We also get a nice quote from Boa, which made me think that each episode so far we'd received a quote from a big idol. I think CL also had one, but I'm not sure. I don't remember if CL had one in episode 1 or 2, but she has one, I think, in one of the elimination episodes about, like, finding your beauty is important or something. Boa's quote is, quote, "Effort needs to accompany a strong will to achieve your dreams. I couldn't stand on stage with just my love for singing alone." The reason I bring up these quotes is less because of their importance, they don't really add anything to the series, but because I think they really show how earlier seasons of Produce kind of pretended to be super artistic and interesting with a unique concept, but modern seasons are just kind of in it for the drama. Mind you, I suppose it is harder to create a good artistic product when you can no longer completely resolve a redemption arc because you can't rig that person into the group to, quote, reward them, which leaves arcs unfinished. Ahem. Junmin, ahem. Also Donkey. Donkey. Anyway, I will note some rank changes I noticed. Danny, Soyeon, and Im Nayoung move from B to A, Kathy moves from C to A, which resolves her lack of confidence arc, and Sumin moves from F to A. The biggest shock, however, isn't Sumin, it's Yoojung, who rises from D to A and is highlighted for her improvement, suiting Pick Me and having top 3 vocals on the show. Hilariously enough, this is Mnet admitting that they stuffed up with her original ranking, except they really probably didn't because they wanted to show her massive rise and implied improvement. In other notes, Chunmi moves from A to B. Mnet fakes out the audience to think that Sejong moved down instead of her because Sejong made mistakes. But you see, Mnet likes Sejong and they hate Chunmi, so they criticize her for her performance skills not matching up to her experience. Somi moves from A to B, which isn't surprising considering the last episode, but what is unique and kind of surprising about her is that she says she prefers being in B class because she doesn't have the A class pressure of only being able to go down, never up. CLC's Eunbin goes from A to D, as does Suha. Sohee gets lots of screen time but stays in F, and Juna is moved from C to F. This is deeply hilarious to me because the whole thing with Juna was that her vocals were great and really suited the song, but she couldn't dance to save her life, right? So what did Mnet do? They made her a backup dancer where she doesn't sing and only dances. Make it make sense. With that, we move on to the segment showing the filming of the Pick Me M countdown stage, where we get to see some behind the scenes of the set being built, I love that, and Mina being shown eating junk food despite supposedly being on a diet. Yes, this moment will come back to haunt both us and Mina. Everyone is of course envious of the A-class people, Sohee gets tons of screen time, and Yoojung and Pinky are revealed as centre candidates. As with every season, including the modern seasons and even the Black Sheep Girls Planet, the centre candidates are voted for by contestants. But it certainly seems that Mnet gets the last choice, because never has it ever been someone they didn't want. In the end, as we know, Yoojung is picked, because we can't have a Chinese centre. Until we do, which further reinforces the trainer's statement earlier that they misgraded her. Yoojung's skill and the importance of a good centre in general is really highlighted here, and will become a major part of the entire franchise. While watching the performance, I thought about how much I really like the idea of each of the stages connecting with each other, something that was brought back for Boys Planet but wasn't present in Girls Planet, Island 2, or Boys 2 Planet. I don't know, I just think it's fun to show the trainees of all different levels coming together, even if it's just a vehicle for more Mnet propaganda. And then we have the most dramatic announcement ever of trainees leaving the show. These days, Mnet doesn't tend to make trainees leaving super dramatic unless it benefits them. Zian leaving Girls Planet only got her a tiny line of acknowledgement, and then the drama of Utopia team having to kick a member out. And the people who left Boys Planet before the show aired were only acknowledged when K-Group had fewer trainees for Kill This Love. They only brought Hwanhee back for a farewell because a trainee they like, Gunnock, had an emotional attachment to him, and they only focused on the C trainees leaving Boys 2 Planet because 3 left, leaving one poor teammate behind to suffer. Anyway, here it's far different. They announced that 3 trainees are leaving and use this to criticise all of the other contestants, basically calling them lazy and saying they need to gain more motivation and do better, since their struggles are nothing compared to those who left the show, who desperately wished to continue. Or at least that's the message I got from this, which I thought was a very annoying message considering even the laziest trainee on this show would have gone through a decent amount of stress at this point. Thankfully for everyone involved, Mnet and the trainers temper this with some speeches about how even though they're ranked for the show, they aren't having their entire persons or lives ranked. Except they kind of are. Then we finally move on to the first mission, which is the now classic group battle. 2 groups battle it out with the same song and 1 group wins, with an included benefit of extra votes. In all seasons other than Girls Planet, the individual trainees are also rated against each other for bonus stress. This is a very standard mission for shows like these, and they're very good for creating underdog storylines and contrasting trainees Mnet and other companies like versus trainees they don't like. They also announced that trainees ranked 62 and lower will be eliminated after the mission. Unlike in later seasons where the songs are revealed one by one for drama reasons, in this season they're all revealed at once, with 10 songs making a whopping 20 teams. This feels mega oversaturated. Season 2 instantly started cutting this number with only 16 in the first mission, by both Produce 48 and Produce X101. Girls Planet had 11 performances in the first mission, Boys Planet had 14, and Boys 2 Planet only had 10. And considering the longer runtime of the later seasons, well, let's just say that very little time was put into each team in this season. Certainly far less than myself and most of my subscribers would be used to. Anyway, the songs are I Don't Know by A-Pink, Push Push by Sister, Fire by 2NE1, Into the New World by Girls' Generation, Hot Issue by 4 Minute, R by After School, Bad Girl Good Girl by Miss A, Break It by Kara, La Cha Cha by FX, and Irony by Wonder Girls. A stacked song lineup. Speaking of the stacked song lineup, I've made a playlist of all of the songs that were used in this show that I can find on Spotify. So I'll link the Spotify playlist in the description if you want to go through a nostalgic time. I also found it hilarious that there was the quote in the show saying, quote, "For the first time since Produce 101 started, this will be a battle for 37 people to be eliminated." Like, no shit, of course it's the first time. This is literally the first season. The way they pick groups is an interesting one. The A-class trainees obviously get to pick first, which isn't surprising, but because Mnet haven't established rankings in any way, they all just have to physically run to the song they want and take it back to the starting line. And if someone else gets it, there's an actual physical wrestle for it. This was something that they kind of brought back in Boys to Planet, which I was very amused to see. I also found it very amusing that there were seemingly exactly the same number of A trainees as groups for songs. So what this tells me is that some people were probably shoved down to B level just so that Mnet could have the right number of team creators. The team creators then pick their contestants in the order they made it back to the start line, high school sports style. They then re-explain what a centre is again, and then we get into teams. Although there are several segments where each of the teams are shown, I'm going to collate them into one segment per team for ease of both writing the script and listening to it. I won't talk about the storyline teasers that Mnet usually gives as a separate thing from the rest of the team's storyline. That said, Mnet don't seem to have solidified their method of using teasers and then the full storyline yet, as we'll discuss in the second mission. As a matter of interest, the benefit here is 1,000 votes, which is pretty small, but considering this was the first mission ever, they probably wanted to see how this benefit would affect the results before they went crazy. And boy, did they go crazy next mission. During the actual in-person evaluation, which is held in the same hall as the demo stages, cheapo, we are introduced to the 1,000 fans who will decide the girls' fate, and of course all the fans love Kunsuk, who reminds them that they have a chance to create their own girl group for the first time in girl group history. The viewers are allowed to vote for one trainee in a set of 10, but they don't vote for which overall team they liked more. The team victory is decided by the total number of team member votes. Also, there's one random white guy in the crowd who looks like he doesn't want to be there, which is hilarious. Alright, into the performances. Hello everyone. This is Casper in editing, but I just wanted to show you what I've done here. I know that if anyone's watching this video the whole way through, they're not looking at the screen the whole time, right? You're doing chores or whatever, good on you. But even though you're not looking at the screen, I still, like, you're probably not going to watch Produce 101, right? So I still want you to try and know who these people are without having watched the show. So what I'll do for the missions is show this kind of slide. I'll just run you through it just so you know what's going on, because otherwise there's no context and you're kind of like, Casper, WTF. So for each slide, I'll have whichever song I'm talking about, and then the winners, losers, and anyone else that I want to discuss for that mission. So anyone who's in other or notes, if you haven't seen my other videos like this, would be someone who either had a mixed portrayal or who got a lot of screen time for some reason but was edited neutrally, or if there's just anything else that I have to say about them that's neither particularly positive or negative. For each of these segments, I'll try and order them from greatest to least. This isn't ordered yet, but so for this mission, I would say that Pinky is the biggest winner, right? So, well, I mean, I don't know what exactly I'm going to say yet, but let's say that I say that Pinky's the biggest winner. I'll put her at the top. Let's say that there's someone who's like a massive loser from this mission. I'll put them at the top, and then if there's someone who's like a mini tiny loser, I'll put them further down. For each one, I will include a picture of the team, or in this case, the group matchup. And I'll also include this snip from the contestants page on Wikipedia. These are a great way to get an overall summary of what's going on here. So this column, these are the two teams. The orange team won. These are the overall team scores. The red and green here is who survived this elimination. and obviously their positions. Here are all the trainees' names. These are the Wikipedia romanizations. So like Kim Soo-hyun from Billy, who's down here, like the romanization of her name in Billy is different. So I've written her name differently in my script. And then these are the individual scores that they got on the day. Now, these ones, yellow is the leader, blue is the center or killing part, and then if there's a green person, they're both the leader and the killing part. I just wanted to run you through all of that so you're not looking at this and going, WTF. But I think this, I'm not a graphic design student, hopefully this doesn't look horrendous, but I think this is a good way to get an overview of who's in which team, etc. And apologies in advance for the terrible screenshots of people. The Billy version of Produce is not super high quality. Anyway, thank you. First, the performances of I Don't Know by A-Pink. The whole storyline here is that Team 1 are really struggling, and Pinky especially is struggling as their centre. Team 2 are criticised for their vocals, and Taeha is struggling to hold up the main vocals of the group. Since there are so many performances, only highlights are shown, and most performances aren't shown in full. They're also pretty sparse on editing compared to more modern seasons. Very relaxing and stress-free, all things considered. In the end, Pinky is switched out for centre with Harem, and Taeha is switched out for main vocal with Seon. By the way, in the interims, Pinky says she was, quote, chosen yesterday, which shows how short the pre-interim training period is. Realistically, at least for the first mission, they would have had several weeks to practice, but they were checked on after only a day, so it's no wonder that teams improved from interim to final performance, and this happens in every season. So, winners and losers time. The winners for this mission are Mina and Seon. Mina was shown to be a good centre for Team 2, and Seon did the high note well. Although neither got a huge amount of screen time, I mean this mission didn't get a huge amount of screen time in general, they were both praised for their skills. I think Pinky is a small winner. Yes, she was shown to be an incompetent centre, but I think she was portrayed in a relatively sympathetic way, doing her best but also wanting to do what was best for her team. I think Harem has a mixed portrayal. She got very little screen time, and although she did have the benefit of being better suited to the killing part than Pinky, she also had a mistake highlighted by Mnet, which Mnet kind of implied ruined the performance. I don't think there were any particular losers for this matchup. No one else really got enough screen time to be notable, and I wouldn't say that anyone was evil edited. In fact, there seems to be a general lack of evil edits this season. Anyway, I predicted that Team 2 with Mina would win, and they did. Hilariously enough, one of the ways they show this is that all of the girls on the winning team literally just have 1,000 votes added onto their count. I guess that's one very simple way to do it. Next we have Push Push by Sister. The whole thing with these groups is that John Soyeon is the leader and centre of Team 1, whose opponent is Changha, the leader and centre of Team 2. Who can do it better? I guess we'll see. Okay, so the winners in these teams. First is Changha, who I think is a small winner. Although she's criticised in the interim, she's complimented by Soyeon, who is a popular trainee, and she's positively portrayed in the final performance. She also gets to be a sympathetic character, and the judges make a strange comment about her, saying that she didn't stand out during Pick Me, but she stands out here, which is strange considering the Signal song is usually pretty close to the concept of the ideal group, but I suppose it was designed to highlight her stage presence. That said, I don't think she stood out in IOI, but she does stand out as a soloist. Anyway, that's it for winners, because next we have Soyeon, who got a very mixed edit. She was criticised for her abilities as centre compared to Changha, and she has this bizarre segment in the rap interim where Cheetah asks her to rap, expecting her, of course, to do a great job with it and be a good example for the other trainees. And then she just completely whiffs it. Like, she's forgetting words, stumbling over lyrics, etc., and Cheetah is incredibly unimpressed. However, Soyeon gets to hate herself for these mistakes. Those are the exact words she uses, by the way, and this makes her more sympathetic. She's also praised in the final performance and gets lots of screen time and applause, while having her improvement highlighted, which is good. Actually though, there's something very important related to Soyeon's edit which isn't related to how good or bad it was, and that's the fact that before her rap was shown in the performance, we get a flashback to her struggling in practice, making her the first trainee in the history of Produce to be given this specific edit. Yep, that iconic flashback edit they've given to tons of trainees like Suyeon and Hui. John Soyeon, of all people, was the first. Anyway, we have one loser in this group. Yumi, who loses the center battle to Chang'e, makes bad jokes, and then forgets the rap lyrics along with Soyeon. She didn't get much screen time, but all of it was bad and made her look pathetic, and it's no surprise that she was eliminated in this round. Anyway, I predicted that Chang'e's team, Team 2, would win, but in the end, Soyeon's team, Team 1, won. This gave Mnet another chance to give Chang'e a sob story edit where she cries. I reckon that Mnet would have given this to Chang'e if they could have, but I guess this is just the nature of in-person audience voting. Next we have Fire by 2NE1. The big story here is that Juna is struggling with the dance, and Team 2's Sumin, the girl who went from F to A, has to do rap for the first time and is worried about it. While Team 1 are praised for their clean performance, Team 2 are criticised for their messy formations, which Juna keeps messing up. Sumin's rap is criticised, which makes sense, since it's her first time rapping in English. For the Team 1 performance, I wrote, quote, "What is the outfit the intro girl is wearing, Lamau?" And then realised the girl was Sumin. Rip Sumin, I just thought your outfit made you doomed to fail. Thankfully for her, she's highlighted in the performance and is the first person to get this vocalist doing rap for the first time storyline in the Produce franchise. Group 2's performance is teased with Juna's struggles with dance, and I noted that Mnet had clearly become better at editing since this performance. Why? Because they compliment the girl in the intro, but they don't provide us with her name, which is something they definitely do in modern seasons to make sure we know who they want us to vote for. Anyway, outside of this, there's relatively non-existent editing for this performance, even considering the whole Juna dance thing. For the evaluation, I predicted Team 1 would win, especially with all the compliments Sumin received, but in the end, Team 2 won, which I personally thought was shocking, and which the show also treated as shocking. Juna got a high score and was thankful, and this early portrayal of her by Mnet as someone who is sympathetic and generally a hard worker was good. It's what got her so far into the competition, just where they wanted her. So the winner here is definitely Sumin, and I suppose Juna gets to be a mini winner too, but there's no one else who gets enough screen time to even make the list. Next, into the New World teams. The storyline here is that the first Avengers team in all of Produce, Team 2, has been created, with very popular members. Somi, Chanmi, both Dia members, Chaeyeon and Kathy, and Jung Eunwoo from Pledis. Thus, Team 1 are very depressed and feel like there's literally no chance of them winning. In Team 2, Kathy takes control of everything, and Somi feels like she can't speak up because she's the maknae. Somi also gets really sick and is taken to hospital, something they wouldn't really show in more modern seasons, and thus is depressed about missing out on practice. In contrast, Team 1 are able to practice all together and work hard without interruptions. In the interims, Yeonjun gets to be stressed about having to go up against Chanmi, but in the end does a good job and is complimented as suiting the song. She's then used to teach Chanmi how to sing the song when Chanmi makes mistakes, and is used as a teaching tool for the other members, which is the moment you can tell that Mnet really like her. Chanmi throughout this section makes excuses for her throat being in bad condition, which is edited like Mnet to look like a shady lie as opposed to probably the truth. Somi also gets criticised here for having an insincere voice, and Chaeyeon is criticised as a center, which is when Mnet reminds us that Somi didn't get a chance to audition. This whole dilemma with the Avengers team is the start of the Avengers struggle arc, which has become a staple of Produce. For the Team 1 performance, we get tons of Yeonjung praise, like literally tons, and replays of her part. In comparison, Chanmi is criticised a lot, and when she's about to do her high note, we flash back to the start of the performance to create a cliffhanger. Yeah, this edit is really weird. She stuffs up her high note, and it gets replayed a billion times, which is used to end off the episode. How fun. I was kind of surprised they didn't use the entire performance to tease this episode, Hui style, but I guess they really wanted the audiences to be guessing about whether Chanmi would lose the battle after such a poor performance. And I guess they wanted to give audiences extra time to 1. Hate on and criticise Chanmi, and 2. Stop voting for Chanmi as much. But at the same time, I feel like this is just another example of the clumsy editing in Season 1. I'll include the winners and losers of that battle in the next episodes, since that's when it finishes, but for now I can tell you that the dramatic teaser for Episode 4 includes lots of people being nervous and crying, and a teaser of performances, including the Queen Sejong's. So there is one thing that I wanted to mention at the end of this episode because there wasn't really a good time to mention it earlier. I've talked in my videos on all of the modern seasons, Girls Planet, Boys Planet, Island 2, and then Boys 2 Planet, that all of Mnet's ideal picks are put in the top rankings or top group of the show, or if they're not at the top, they're in the top half, right? So what about season 1? Now, in the original run of the show, everything was rigged, so Mnet could actually manipulate someone's class, so they had a storyline set up for them, as opposed to feeling the need to put them in one of the higher classes to justify their screen time. But just because that means they can do things like put Sohae in F class and show her improvement over the course of the show, doesn't mean they didn't still want the majority of their final lineup to be salient because of their class. So out of the final 11 IOI members, 8 were put in A class after the Signal Song evaluation. That's a crazy number. Only 3 non-A trainees made it to the final group, and Somi started off in A class. So what does that say about her? Anyway, yeah, so the 3 people who didn't end up in A class were Chaeyeon, Somi, and Sohae. I'm not entirely sure what they were doing with Chaeyeon. They clearly wanted her in the group since they didn't rig her out, but she didn't get much screen time on the show, certainly not compared to the other IOI members, and was left firmly in C class. Somi's fall from A to B was entirely for drama, and Mnet knew it wouldn't affect her anyway, since with her popularity from 16, she was guaranteed to debut from the start. And like I mentioned earlier, Sohae starting off in F class was designed to make her improvement and rise seem crazier and more dramatic in comparison. Unfortunately, it led to her getting hate, but since when did Mnet care about trainees they like getting hate for being favoured? But with that rhetorical question on your minds, let's move to episode 4 to resolve our cliffhanger. This one, as usual, starts off with a dramatic recap of last week's performances, including a highlight for Yeonjung, whose performance of Into the New World reached 1 million views. On one hand, this is kind of crazy for Produce. On the other hand, as we'll see later, Produce was kind of insanely popular in Korea, even from the first season, so this isn't too crazy of a number. We go straight into the drama with the flashbacks of Chunmi struggling, saying that this could have been her debut song, the concerns about her high note, and so on. Mnet is so keen to get back into the drama that they literally cut the start of the performance and jump right into it halfway through. We get a loud heartbeat sound and lots of sound effects for her botched high note, and then literally skip to the end of the performance, cutting right to Chunmi freaking out in the evaluation before we flash back to the rest of the performance. This was the most cut up performance in this round and in the entire show, and is probably the most cut up performance in all of the Produce seasons. It was very strange to watch, just cutting everywhere all at once. Anyway, Somi does her high note well, as do the other members. Note that all of these high notes, which were split across multiple members in the Team 2 performance, were given to, or at least implied to have been given to, Yeonjung in the Team 1 performance, an obvious tactic to make her look even better in comparison to Chunmi. In the evaluation, I predicted Team 1 would win, but of course Team 2 did, with their super popular members. There's a staged diss battle kind of thing between Yeonjung and Somi, and Chunmi gets to apologise to the audience about her mistake and cry, prompting everyone else to cry. Somi obviously gets the most points in the group and is by far the most popular trainee in this particular battle. Yeonjung gets to look depressed and get sad music, which, can I just say, nicely sets up her redemption arc, ending in her being the final member of IOI. So, winners and losers for this battle. Yeonjung is the most obvious and biggest winner. This was the moment that Mnet set her up to debut, and that confirmed her debut. I mean, IOI were rigged, so she was always going to debut, but Mnet sets up their ideal members in different episodes. Some, like Sejong and the Girls Planet Centers, are set up in episode 1. Some, like Yoojung, are set up in the Signal Song mission, and some, like Gunnook, Shinlong, and Yeonjung, are set up in the first mission. This edit was everything she needed. She was portrayed as humble and as the most skilled vocalist on the show. She was used to teach the others, was highlighted as having huge virality potential, and was snubbed by the popularity contest that is Produce, setting her up for a revenge and redemption arc as she got what she rightfully deserved, i.e. a debut. I'd say Somi is also a mini winner here. She was shown to be competent and to suit the concept well, which is important since this is the kind of concept the final group was clearly going to lean into. She also got the sob story of being sick and not being given the opportunity to take the killing part, which would make her fans feel a sense of injustice on her behalf. Chaeyeon and Kathy are mini losers. Chaeyeon was criticised for her skills as centre, and thus attention was drawn to Somi's deservedness and being passed over. Kathy was subtly criticised for passing over Somi. However, neither of these criticisms were particularly large or notable. The notable loser is, of course, Chunmi, whose story was basically the opposite of Yeonjung's. While Yeonjung was humble and quiet, Chunmi was portrayed to be stuck in the past with her lack of debut with Girls' Generation. This also brought attention to her age. And while Yeonjung destroyed her high note and went viral, Chunmi's mistakes were highlighted again and again. She was supposedly more experienced than Yeonjung, but she was always the worst of the two. Regardless of the fact that this was clearly manufactured by Mnet, it isn't a good look. And of course, while Yeonjung was snubbed with no victory, Chunmi was unfairly given a victory, or so Mnet wanted you to think, encouraging you to direct your anger towards Chunmi. Next, we get to Lachacha by FX, but not the actual performance. Mnet just insert a random segment here where Team 2 pick their parts. Hyemin is the leader, and the main vocal part is a battle between Chaeyeon and Eunjin, who was so sick that she actually skipped the signal song mission altogether and wasn't given a grade or a uniform to wear. I've never seen this happen before. I guess the only reason she stayed on the show was because she wanted to keep going as much as possible, but her effort was in vain since she actually left before the final performance of this song. Anyway, let's leave that bizarre detour to look at the next set of teams actually performing. Hot issue. Sua in Team 1 is worried about Yoojung in Team 2, and this is basically the dynamic of the teams. Yoojung was the centre, but will she back up this skill in different concepts? Moreover, is Yoojung the best person ever, selflessly giving up her basically guaranteed centre position for Miso? I mean, I guess it was nice of her to do, but she basically doomed Miso to being negatively compared to her. This matchup also showed me something hilarious, which I've talked about for ages with Produce but never actually seen in the flesh. Mnet point out the young age of the trainees, especially in this case, I think Yoonso, who was on Team 2 and was 15 at the time of the show. And then, immediately afterwards, they say, quote, "Protect these girls' dreams." This, "hey, protect the dreams of 14-year-olds" is a false quote I have often attributed to Mnet to show how they manipulate their audiences. But I never expected to actually see them basically verbatim say it. This is also another battle where the team who is supposedly guaranteed to win, Team 2, slacks, and thus performs far worse than Team 1 in the interims. I predicted that Team 2 would win through the pure power of Yoojung, but Team 1 provided an upset through their win, which shows the power of sexiness, as I'll, talk about later. Nonetheless, Yoojung is highlighted as you'd expect. Okay, let's talk winners and losers. Sua is a mini winner. She's praised as the centre of Team 1 and is framed in opposition to Yoojung, spiritually the centre of Team 2, but in a sympathetic way, not in a negative one. But she gets no other screen time, so rip. Suyeon is kind of the biggest winner and biggest loser of this matchup at the same time. She's the one I said we'd come back to in terms of sexiness. The whole thing with Suyeon is that she's the leader of Team 1 and is praised for that, and goes semi-viral for her sexiness because she raises her shirt. That's literally it. The reason she's a surprisingly huge winner is that Mnet actually chose to give her screen time for this. They highlighted how much she enjoyed performing, an important trait for idols to have, and then they showed her sexiness in a positive, natural light, not an awkward, unnatural one. This sexiness was also a huge point for her team, and she ended up with the highest audience vote in the battle by far, even though she was in the bottom third of the overall popularity rankings. Her team also likely won the battle because of this, and Suyeon propelled herself from being below the elimination cutoff to surviving it, something Mnet were clearly happy with since they let her live. Although she didn't survive the position round, she ended up with a final ranking of 39. Pretty good out of 100 people, considering Mnet gave her very little screen time. So she was a pretty big winner, but the reason I also say she's a loser is because 1, she presumably got uncomfortably sexualized after this, a lot. 2, she got eliminated in the following round anyway, and 3, she didn't end up with a good career afterwards, so what was the point? I guess she demonstrates how someone can succeed in these shows regardless of whether Mnet likes them or not, but even then her success only lasted one round and Mnet kind of liked her, so do with that information what you will. This just reminds me again of the whole wholesome porn origins of produce. The real winner here was, unsurprisingly, IOI member Yoojung. She was shown to be super selfless, giving up the killing part for Miso, and then when Miso failed was positively compared to Miso. Yoojung got by far the most screen time in this battle, and it was all about how talented and popular and epic she was, to the point that the mentors even asked if they could switch out Miso for Yoojung as center. Speaking of, the fact that the mentors even felt the need to ask if they could do this shows how early this was in the produce life cycle. Yoojung even cries, feeling sorry for Miso, who is being bashed in comparison to her, showing her selflessness and empathy again. She then gets the second highest votes in the mission, of course. The only other person of note in this mission is Miso, who is the unfortunate loser of this mission. She is constantly criticised for her performance as center and painted as lacking talent, and then her team loses. So, unlucky for her. She promptly got eliminated in the next episode. Next we have R by After School. These teams were the odd ones out and only had 4 members each. Fun fact. The whole thing here is that Im Nayoung is on one team and Risa and Seo Kyung are on the other. So can the talentless kiddos even hope to stand up to the power of the expressionless Stone Buddha Nayeon? I guess we'll see. The whole section was very boring, with both performances lacking editing. However, let's discuss anyway. Nayeon is the obvious winner of this battle. She isn't the best, but she is of course highlighted as carrying her team with her high score, gets lots of screen time, and gets to comfort her teammates and reflect on her learning in the battle. Dohee is highlighted as being able to do both rap and vocal but gets nothing else. Siwon gets a sob story about being an individual trainee and thus not having a support system, and is comforted by Nayeon, which is good for both of them. This edit was very sympathetic for Siwon, who survived the round and barely missed out on surviving the following round, making her the face of the put-upon individual trainees. Risa is also a big winner of this mission, somewhat surprisingly. Her lack of talent is again highlighted, but she's complimented for her improvement from the interims to the final performance, and gets a motivational segment where she talks about her hardships and her desire to do well, and makes the mentors cry. This is a clear indication of how Mnet felt towards her, positively, but not enough to try and get her much further in the competition. Finally, Seo Kyung is, I would say, a loser. Her skill is criticised, and she does take this criticism well, but unlike Risa, her improvement isn't really highlighted and she doesn't get a good ending to her arc. Unsurprisingly, considering the presence of Nayeon, Team 1 wins. Next we move on to Good Girl, Bad Girl, where the whole story is that Team 1 are all rappers, so we'll have issues with the vocals, and Team 2 have a battle for center between Woojung and Minkyung. And Team 2 are just struggling, being criticised for their short practices in comparison to Team 1's long practices, and so on. This is also where the Queen Hyungun shows up! Slay! Unfortunately for her, she's sick, but we'll get there. An odd thing in this mission is that Team 1 try to change their center, but Seojung is told they're not allowed to, which is strange, since they literally can change centers, and we were shown that earlier. I wonder if this was a thing where the Mnet staff initially didn't want the trainees to be able to change centers, and then they changed or ignored the rules whenever they wanted to create drama. Or did they just want to make Seojung look bad by making it look like she didn't understand the rules? Anyway, let's talk winners and losers. Speaking of Seojung, I think she's a small loser in this mission, and that made it look like she didn't understand the rules of the show at all by repeatedly showing her lack of understanding of what the center role dictated or required, something that would never be able to happen in later seasons. She's also highlighted as having a low score, which is tied to her trickery on Superstar K. This is kind of good for her, but also kind of not, since she gets to cry and be sad about it, but also because Mnet don't try to dissuade the assumption that audiences seemed to have at the time that Seojung just had a bad and selfish personality. On the bright side, they do point out that she's pretty, or consolation prize. Choi, Eunbin, Jungmin, and Sihyun are also minor losers, as all three are criticised slightly by Mnet. Eunbin is expressionless when performing and has poor leadership. Sehyung butts her way into leading in favour of Eunbin, and Jungmin has bad neck movements when performing, but none of them really get enough screen time for this to actually matter. Next we have Minkyung, who is the centre for Team 2 and is neither complimented or criticised by Mnet, but she does get the highest number of points in the battle and thus is used by Mnet to show the importance of having a good centre in each team. More importantly, Minkyung is the neutral object of the storyline of the main loser of this mission, Woojung. Woojung is just like basically portrayed as a nasty and vindictive person who's overconfident. This starts when both apply for center and Woojung is passed over in favor of Minkyung. She instantly starts complaining about the classism of the center being given a special sticker to make them more important, and complains about the program, which is a good look only if Mnet likes you, and they don't like Woojung. After this, Woojung keeps complaining about herself not being the centre, mostly through her insistence that the centre position isn't actually important. I suppose the logic here is that it doesn't matter if the less talented or less deserving person is picked, because it doesn't matter anyway. But this is contrasted with BYJ saying that the centre position is super important, which discredits Woojung because the masters always know best. Then Team 2 are criticised more, and Woojung is again subtly criticised as Minkyung helps take the team to victory with her huge point count. So, and that makes Woojung look stupid. The main winner of this team is my queen, Hyungan! This is unfortunately not because she's my one pick, but because Mnet like her in the same way they like people like Wonjae, Woojin, Zihao, Yujin, Bora, and so on. Enough to get pretty far in the competition, but not as a contender for the final group. Anyway, Hyungin's whole thing is that she's the centre of Team 1, but she gets sick and is absent from practice. Her team are criticised in her absence, which means she isn't associated with this criticism. When she returns, she's determined to do well as centre, and actually that's it. I mean, she does well, but you know, that's subjective. Yeah, sorry if I hyped you up. The main reason she's a winner here, and the main winner, is that she's the person who, along with Minkyung, is given the most positive screen time, and she's given a sympathetic arc with her health issues and desire to do better. This sets her up nicely for the rest of the season. I expected after all of this that Team 1 would win, but as I mentioned earlier, Team 2 did. Clearly, Mnet gets the trainees back to hair and makeup before they get to the evaluation because everyone is fixed up after performing. Speaking of, Mnet tried to use a shot of Team 1 looking nervous backstage to show how good Team 2 are, but Team 1's hair is perfect, indicating that this shot was probably taken before they performed, not after. The next team we see is Break It by Kara. Here, Mnet make an interesting choice. Instead of giving Kim Na-young's team, Team 1, a sob story about being the leftover team, they embrace it instead. The most important people in this battle are Na-young and In-sun, who was the oldest contestant on the show and thus the target of much ridicule, which she thankfully seemed to have handled well. In-sung and Na-young, along with Seo-hyung, who was the one who butchered the IU high note in episode 1, are the only 3 trainees to survive this round from this battle. Unsurprisingly, since I don't remember anyone else from the group. Let's talk winners and losers, since there's no super important overarching plot for this segment. First, Seo-hyung gets a flashback to her poor vocals in the demo stage, typical, which leads into all of Team 1 being criticised for their vocals. In the actual performance, her styling is very different and she looks like a completely different person. She also gets complimented, implying improvement, so she's a small winner. While I'm talking about mini winners, I'll also talk about Sejong and Mina. As Kim Na-young's Jellyfish label mates and as desired members for the final group, they show up and get more screen time than most people in this matchup do. Na-young is a far bigger winner here though. After the team is criticised for their vocals, Na-young feels a lot of pressure. She's just been made the main vocalist and is the centre and leader of her team, which of course gives her lots of justification to stress. Her team, in turn, also worry about her, which is actually really good. Having others worry about you being burdened paints you as a likeable and selfless person. She's complimented in the performance, of course, and she gets to be depressed and show the desire to improve and do better when her team loses, which is understandable considering they were a leftover team. Finally, we have In-sun, who, despite being ridiculed, is a winner. There's a very big difference between having fun poked at you in a way which makes you seem incompetent and having fun poked at you in a way which makes you seem like a comedy character. And as much as fans love to talk about how they wish that trainees would be treated as real people, not 2D comedy characters, at the end of the day, being comedic relief is way better than being evil or incompetently edited. If you hadn't guessed, Insun is the former. In the interim, she's criticised for having a thick voice, which you might think is bad screen time, but when she's criticised for her age, she criticises Mnet back for bringing it up, which Mnet treats as perfectly acceptable for her to do. But she does also worry that she's too old, which makes her a generally sympathetic character. Beyond this, she is also painted as a good-natured and goofy person, and this, combined with her generally high screen time, makes her the only person on the team to survive, and sets her up for a pretty long-lived time on the show. Next we get into the La Cha Ta teams. For reals this time. It turns out that this is a 5v4 matchup, which means that Mnet can't use the typical metric of which team accumulates more votes to choose a winner. So they do the obvious thing and go for higher average votes among teammates. Why they didn't just decide to use this system for all teams, I don't know. Eunjin, who I earlier mentioned had missed the Signal Song mission, is taken to hospital in an ambulance this time, and ends up leaving the show, as I mentioned. Danny also gets sick, so Team 2 lost their main vocalist and Team 1 were without a centre for a long time. Why is everyone getting sick on this show? Like, what did Mnet do to people? Both of these teams are absolutely falling apart in the interims, and almost no one survives criticism. It's basically just Danny who misses out on the criticism because she was sick. Sehee, the leader of Team 1, and Seyoung, the main vocal, are criticised for not knowing the choreography and having bad attitudes, practicing poorly and not remembering the lyrics. Sehee is also criticised for laughing and Seyoung for her vocals. Neither is given the chance to redeem themselves, and neither is complimented in the performance either, so they're pretty clear-cut losers. Similarly, Hyemin, the leader of Team 2, is criticised. Although Team 2 are doing better than Team 1, Hyemin herself is making mistakes and laughing a lot over it. She does get to cry about being a slow learner, and her team back her up, saying she's a good leader and a hard practicer, and she gets complimented in the performance, so in the end she has a relatively neutral edit in comparison to the Team 1 people. When her team wins, she gets to reflect on the battle, saying that she has regrets but did her best. The only addition I have to make to this is that Doyeon is the centre for Team 2 and is the one who gets the most votes. Doyeon, surprisingly, was given almost no screen time in this episode, considering she was literally one of Mnet's picks for IOI. I can only assume that one of the following things happened. 1, they just wanted to highlight her in a later mission, not this one. 2, they felt the performances were of such low quality that they didn't want to associate her with them. Or 3, she did literally nothing of any note, including lacking a powerful performance and any drama. Or maybe it was just one of the sacrifices made to the fact that this round had 20 performances! The final song to be shown is Irony, which was probably kept for last as fan favourite Sejong was in it. Hilariously enough, even though it was shown last, it clearly wasn't filmed last, since the mentors ask who's next, a question they obviously wouldn't be asking if there was only one set of teams left. The big storyline here is that Haein, the leader, centre and main vocalist of Team 2, is confident, but also kind of a dictator. Meanwhile, Sejong, the queen, in Team 1 has to deal with the chronically underskilled Sohae, so let's discuss. To start with, Sohae is mostly a winner here. Now, I'll no doubt talk about this much more throughout this video, but Mnet wanted Sohae for IOI. I don't think anyone can really argue with that. Why did they want her, an acting trainee with no idol skills? Was it for virality reasons, novelty, variety skills, visuals? I don't know, but they did want her. And what do Mnet do if they can't push a trainee for their skills for whatever reason? They push them for their personality, of course. Sohae's whole thing on this show was that yes, everyone admitted she lacked skills, but she made up for it by working 10 times harder than everyone else. And this was the start of that arc. Conveniently not including any flashbacks to when she gave up in the Signal Song mission. They also tie Sohae to Sejong, who is arguably the most popular trainee on the show and has already been shown to have a good and relatable personality and a good skill set. Sohei is criticised in the interim, of course, for not being able to keep up with the choreography, which leads into the rest of the team being criticised. This is where the now iconic line, "Sohei, do you want to be a singer?" comes in, and she says yes, which I thought was hilarious because just a few episodes ago she was saying she was an acting trainee who didn't realise this was a singing show. Staged, I tell you! At this point, Sejong becomes Sohei's personal trainer and they work together. Sohei supposedly reminds Sejong of her younger self. Sohei's mantra becomes hard work. She's such a lowly, pathetic creature cowering in the presence of the mentors and the skilled Sejong that she can't even hope for a compliment. All she wants to hear is that they could tell that she practiced. In the second interim, because that's a thing they do on this season, Sohei is shown to actually be able to keep up with the choreography and everyone is gobsmacked. Mentor BYJ even cries over how hard they must have worked, which of course makes Sohei and the rest of her team cry. Sohei gets her compliment that BYJ could tell that she practiced. In the actual performance, she does unfortunately make a mistake on her first line, which does a lot of damage to the storyline that Mnet just tried to create, but they still paint her sympathetically, showing how everyone looks depressed about her failure, and showing Sohei herself being upset in her confessional. We also get the replay of how she didn't want to make more mistakes because she worked hard. I kid you not, I think this section with the repetition of her mistake, shots of everyone being sad, her being upset and so on, lasts for over a minute, during which the line about her working hard must have been repeated like 10 times. Beyond this storyline, which makes her a clear winner, Sohei also gets tons of screen time, making her very salient. Duh. Related to Sohei, Sejong is of course a huge winner. She's, as usual, shown to be a skilled and kind trainee with a good attitude. She's paired with Sohei, who Mnet like, and selflessly does her best to help Sohei, while also being sympathetic to Sohei's struggles. She gets tons of screen time with Sohei and is complimented a lot, and of course, she gets the highest score of the entire round. A smaller winner is Hei, who is the centre for Team 1 with Sejong and Sohei. She's complimented for suiting the song, but gets literally no other screen time. The only other notable person for this mission is Heian, who is kind of a loser. She's criticised subtly by Mnet, who imply that she's been strong-arming her way into getting everything. She gets to show her determination and the mentors have faith in her, and that's it. Yeah, literally. Mnet cares so little about Heian and her team that they get almost no screen time compared to Team 1. She doesn't even get a proper villain arc. Anyway, as I'm sure you'd expect considering the mere presence of Sejong, Team 1 wins. Now we get to the end of the episode, which has all of the tension and drama that a usual pre-elimination episode has. The trainees say they all want to survive, and Mnet tells you how the trainees all suffered, ignoring the fact that it was all at their hands. Everyone is depressed, and on-site voting rankings are revealed. Shiori is in last place with only 9 votes, the only one to not reach double digits, and the show points this out. This leads into even the higher-ranking trainees being depressed about their scores, but the top 11 of course look happy, especially Sejong. I found it really interesting to see all of the individual ranks considering the Planet series doesn't do this. Mnet also gives a mandatory highlight of the importance of the benefit, as those whose teams lost sometimes experience falls as big as 40 places in ranks because of it. However, Mnet still wants to remind you that these aren't the final rankings, because they tease the elimination being presented in the next episode. Now, anyone who's watched even a snippet of an Mnet show knows that episode 5 is the first elimination, but you need to remember that the audiences in 2015 didn't know when the elimination would happen, or even if they'd see it on screen, in person, whatever. So this would have been important, if possibly shocking, information. And with that, well, let's use that information to tune into the first elimination. Alright, here we go. The first elimination in the history of produce, and may I say, it's very different from the Planet 999 ones. We get a kind of bizarre Kunsuk intro segment where he gives the girls a motivational class and talks about how being an idol would be such a good opportunity for them. He specifically talks about how he started working because his family lived in poverty and he was able to get them out of poverty. On one hand, this is nice and is motivational and leads into the girls talking about their own dreams. Kunsuk also provides the nice message that each of the girls needs to fight themselves, not the others. On the other hand, this just feels like, to say it as the kids say it these days, this feels like Kunsuk glazing just because he's the host of the show. At the same time, I think his purpose on this show was partially to reintroduce him to the public and rehabilitate his image after he had a tax scandal, so it makes sense that they went to so much effort to make him look like a good person. Next, we get into the elimination, which is actually presented by 3 MCs who add extra comments on each of the contestants, something that, as far as I'm aware, has never happened since, either on Produce or Planet 999. This is just one of the fun things about this show that shows how they were experimenting with different formats to see what worked out. It also emphasises again that the ranks are 100% decided by the audience, which is funny because it's a lie, but was said because this is the novelty of the show at the time. They also emphasise the drama of the poor person who ends up in rank 62, one off from surviving, and tease the battle for rank 1 between Sejong and Somi, something they'd never do these days since it ruins the drama of the top ranks. Unlike in newer seasons, trainees don't get to introduce themselves here, they just walk in and bow, and the set reminds us of how low budget this seems compared to newer seasons. Then we're already into a filler variety segment, which shows the girls getting flu shots and health checkups and then doing some fitness training. The trainees being suddenly woken up at the dorms by Mnet shenanigans has now become so common that trainees predict morning missions, but this was the first time it happened. I feel it's worth mentioning here some structural manipulations Mnet uses to make sure they get shots of trainees looking flustered, such as waking them up early and only giving them 10 minutes to get ready. This section, of course, gives lots of screen time to people Mnet either want in the final group or generally like, with a few others sprinkled in for comedic reasons, such as how Eunbin from CLC is highlighted for her struggles in the yoga class. This section also does something interesting, which I think is more unique to Produce and seems to have been left behind in Planet 999, the meta aspect of the trainees' awareness of the audience. Let me explain. Every season has meta moments, especially when trainees reference bad things they know Mnet will do, or ways in which Mnet will edit things. See Yunso on Boys Planet. But these statements are only ever directed at previous seasons and are mostly generalised. They're never directed at the actual season of the show that they're in. Trainees still show awareness of the outside world, of course, even outside of thanking the fans. We know that they look at their episodes and so on because many a trainee has talked about how they knew that their rank was falling, something they'd only know from outside information or intervention. But the original Produce seasons seemed to be way more explicitly meta about direct, real-time, bi-directional impact that fans and trainees had on each other. They often show trainees having explicit awareness of explicit comments that were left about them by netizens, and then show the trainees' reactions to this in far more explicit ways. For instance, in this segment, Mina talks about how she saw that she got a lot of hate comments for her weight, which leads right into the fitness trainer forcing her into a diet, which is of course played off for laughs. The segment directly shows how the negative comments have affected Mina's confidence and mental health, something I don't think they've done on any of their post-scandal seasons. Certainly not for negative comments, only for positive comments for those they like. Anyway, now we're back to the elimination, where the next odd for Planet 999 thing happens. The surviving trainees are announced in groups of 10. Also, hilariously, since this is season 1, Kunsuk literally has to explain that they're starting from rank 60 and leaving rank 61 to the end for drama reasons. No one explains that these days, we just accept it. The first trainee to survive throughout the entirety of the Produce franchise is Kang Si-hyun from Star Empire, and the whole idea of survival is so new to us that she literally has no clue what to do. Does she stay there? Does she need to stand up? Also, produce was all about the company of the trainee, since it was marketed partially as a collaboration between so many companies. So the company of a trainee is permanently fused to their name throughout the whole show, right up until the finale. This doesn't happen in the modern seasons, presumably because, well, certain companies were explicitly involved in the rigging, thus audiences probably don't want to see their names around. The nature of announcing 60 trainees 10 at a time means most of this segment is sped through, and Mnet only shows the speeches of a few trainees they like or the speeches of those who make others cry. They also do their now classic evil manipulation of asking people about their eliminated friends. For instance, Suyeon, the girl who won through sexiness, is asked to give a message to her label mates, and of course, both she and her friends cry. This entire time, Kinsuk is the one announcing the ranks, and I bet you already forgot about the MCs I mentioned earlier, which doesn't even matter because they may as well not be there anyway. They're basically useless and just butt in every now and then to make comments about trainees to make sure the audience remembers certain trainees for their good performance moments. But as we see in literally every other elimination for the rest of Produce and Planet 999 and literally everything else, they can just do that in the edit. They don't need extra people to make those comments. Once we've announced ranks 60 through 41, we get into the now infamous Produce hidden camera prank. It starts out tame enough. Some bottles have been knocked over, a staff member is struggling with carrying things, that kind of thing. And Mnet, of course, highlight the trainees, mostly their faves, who do the conscientious thing and help out, with some mandatory Sejong comedy. The infamous part of this segment, which is the bit you're more likely to have seen, is the prank in which a trainee and a camera person sit in a room, waiting to film an interview, when the camera person knocks over and breaks one of the mega expensive cameras used on the show. The test here is clear. Will the trainee let the staff member lose their job over this, or will they take the blame and hope that their status as a trainee shields them somewhat? As I'm sure you can imagine, leading these trainees, most of whom are under 20 and probably have 10,000 won to their name maximum, to believe that their idol careers may well be over and or that they'll be in debt for tens of millions of won for ages, even if they get the chance to debut, is scummy to say the least. As I thought, and as audiences at the time and over the past 10 years have felt. This is far from the worst prank in K-pop. I don't think anything could possibly compare to the prank they pulled on Skeksy's Sunghoon, making him think he killed his group member, but just because it's far from the worst doesn't mean it's not needlessly stressful and cruel. Anyway, needless to say, the trainees react poorly. They worry they'll be kicked off the show or out of their companies, and you could see the imagined future debt piling up in front of their eyes. Mnet, of course, used this section to show the trainees who they like, who also agreed to help the camera person. I have no doubt there were lots of people who didn't help the camera person, but of course that would ruin their image, even though it's perfectly logical to not help, so Mnet didn't show that. The people Mnet show are Im Nayoung, Mina, Chaekyung, Yesil, Sejong, and Yoojung. And as is typical for them, Sejong is their comic relief, as she realises that it's a prank before the prank ends, since she knows her mum's phone number and thus that the staff have given her the wrong phone number to talk to. Thankfully, after this uncomfortable series of events, we move on to announcing ranks 40 to 21. I only have a few notes for these trainees. Our Queen Hyungin, who ranked 37th, gives a message to her father. Insun is, as always, humorous, and Seokyoung talks about the difficult nature of being an individual trainee. Next we have a mini segment where the trainees pick the main visual of the show. The final battle is between Pinky and Chaeyeon, and Pinky wins in the end. The lack of seriousness in this section is, I think, a marker of the first season in general, which was far less polished. You think Boys 2 Planet was bad? Boy, do I have a season that will blow your socks off. After that, we get back into the announcement of ranks 20 through 12. At this point, we take longer for each trainee, since these people are, generally, people Mnet liked more. I have to say though, I was surprised that no one was surprised with Chunmi's rank dropping out of the top 11. I was also surprised that it seems like they muted the sounds of trainees clapping for Yeonjung, who they literally want in the group. On a more obvious Mnet note, they highlight how she rose from being in the elimination ranks to rank 12, only one away from the final group, with the power of her viral into the New World performance, which they manufactured. As a matter of interest, at time of writing, the performance video for Yeonjung's group is at 19 million views, while the performance for the other, supposedly Avengers group is only at 4.9 million. Even accounting for the fact that these videos have had 10 years to accumulate views, that's a lot. Then we're into the top 11. Sohei is rank 11 and is highlighted for her improvement and her relationship with Sejong, who she thanks. Jun Soyeon is rank 10 and Kim Nayoung is rank 9. At this point, I also noticed that they were showing the age next to people's names, something that just feels natural for wholesome porn Produce 101 to do. Yes, I won't shut up about that phrase, because we see time and time again throughout the original seasons how it was enacted, and it's just another insidious layer of harm Mnet forces on the trainees. The label may be gone in modern seasons, but it's definitely still there. Ahem, Eugen, ahem. Do I mean Kepler Eugen or Zero Base 1 Eugen? Both, bruv. And while we're at it, Eyes 1 Eugen. Anyway, Chaeyeon is at rank 8, which suits the discussion we've just had, since it's mentioned that, quote, the uncle fans like her aegyo. Now, I don't mean to imply that every uncle fan who watches Produce is a predator. The vast majority almost certainly aren't. But does this not sound weird to people? This is the same as saying all the Nuna fans loved Eugen on Boys Planet. Next, Danny is rank 7 and Kathy is rank 6. Mina is rank 5 and is tied heavily to Sejong. Pinky is rank 4 and Yoojung is rank 3. Then we get a flashback to Somi being pushed down to B tier and being stressed about that. However, she was complimented in her performance, but her rival Sejong was also complimented, so who could possibly be rank 1? Well, the drama of this whole episode is massively reduced by the fact that we literally see the rankings every episode in Produce seasons, unlike on the Planet ones. Anyway, in the end, as expected, Somi is rank 2 and Sejong is rank 1. Sejong gives a nice, selfless speech about how she could give up the space for Somi if the audience desires, and then she ascends. Not up a middle aisle, but via a staircase which goes around the back of the set. Dang man, Produce 101 did not know how to make good drama and show compared to the Planet seasons. No wonder they changed the set design. Now we get to the announcement of rank 61, which is, of course, dramatic. The final survivor always is, and that's why they leave it for last. The screens show 4 candidates for survival, which is totally normal. What isn't normal for modern seasons is that the screens are positioned behind the trainees who have already been called, and would have been covered by the higher parts of the set for some of the trainees on the ground. That's just bad design. Even worse for the drama, instead of announcing trainees out loud, they just slowly disappear from the screens until one person is left. The final trainee is Hwang Ayoung, who went on to get no screen time and who gives a typical depressing last place speech. Okay, I mean, she got a bit of screen time, but not that much. After this, Kunsuk reflects on how the trainees have changed and grown and become more like idols. The eliminated trainees will move on and the surviving trainees will start the next round the next day. He also announces something which I can only assume was a Produce rule which was scrapped for Planet 999. In the period between rounds 1 and 2, since she ranked first, Sejong will automatically be the centre for every performance. Insane. The closest we've come to something like this in the modern seasons is the Island 2 contestants being able to pick positions based on rank, but even then it wasn't automatic. If someone who ranked high wanted to do the least lines, they could if they wanted to. The other thing that I think is interesting about this is that he didn't say she'll be the centre for whichever group she picks in the next mission. He said she'll be the centre for all performances. So does that mean, if they did a promotional performance of Pick Me somewhere, she'd be the centre for that performance? What does it mean? Then we get the classic post-credits scene of the trainees saying goodbye to each other, and we see that they sing together, which is nice. And then we're right into the teaser for the next episode. We start with some product placement, mostly done by the trainees Mnet want in IOI, and then the announcement of the mission, which continues to paint Sejong as humble and selfless through her insane amounts of screen time. They also interview rank 61 Ayoung, which I guess is in place of giving her a good storyline? RIP. This is the first time the produce trainees and audience are introduced to the concept of the position evaluation, which has been a staple of produce and other survival shows ever since. If you somehow don't know, let me tell you the way Kunsuk does. The mission is split into the three main K-pop positions, vocal, rap, and dance, and the trainees who specialize in a position also contribute something to the creation of the performance. Vocal trainees have to rearrange the song, rap trainees have to write their own lyrics and rap, and dance trainees choreograph the choreography. They also announced that only ranks 1 through 35 will be surviving after this round. The benefit is also 100,000 votes, which may not sound like much to a Planet 999 viewer considering Planet hands out hundreds of thousands of votes like it's nothing, but actually this is very different from Planet 999, because when a Planet trainee gets 100,000, it's 100,000 points, not votes. And the number of points is significantly higher than the number of votes a trainee gets, because points are votes adjusted with a multiplier, which weighs Korean votes much heavier. For instance, in the Girls' Planet finale, Chaehyun had 1 million points, but only 360,000 votes, showing how magnified her score was by Korean votes. Bahie, in comparison, was the most popular global trainee and had 190,000 points, but only 520,000 votes, significantly less magnified because all of the votes were international. I feel like, don't quote me on this, but I feel like there was some calculation that Jung Hao in the finale of Boys Planet had like 3 million points or something, but he only had 1 million votes. And there was something like Sangwon at some point on Boys 2 Planet had like 8 million points, but he had like 3 million votes or something. Like, basically the point is that 100,000 points doesn't do that much, but the vote counts, like 100,000 votes will do a lot more, if that makes sense. I think this example makes it clear that in the Planet series, an increase of 100,000 votes would have been a significantly bigger impact than an increase of 100,000 points, especially if those votes were classified as Korean votes. This shows how massive this benefit was. I'll take raw votes over points any day. Also, the process of benefit allocation is different for produce than in Planet 999. In the modern seasons, we're used to a whole team receiving a benefit for winning their respective battle, or alternatively, and sometimes at the same time, the trainee who ranks first in each team gets an extra benefit. But in Produce 101, only 3 trainees get a benefit out of the remaining 61. The trainees who ranked first in each of the 3 categories via on-site fan votes. Get ready for the bloodbath. The songs are revealed all at once, which is so undramatic, and we get the first reveal on a Produce season that all of the songs will have trainee limits, which will be filled in order of rank from 1st to 61st. Most of this selection is skipped, except for surprising things like Sohae choosing dance, and the teaser that, of course, not everyone got the song they wanted. We get a quick teaser of each of the storylines, but oddly enough, where in modern seasons and even earlier and later in this season, they show all of the groups at once, for this round they only show the teasers for the vocal groups, and they basically never show the other groups, which was strange. Also, these segments were hilariously one-sided towards showing IOI members again. Riggery! Both in terms of editing and votes. Anyway, I'll leave those individual bits of information for when we see the groups actually perform. So we get a vocal high note battle teaser, and then the introduction of the fans, or national producers, who have come from across Korea to support the various trainees. Proof of how massive this show was in Korea, even from season 1. They also have a live band, which I don't think has ever happened since, but is nice, I guess. The first group up, or at least the first group edited into the episode, is Big Bang's Monster. The whole thing with this team is that they have Sumin, who was the girl who rose from F to A tier, versus Chunmi for main vocal. The hilarious thing here is that Mnet don't care much about Sumin, but her all-rounder status and her incredible rise in the Signal song make her a perfect tool to pit against Chunmi, who they don't like. They also like calling Chunmi and Jinhee old. There's no real storyline here since they don't actually like Sumin and the performance itself was pretty unedited, but I'll talk about it anyway. Sumin is the obvious winner. Her skills are highlighted and she's made sympathetic as Mnet highlight her lack of confidence, and how she potentially feels strong-armed into giving Chunmi the centre position. She also gets some minor comedy moments as she talks to the camera, the staff, and herself, seeming very meta. Actually, even though there was no real story, I thought that this was just such a good edit that I was surprised that Mnet eliminated her in the semi-finals, not in the finals. In comparison, Chunmi and Jinhee are obvious losers. Jinhee to a far lesser extent. She was basically called old and that was it, even though she wasn't that old. Chunmi, on the other hand, was said to suit the song, which is good, but Mnet also implied that she took the centre position from Sumin, I guess through virtue of, bullying her with her seniority rather than skill. Note that Mnet's whole thing with Chunmi has been trying to portray her as unskilled and old. They even put a flashback to her botched vocals in Into the New World. In the end, when Sumin is ranked first in the group over Chunmi, Mnet painted as a deserved victory over a less skilled trainee. The next group is Day by Day. This group similarly has a rivalry set up between Juna, who Mnet like but not that much, and IOI member Yeonjung. Juna is the leader and both want to be the centre, and Juna's confidence compared with Yeonjung's lack of confidence creates the perfect scenario to borderline evil edit Juna as borderline bullying Yeonjung. This obviously culminates in Yeonjung giving an amazing vocal performance and ranking first in the group, and thankfully for us, Juna and Yeonjung make up and improve their leadership skills. Let's discuss. Clearly, Juna is the loser of this situation. Yes, the manufactured fight between them was resolved at the end of the story, and was manufactured, and Juna did reach out to Yeonjung first to ask her to speak, but I do think she still ends up slightly in the negative. She was highlighted from the start as a worse vocalist than Yeonjung, as she was voted second on the show, and the disastrous interim check the group has reflects poorly on the leader Juna. She also gets complimented by Yeonjung, but seemingly doesn't return the favour, instead saying that Yeonjung is being greedy for some reason. It's never explained. On the bright side, she does encourage Yeonjung after the interim, which is nice. Yoon So-hyung, who's the girl who butchered her high notes in episode 1, and Mnet won't let you forget it, also makes some vocal mistakes in this performance, but is generally good. Mnet doesn't edit her in any particular way. I mostly just wanted to bring her up because she's 1, the most salient group member after Juna and Yeonjung, and 2, yet more proof of the fact that demo stages are massively orchestrated to make some trainees look bad, and after they have a little bit more time to train and a concept that suits them better, they do much better. It of course helps that after the demo stage, Mnet doesn't actually want as many people to look bad, lest it look like they casted the show poorly. Also, Risa is praised for her improvement, but that's about it. Finally, the obvious winner is Yeonjung. She's given the whole lacking confidence story, and we get lots of shots of her looking depressed and stressing about wanting to meet the fans' expectations. She's torn between what is best for her and what is best for the team, and starts to become closed off. Both she and Juna cry in the interim over the tension that's been brewing between them. The whole team also cry after the performance, but of course, for the audience, the focus is on Yeonjung, considering the edit. In the end, Mnet portraying Juna and Yeonjung as having made up shows how much they like Juna, and resolves this arc relatively nicely. I say it shows how much they like her because if they didn't like her, I don't think they would have shown them making up, because it reflects well on her that they made up, but it doesn't necessarily reflect poorly on Yeonjung, so... The next group is Call Me Baby Team, at which point EXO were described as the #1 boy group. Ah, the good old days. This is a 3-member group where Eunwoo and Yesul are fighting for the centre part, and passive Kim So-hae is stuck as the mediator. Eunwoo ends up becoming the centre, and thus begins a very short segment where the two kind of passively battle it out. Yesil is somewhat bitter that she didn't get the part, but even then she's pretty chill. They're just trying to create drama out of nothing. Their interim goes well, especially compared to other groups, and Yesil is praised for her skills. And then they just perform. That's it, I kid you not. I told you this was unbalanced. So, Kim So-hye gets a neutral edit and very little screen time. Yesel gets a good edit and is highlighted for her skills. Eunwoo is also highlighted for her skills and gets to appeal to the fans about the fact that this is her third survival show, making her a sympathetic figure. How on earth did she manage to get herself on 3 different survival shows pre-2016? I don't know. Yesel obviously ranks first in the group. The next team is the Megustus... I don't know how to pronounce that. Megustus 2? There you go. That's my best effort. Showing how well-known G-Friend were at debut, whose whole storyline is that the leader Haein wants to do various things, while Park Seon, the one who looks like Yuri from Island 2, has a different opinion. In the end, they both kind of get evil edited. Haein is arguably the main character of this piece, but not necessarily in a good way. Hilariously, she starts the group off by saying she wants to vote for each role for the sake of fairness, a strategy which has since become common in produce and literally no one would feel the need to explain 10 years later. She then starts to get into some kind of passive-aggressive conflict with Seon and criticises Seon for not listening to others. She provides lots of ideas on concept changes to the team and is criticised for them, which validates Seon's perspective and makes Haein look bad. Not to mention that Haein struggles with the range of the song. In the interim, Haein cries about the other members of her team in the previous round being eliminated, and says that she saw hate comments claiming that she had ruined the lives of the other members. If you remember back, she was the one who was kind of like the dictator and took all of the roles on the team. So I guess the logic is if she'd spread the roles out among her team members, more of them might have survived. This is another indication of how much more the produce trainees talk about their online reception than the planet ones. But Seon doesn't seem particularly impressed with this crying, and says that she didn't like Haein crying. This makes it seem like Haein is crying for attention, although Mnet do highlight how much effort Haein has put in as leader, so I think she ends up on the slightly negative side of neutral here. Seon is the other half of this story and has similar editing, although hers is arguably worse. She is painted as ignoring others, although her statement that Haein's concept ideas are bad is backed up by the staff members/mentors. When Haein cries in the interim, like I said, Seon criticises her, but this reflects poorly on Seon herself, who is complaining about someone who was understandably upset about hate comments. This makes Seon seem unsympathetic. She ranks first in the group, but this doesn't necessarily seem deserved. The only other notes I have is that Hyeri is constantly stressed about the conflict in the group and is highlighted as cute, and gets a lot of screen time since Mnet likes her, and that Taeha is the centre but also manages to get the lowest score on the team and gets eliminated. She cries, empathising for Haein, and is the person who justifies Haein's actions. The next team is My Best Team, whose whole thing is that they're doing a song that basically none of them know, and they're all low-ranking trainees, so unlikely to survive to the next round. Thankfully, this edit seems to have helped them, as 3 of the 5 ended up surviving. The team are seriously delayed in starting their practice because none of them have even heard the song before, and were only forced to do it by virtue of their low rank. They're edited relatively evenly, like screen time wise, but of course Insun is both a fan and Mnet favourite, and as the leader is the spokesperson of the group. Insun is a winner here, if nothing else because she gets a lot of screen time. She, like I said, is the spokesperson of the group and is shown leading the group well. She also gets a kind of motherly edit as she calls her teammates her kids. Sira is the next winner here, possibly more so than Insun. She's arguably highlighted as the most skilled person on the team, and when the group are criticised in the interims for having basically prepared nothing, she is praised the most. She's also shown to be determined and does a good job in the performance, and then gets to be humble too, asking for votes for the team as the lowest ranked trainees, and being thankful to her teammates for giving her the main vocal position. When she ranks first, she even worries if this was because her teammates gave up parts for her. In comparison to Sira, Youngkyung is the main loser of this team. She's initially the main vocalist, but is shunted out of the position after being criticised in the interim. She gets to cry and thus be sympathetic about losing this position, but she doesn't get a resolution which would have made her not a loser. I hope that made sense. Basically, she's a loser. Finally, Sehi gets some screen time. She praises the song and cries about her struggles, and that's literally it. No wonder she got eliminated right after this. On the bright side, this is the classic vocal performance of the season, which has touching lyrics and makes the other girls cry. It also makes the group members cry. The final vocal song is Yanghua Bridge. Yes, they literally did just show all of the vocal songs back to back to back with no rap or dance in between in this episode. This song is the one that our queen, rank 1 Sejong, picked, so she's automatically the center/main vocalist, and automatically going to get lots of screen time, and is automatically held until last for suspense reasons. The drama here is that Kim Nayoung, a fellow Jellyfish trainee, is worried that she can't beat Sejong, and Chae-kyung was the center for Into the New World but was forgotten about in favor of Yeonjung. Sejong is clearly the winner of this. Even if you haven't watched the show, you know that Sejong was the winner of this. The show makes it seem like when the trainees come on stage, the audience is cheering for Sejong and Sejong alone, and the entire storyline/edit revolves around her. Everyone has huge expectations for her as rank 1, which leads into her getting the first ever rank 1 burden edit in produce history, a storyline which never fails to make me laugh. Oh, I'm rank 1, I'm practically guaranteed to debut, I'm going to get tons of screen time and tons of gifts and tons of everything, and everyone thinks that I'm talented and beautiful. But woe is me, because everyone has expectations of me that I can't possibly meet, even though everyone keeps telling me how much they love me and so on and so on. Like, I genuinely do understand the pressure of being rank 1 and needing to deserve that rank, but Mnet just makes it so melodramatic when realistically it has almost no stakes. Like, it's not like Sejong's gonna get eliminated this round or anything. Anyway, this is all to lead into the fact that Sejong looks very depressed and nervous, and makes mistakes in the interim. She and the rest of the team are criticised for both their mistakes and their lack of confidence, although I do wonder about this because the segment seems to have had altered audio which doesn't sync up with the video. Sejong is apparently so quiet that the mentors can't even give her feedback. Usually at this point we would have drama about whether or not she would lose her part, but because of the rank 1 gimmick, she literally can't lose it, so there's no drama. I guess the implication is that she practiced really hard because the performance went well. Mind you, I think Sejong would have come first regardless of her actual performance by virtue of her insane popularity. Like, she could have seriously bombed it and she still would have ranked first. Other groups and the audience cry at the performance, which is of course linked to Sejong. Kim Nayoung is neither really a loser or winner here. She gets to be sympathetic in her worries about beating or losing to Sejong, but she doesn't get much other screen time. Chae-kyung gets the second most screen time on the team and is highlighted as struggling in practice. She's also said to be emotionally stronger than Sejong in the interims and says she's grateful to her parents, and that's about it. This is neither particularly positive or particularly negative, but does make me wonder why Sejong didn't get some dramatic depression arc here. So instead of holding this for the end of next episode, Mnet now reveal all of the vocal ranks. This segment was filmed chronologically after every single performance was done, but I guess they just decided to show it here for some reason. They do the same thing next episode. They reveal this in the most stressful, drawn-out way possible, but the moral of the story is that Call Me Baby team ended up with high average ranks, showing the benefit of being in a smaller group and having more concentrated votes when the benefit system is like this. And Sejong, of course, ranks first. There's also some mini-drama as Sira overtook Yeonjung. Sejong is humble in her victory, and Sira gives a speech about how Sejong deserves it, which is nice. We then see the overall current voting ranks. I noted a few interesting things. Yunso from Cube fell 20 spots, Taeha fell 22 spots, Happyface Suyeon rose 20 spots, and Hyemin rose 30. I have no clue why any of these things happened because none of these people had any edits that I thought would justify such a huge change. Haein also rises 21 ranks, which I suppose would make sense considering her somewhat sympathetic edit in this episode, but these ranks reflect the episode 5 edit, not the episode 6 edit, so again, I don't know why this happened. Finally, Im Nayoung rises 13 ranks to the top 11, which makes sense considering her growing popularity at the time. Then we get a dramatic next episode teaser, and on we go. At the start, we get a recap of the rules of the round and the trainees' creative involvement, and go straight into the performances. Yep. Last episode we had all of the vocal teasers and then all of the vocal performances, but this episode we have literally no teasers and just alternate between both rap and dance performances. This is fine, but the change in structure is like really weird to me. I guess this is just more of Mnet experimenting with structure in the first season. The first performance for this episode is Rhythm Tar, a song I can never hear normally post ATs on Kingdom. Here, Guy and Kathy battle it out for centre via rock, paper, scissors, with Guy winning, at which point Guy gets criticised for winning in such a frivolous way and for struggling. There's only 3 members on this team, so they all get some kind of note from me. Guy is a winner here. She's criticised for her mistakes and skills in the interim, but she's also a very sympathetic figure, since she cries about her inability to show something good and gives up her spot to Kathy for the good of the team. She then gets a compilation of her practicing hard, and I mean, you can tell Mnet likes her because even though she's not the centre anymore, they still make her stand in the centre. Her arc also gets nicely resolved as she does better in the performance and ranks first. I think she was a popular visual pick at the time. And then she gets the nice motivational music. Yeah, what happened to not being allowed to change the centre, Mnet? Kathy is also a winner. She takes over as centre after Kai and does a good job, and is praised, but that's about it. The final member of this team is Kang Sehyun, who doesn't really get any screen time but does have a good attitude about ranking third, which is nice, I guess. At this point, instead of another performance, we have a mini segment where the dance mentors meet with the dance trainees and have a dance battle. Sohye is called out for picking dance and justifies herself by saying she wants to improve. In the dance battle, Park Soyeon and Chang'e are highlighted. They're like the top 2 dance trainees. A very strange segment which does nothing to lead into the actual next performance, which is not, in fact, Sohei's performance, but is Growl by EXO. They're teased to have a rivalry with Bang Bang Team, i.e. the Avengers team of this round, but the hilarious thing is that Kunsuk asks Haeyoung, who isn't even the leader of Growl Team, about the rivalry. Only Haeyoung's apparently never heard of this rivalry before, which completely ruins the scripted moment and throws Kunsuk off. Basically, what Mnet was referring to seems to have been that Haeyoung and the other trainees really wanted to do Bang Bang, but Bang Bang was so popular with so many high-ranked trainees that there was no space for lower-ranked trainees, and they chose Growl as a second option. Park Soyeon, who became the leader and centre of this team, was the first to lead the charge as such, since she decided it would be hard for her to win in Bang Bang against popular trainees. This leads into a leader arc for Park Soyeon, who stresses about the fact that no one joins her team until they get to those ranked in the 40s. But she's happy to see that they actually have good skills and synergy. Even though the other trainees doubt them, Park Soyeon is happy, and the happiness of a high-ranking skilled trainee is all the team needs to look good. Their interim goes well, and they're praised by the mentors and other popular trainees, and Kahi calls them the Avengers team. Clearly, the use of the term, like the meaning of it, wasn't properly solidified at this point. The performance itself was quite cut up, so I didn't feel like I could actually see if I liked it or not, but Mnet edited it like it was really good. The only person who got any reasonable screen time in this segment was Park Soyeon, who Mnet liked and always wanted in the finale. Duh. She's the leader and centre. She was involved in improving team morale and creating the choreography. Hilariously, she is the one who gets the sympathetic sob story as she talks about how her teammates are low ranked and she wants this performance to help them survive. Oh yes, let's make the person who's guaranteed to survive look sad, not, the people who are doomed. Actually, considering this performance was sexy and sexy performances are usually the most popular on these shows, I was kind of surprised that Soyeon was the only one who survived. Then again, the industry was trending more towards cute and refreshing concepts at this time, which we'll see throughout the rest of the show. Regardless, Soyeon is the most highlighted and is the centre of the group's underdog rising arc, which dies as they all get eliminated, and she's the one who gets to make the masters cry. Mnet also tried to create drama over the question of whether Soyeon will rank first, by desperately trying to make Haeyoung look like a contender, which is totally unbelievable. The next performance is a rap performance for You Look Good. This is the team that holds My Queen, Hyungin! and her label mate Kim Minji and Happy Face's Hwang Ah-young, aka the girl who ranked 61st and was forced to do this song because it was the only one left, despite her being a vocalist. On the bright side, even though she has to do rap, she's still grateful she gets to perform another time. The whole thing for this performance is that Hyungin and Minji, who are more experienced, need to help her. They actually encourage her to be the centre, and she eventually wins the part through rock, paper, scissors. This is another classic Produce season trope. The group of vocalists, or in this case one vocalist, who has to do rap and stuffs up the interim but puts on a heartwarming performance which also manages to diss Mnet, but Mnet are okay with it because none of these trainees are popular enough to make the final group, and or Mnet like them anyway. Ahem, we are, ahem. In the end, the performance makes everyone cry, and Hyungin, the queen, is ranked first in the group, as she deserves. Alright, let's discuss each of the team members. Kim Minji gets the least amount of screen time out of the three of them. She's the leader, and despite her lack of screen time, is generally portrayed well. She and Hyungin encourage Ah-young and help her, and Minji, along with the team, is criticised in the interim and praised in the final performance, but that's it. Ah-young is the main winner of this arc. Surprisingly, her low rank isn't given much attention, rather just her development as a rapper. She gets the whole lacking confidence arc usually associated with lower ranked trainees, and is shown to work hard. When her teammates are criticised in the interim, she is generally praised, probably because the mentors had lower expectations for her, and they encourage her to be more confident. She also makes the other trainees cry with her lyrics, both in the interim and in the performance, which is given tons of screen time. The only thing that prevents this from being a nice heartwarming arc is the fact that she gets eliminated in the next episode. Hyungin is the other main winner of this team. She's the only one who survives to the next round and gets lots of screen time helping Ah-young. She's also highlighted as making everyone cry with her lyrics, and she reflects on the loss of her two teammates from the previous mission. Those trainees were put in the front row of the audience, presumably to make her emotional, marking the first time eliminated trainees come back for the sake of tears for people Mnet like. Oh, if only they liked Hyungin a bit more than they actually did. Anyway, I did have one weird note for Hyungin. In the interim, she writes lyrics talking about how the class system is bad, i.e. she's a person not to be classified, and the mentors criticise her for this, saying that her class belongs to the national producers and she shouldn't diss the fans. But like, her rank belonged, ostensibly, to the producers. Her class was entirely the product of Mnet. She wasn't even dissing the national producers to begin with. WTF, cheater, what is this feedback? I guess she was just too good and they needed to find something to criticize her on so that it looked like she grew? Anyway, the next performance is Full Moon by Sunmi, made up of 3 IOI members, Sohae, Pinky, and Chaeyeon. As I'm sure you could expect, the whole story is about Sohae struggling and wanting to improve and do well. Pinky gets the second greatest amount of screen time, especially since she helps Sohae, and Chaeyeon gets almost none. She's the IOI member who got the least screen time on the show, as I'll talk about later, because I guess Mnet decided that as a Dia member she was guaranteed to debut regardless, with consistently strong ranks. Because of this, fans were also unsurprised when she debuted, so even if she did slip, Mnet could have rigged her without suspicion. This is probably the arc which annoyed the viewers most at the time. You thought the Junmin and Dion arcs were bad? Try the Sohae one. She was the most hated dozen during the show, and a super divisive figure because it was so clear that Mnet loved her and wanted her in, but that she didn't have the current skill level for an idol group. And if anyone had any doubts at this point that Mnet wanted her, this arc destroyed those doubts. As you'd expect, Sohae was a huge winner in this arc. She started off by struggling, remembering being criticised by everyone and being super depressed. It's at the point where the 2 other members wonder if she would even be fit for a part. They then show lots of confessionals of her talking about how she wants to improve, and they either give her or let her wear this cute little bow in her hair to make her look innocent and harmless. The other members compliment her ideas and say she's cute, especially when she asks if she's doing the right thing. She says she feeds off of compliments and everyone seems happy, and then we get to the interim, which starts on a bad note with Sohei being criticised for not even having a starting pose. The group, especially Sohei, make lots of mistakes and are criticised, but you can tell they like Sohei because when she cries, BYJ offers to help her, and Kahi tells her that she's doing a great job and shouldn't cry, something they only say to trainees they like. I'm getting Junmin Hengyu flashbacks. We then get a compilation of Pinky helping Sohei practice, and the mentors saying that her effort is the prettiest thing about her. I assume this isn't meant as a backhanded compliment, but instead that her effort makes her pretty. It was probably just translated weirdly. Anyway, in the performance, she's highlighted for her improvement, and Mnet make a dramatic reveal of the fact that she ranked first in the group, which she of course cries over, and the other members comfort their cute baby. Sohei also gets a nice humble moment by saying that the others could have done better without her, and without having to help her, so she's thankful to them. The whole point of this segment, if you haven't already guessed, was that, yes, Mnet can admit that Sohei is lacking skills, but they want you to care about her because of her personality and hard work, which will make up for her skills. Pinky is the member who gets the second largest portion of the screen time. She's a definite winner because she has 3 main positive things going for her. First of all, she's the prettiest trainee on the show, and everyone thinks she's beautiful and sexy. Second, she missed out on the centre position last mission when it was taken from her for her lack of impact. But in this mission, she gets to become the centre and does a great job with the part, despite her previous depression. Finally, she's the main person who helps Sohei, and thus is shown to have a good personality and good leadership skills. Chaeyeon is the final member who gets the least screen time, as I mentioned earlier. But she's still painted like the others as sexy and beautiful in the performance, and is shown to be skilled. In the actual performance, she's complimented for seeming like the centre even though she wasn't one, and everyone is shocked that she ranks third in the group, which makes her look even better. As in, like, everyone was shocked that she was only third, and the fact that everyone expected her to be higher makes her look more skilled. So in the end, this group, similarly to the You Look Good group, go 3 for 3 with winners. Good on them. The next team is Turtleship for rap, and Kunsuk's script makes him try to stir up non-existent drama again by saying that he heard the rap trainees had an intense mood. The whole drama with this team is that Yebin and John Soyeon are battling it out to see who is the best rapper. Yebin was on Show Me the Money 4 but didn't get to participate in the song. Meanwhile, John Soyeon is John Soyeon. This becomes very dramatic when they vote for the centre, and the battle is between Suyeon and Yebin. Suyeon lacks confidence, and Yebin is very confident, but Soyeon just gives herself the part anyway, which kickstarts a borderline evil edit for Soyeon, but also a borderline evil edit for Yebin, who, despite being wronged, behaves poorly. Let's discuss. So as far as Soyeon, she obviously just gives herself the centre part without, having been voted in or anything. Yebin complains later about this to Suyeon, saying that Suyeon, the leader, didn't stop Soyeon from just co-opting the part. When Yebin is upset, the camera zooms in on Soyeon's centre sticker, showing that and Soyeon supposedly not deserving or earning the part is the reason for the conflict. In the interim, Soyeon also says that she wants to change things about the song, saying that it ruins her pride to perform something she didn't make herself. This hilariously foreshadows her future producing career, but more importantly, 1. She has performed songs she didn't make herself as part of Idol, and 2. Yeah, that isn't a good thing to say on a show like this, and makes her look arrogant, proud, and uncooperative. On the bright side, some of her ideas are shown to be good, which Yebin agrees with, and Soyeon does show growth, asking her teammates if she's done something wrong. She fairly, in my opinion, criticises her teammates for not liking her ideas but just going along with it anyway. This leads into everything being cleared up, and Soyeon says she understands Yebin's concerns. There are some concerns that might not have been fully made up, but at the end they all comfort each other, and Soyeon unsurprisingly ranks first in the group. And then, when they both survive the next round, they establish that they're friends. Although this edit kind of evens itself out, I do think it was more on the negative side. Yebin is the second person whose edit kind of evens out but ends up on the negative side. As I mentioned earlier, Yebin gets slighted as she was voted to be the centre, but Soyeon gets the role. This paints Yebin in a sympathetic light as someone who faced injustice, but the way she handles it is what leads to her negative edit. She just keeps leaving practice and is shown to pressure the other trainees into making poor decisions, like not changing the lyrics of the chorus, which they get criticised for. She later admits that Soyeon's ideas are actually good, so there's no point arguing against them. But she also leaves the room to cry, which prompts Soyeon to ask if she's done something wrong. Basically, they're kind of bickering back and forth, which eventually leads to the misunderstandings being resolved and the performance being fine. Yebin coming third in the group is kind of treated as karma. The only other person of any note in this group is Suyeon, who is the leader and acts as the mediator between the other two. I think her edit is on the slightly positive side of neutral. The team do poorly in the interims and have conflict over her not stopping Soyeon from co-opting the centre position, both of which reflect poorly on her. But she's also shown to be mediating between the two other members, and Mnet give her the best outfit, making her look like the centre even when she isn't, because they like her and want her to do at least decently. She also ranks second in the group. So with that, we move on to the announcement of the rap rankings. It's announced that Soyeon had to leave because of health issues, so the battle for first place in the rap category is between Hyungin the Queen, Guy, and a flashback of Soyeon from the performance, which is funny. In the end, Hyungin wins, which you can imagine I was very happy with. But also, isn't it just weird that they mixed up rap and dance? They didn't just show all of the rap performances in one go, but then as soon as the rap performances were done, they just slapped this in the middle of the episode. It's just a bit bizarre. Then we're into the rest of the dance performances, starting with Say My Name team. This team is the Im Nayoung and Mina show, and honestly, you know how I said at the start that I almost didn't put Mina and Nayoung in my top 11 because of something? Yeah, this is it. The whole thing with this team is that there's Nayoung, Mina, and then 3 low-ranking trainees. Lee Yeon-so, I believe the youngest trainee on the show, Everglow's leader Sihyun, and Kang Siwon. Despite the fact that Nayoung and Mina have high rankings and are practically guaranteed to survive and likely to debut, they co-opt most of the centre time of the song and leave scraps for the other 3, which understandably makes the other 3 bitter. But bizarrely, not only do Mnet give this story, which makes their 2 faves look bad, screen time, they also try to make it look good for Nayoung and Mina. I don't really know how they expected this to go, but looking at online comments from the time, I don't think they succeeded in making their faves look good, and a lot of people had similar doubts to me about Mina and Nayoung after this. I mean, it was edited and they were under stress, but they just seemed selfish and closed off without any concerns for others, and I thought it was a bit icky and clicky. Okay, but let's actually talk about the editing. As far as Sihyun, Siwon, and Yeon-so, the majority of their screen time is them complaining about their lack of parts, and about not being considered for the killing part. Yeon-so has the additional struggle of feeling like she can't say anything because she's a maknae. Sihyun seems to be the leader of their concerns, as she's the one who specifically says that Nayoung and Mina will survive regardless, and is the one who goes to Kahi for help. You can tell though that Mnet doesn't like the other 3 trainees, because Kahi says she can't help Sihyun even though she totally could have. This edit is odd because it tries to portray these 3 negatively and like they're complaining over nothing, and doesn't put in effort to make them seem sympathetic, but like I said, it doesn't really work. The most positive bit of this is that Siwon compliments Nayoung's leadership skills from the last round, but even then that's just included to prop Nayoung up. Similarly, Mina and Nayoung are supposed to be portrayed positively, but it doesn't really work. Let's start with Mina, who is, I guess, arguably, maybe, kind of, the lesser of 2 perceived evils. Mina starts off strong by saying that she wants to do Younghwa Bridge with Sejong, but decided to distance herself from Sejong, which was smart. Mina is the one who suggests Nayoung for the centre part, and is the one who defends her when the others complain, saying that Nayoung put lots of time and effort into the choreography, and that the others should be thankful rather than complaining. This leads them to basically becoming a clique, and Mina says that if she were the leader, she'd be mad that the others were asking her to change things, as they asked Nayeon to change things. She also says that she wishes the teammates brought up their concerns earlier, and that she wishes they had said thank you to Nayeon, who's been shouldering a bigger burden. This whole section is supposed to show how good Nayeon is, because Mina defends her. But like I said, it just seems weird, and Mina seems unempathetic. On a more positive note, kind of, after the performance, she gets to cry about the hate comments she gets on her weight again, and she praises Nayeon again, saying that Nayeon suited the song best. This leads nicely into Mina ranking first in the group. But the moment is kind of ruined because after that she says that she hopes that she'll get into the top 3 with this rank, showing yet again how she didn't need to have such a large part in this performance. Nayeon is portrayed as the selfless and hard-working leader, clearly setting her up as Mnet's desired leader candidate for IOI. She's shown to be a good planner and efficient, as she wants to get the choreography fully drafted before the interim check the next day. Her Stone Nayeon nickname also returns, making her the first person who Mnet gave a catchy nickname to for the sake of promoting them. She's portrayed as skilled, primarily through Mina's compliments of her, and as I said earlier, Siwon praises her leadership, which makes her look good. She's also shown staying up late to make the choreography, and at the end is complimented by the leftover 3 trainees for working hard, basically trying to say that she was in the right because the others bowed down to her in the end. Actually, looking back at this, I don't know why I described Mina as the lesser of two evils. Like, she's definitely the greater of the two evils. Like, Nayeon just kind of sat there the whole time and Mina's like, why aren't you guys thankful? You should bow down to Nayeon. The next team is Bang Bang Team, which were clearly kept until last as they have the most popular trainees, including Somi. They're also teased as the second Avengers team. I guess we forgot that Growl Team was labelled as the Avengers? This team is highlighted as super popular, and the whole story of the team is basically that they're all really cool, and since there's tons of IOI members here, every time an IOI member does something cool, they're highlighted for it. The performance is super hyped and edited like it's the best thing ever, and the team itself gets lots of screen time compared to groups where there's no IOI members. Yoojung ranks first in the team, which for some reason surprises everyone, even though she's literally the center of the show. But let's discuss. Okay, so first of all, CLC's Eunbin and Kim Seokhyung get 0 screen time. Everyone else is a winner to various degrees. Chang'e is the leader and is portrayed as a dance god, and humbly refuses the center position. She's praised for her leadership and in the interim, and everyone expects her to be first, but is shocked when she's fourth. But she still keeps a positive attitude and says she's still satisfied and had fun doing the stage. The only other note I have for her is that in the interim, you'll remember I mentioned this earlier, when she stands up, we can kind of see her pulling her pants out of her butt. Her hand's off screen, but it's pretty obvious that that's what she's doing. On one hand, this is something we all do, and I love seeing idols be relatable and do human things. On the other hand, I'm shocked that Mnet decided to keep this in, considering it kind of ruins her idol image. Danny is the smallest winner of the other members. She gets the least screen time since they like her but don't want her in the final group, but she is still praised and allowed to show her ment, unlike the screen timeless members. Doyeon also isn't given a huge amount of screen time, but I would still argue that she stands out positively, but that could just be me being biased. The 2 biggest winners are Somi and Yoojung. Somi is the centre of the performance, and the big question with her is whether her skills will be as good as her sense of humour. Her idea of lip-syncing the high note of the song is praised in the interim, and she's repeatedly praised throughout the rehearsal and the performance. Yoojung was always guaranteed to debut, but this performance was the moment where Mnet took the opportunity to truly guarantee it. She is, of course, praised a lot, but also has her sexy killing part moment, which Mnet did their darndest to make go viral, and like I mentioned, she ranks first in the group. After this, we get the reveal of the dance ranks, which is of course super dramatic, but the TLDW is that despite Sohae's super high score, Mina ranks first. This means that the 3 benefit winners are Sejong, Mina and Hyungin. Then we get the teaser of the concept mission. In modern seasons, these songs are shown well in advance, and the audience get to vote on which trainees should go in which song. But for this season, it's more experimental, and the songs aren't shown in advance. Instead, the trainees pick based on rank again. On one hand, I like the viewers choosing since it adds variety and incidentally allows Mnet to manipulate where their favourite trainees go. But on the other hand, I like for the trainees to be able to pick their own songs, since they sometimes get typecast and don't like it. Ahem, Yunso on Boys to Planet. And with that, we're on to the second elimination. The trainees start with some English instruction, and then we get a recap of the previous mission and the 3 winners, followed by the trainees entering. I found it hilarious that for the eliminations, because they don't have a proper entrance to the set, they just put a plastic curtain with glitter over it. I also really like how the top 11 get the bedazzled shoulder pauldrons that the A-grade trainees got in the Signal song. Glittery shoulder pauldrons are cool anywhere. There's no MCs for this elimination, making MCs for eliminations possibly the single shortest lived gimmick in produce history, even shorter than the cells on Girls Planet. Then we get the reveal of the 4th mission, making me think, yet again, how crazy it was that literally none of these trainees had any clue what this would be at the time, but now we're used to the concept missions and predict them in advance. The selection of trainees, like the order that they go in, is based on the interim ranks, which is just the ranks that were given in the previous performance by the 1,000 member audience. So, like, however many votes they got out of 100, their rank within their category, that's what it is. The 5 new songs are introduced by their producers, which is also something that happened in Girls Planet and which I like seeing, as the producers always give extra insight into their songs. If you don't know for some reason, Mnet also likes giving these songs wacko genre names. The 5 songs for this mission, which will each have 7 members, are Girl Crush Pop Song Fingertips by producer Ryan, Hip Hop Bass Don't Matter by Sunny, Trap Pop Yum Yum by Melanie Fontana, Girlish Dance Song In the Same Place by B1A4's Jin Young, and finally, the best song of the round, the best song of the season, and dare I say, one of the best songs in all of produce history, EDM song 24 Hours by DJ Koo and Maximite, the same producers who made the iconic Signal song. After I watched this show, I kid you not, I was playing 24 hours, well, 24 hours a day, pun not intended. 10 out of 10 song, choreography is brilliant, the stage itself is great, Insun is the main vocalist. Yep, 10 out of 10. The choreography videos, being old in terms of produce, are hilariously, 1, not given labels for each position, and 2, super low quality, so rip to the trainees who had to learn based off of these. The benefit is that the winning team will win 150,000 votes. I think this, they didn't actually say in the episode, but I'm pretty sure it was split between the members. They didn't get 150,000 each. The trainees pick the songs themselves, and up to 14 people can be in each song, as per usual. The selection is done in rank order of position, and since Sejong wins Scissors Paper Rock, vocals get to go first. Yeah, I don't think I explained this very well. So what this means is vocals go first from Sejong down to the person who got the lowest rank in the last performances. Then rap goes next, starting with Hyungin, then down, and then Mina and the dance trainees go last because she lost Scissors Paper Rock. Then we get a whole section about people picking their songs. Park Seon, being the first one to get to Yum Yum, also reveals to us that the first trainee in each song gets the privilege of choosing who to kick out if there are more than 14 members. Yum Yum end up kicking out Sohyung and Yunso. Fingertips kick out Sehi and John Soyeon, chosen by Sejong, and Soyeon says that she thinks she's too ugly for the team anyway, at which point Mnet decide to show some hate comments she received, which is lovely. Sira has to eliminate 4 people for in the same place and kicks out Risa Hei, Shi-yoon, and Lee Soo-hyun. The kicked trainees have to pick between Don't Matter and 24 Hours, at which point we get a teaser of the story that will happen for each team. 24 Hours team are laughing at how forward and explicit the lyrics are, and there's a massive gap between Insun's age and the nature of the song, hence lots of comedy about Insun being old-fashioned, Nayoung being old-fashioned, and Mina sounding like a trot singer. Risa is concerned about being eliminated and struggling with the song, and Yebin helps her. Risa's rank is highlighted in the interim, so I guess this marks the first instance in a long tradition of Mnet giving a trainee tons of screen time in the literal episode they get eliminated. The group also reflect on how this could be the last time they do an interim. In Fingertips group, Juna volunteers for main vocal, but Yesel and Chang'e are suggested over her, as the part also includes a large dance segment. Hence, Juna is pushed towards rap and shows willingness for it, which is good. In the interim, Yesel's half of the group are praised, but the vocals of the whole team are criticised as they struggle to reach the notes. Suyeon also gets a last chance arc. For Don't Matter team, the team lack confidence as many are ranked low. There's lots of mistakes in the interim, and they have a section of spontaneous speeches where they thank each other and the mentors, followed by motivational music, because they are the first of the classic Everyone Dies teams. Yum Yum have a lot of popular trainees, including Yoojung, Somi, and Park Soyeon, and Park Soyeon is recommended as a leader, at which point it's highlighted that she was the leader 3 times in a row, which reflects well on her. Hence, we get a compilation of her helping other trainees, and in the interim, BYJ hilariously says to them that if they don't do well, they'll be eliminated. But that's already been decided for them at this point. They could have all bombed the interim and nothing would have changed for this episode. Anyway, they do well and are complimented, and Soyeon is complimented for her leadership. They're told in the vocal check that they need to be crazier and work on the concept of the song, and Yoojung and Somi are highlighted as goofy. Somi because she goofily says that she does better on stage than in rehearsals, and Yoojung because she thought that the main vocal part would be easy and then struggled. Chunmi's drop in ranks is highlighted, and she and the others cry over the possibility of elimination after BYJ gives them a speech about how she's proud of them. This leads into a moment where BYJ says to the staff, quote, "This is why I didn't want to say something like this," and cries, showing how staged so much of this show is for the sake of ostensibly heartwarming content. Next, we move on to In the Same Place, where Soyeon gets the centre position and Yeonjung avoids volunteering for main vocal as she seems to have lost confidence. Somehow. Sohee teaches Sohee, who has volunteered for the centre position, to have no regrets, and Sohee cites lessons Pinky and Chaeyeon taught her in Full Moon, showing her growth and diligence in learning. In the interim, Kahi jokingly says that Sohee is all popularity and no skill, and says that she has improved, but needs to improve further to be worthy of the final group. Sohee thankfully seems to have developed a better attitude about this and says that she's motivated. Now, instead of Sohee, Sohee is struggling and making lots of mistakes, which upset Sohee and Kahi. Kahi also gets their names mixed up, which is completely understandable. Look at my subtitles to know who I'm talking about if you can't understand what I'm saying. Then everyone hugs and cries, and we're into the actual ranking section. Ranks 34 through 12 are announced pretty quickly. I'll highlight some important or notable moments/ranks. Chunmi is 33rd, and Kunsuk points out how she dropped from 15th, but the moment is surprisingly unedited. This would be like a massive shock in later seasons. Yebin and Insun rise to ranks 32 and 31 by virtue of screen time. Insun gets to make a speech in which she talks about her insane levels of love for 24 hours. It's kind of funny how much she loves the song, but I also love it the same amount that she does, so I can't criticize her for that. Park Soyeon is 30th, a drop from 20th last elimination, and surprisingly doesn't seem too upset. Maybe it's because she was happy to be called quickly and get it over and done with. Hyungin, the queen, is in rank 23. John Soyeon is rank 19, Chang'e is rank 13, and Kathy is rank 12, dropping outside of the top 11. Before the announcement of the top 11, we get a segment called Now I Can Say It, i.e. a TMI section where the trainees expose each other. There's nothing super exciting about this, it's used to highlight trainees they like, plus comedy characters like Insun, and includes a few fun details. For instance, apparently Suyeon had no idea that her pulling her shirt up in the first round would be that hot. How she didn't know that, I don't know. She uses this screen time to complain about the lack of screen time of happy-faced trainees. Grossly enough, they also use this segment for Sohae to refute the idea that she's in a relationship with the PDs, which was a legitimate rumour spread by haters a lot during this time. But I can't believe they actually said it to her and then made her say this on camera. WTF. Then we thankfully get into the top 11, which is pretty unsurprising. Yeonjung is given motivational music for rising to rank 10, Chaeyeon is praised for her full moon performance, clearly a bid to keep her in the top 11, and Sohae's improvement is highlighted. Sohae gives a very good, very self-aware, and probably staged speech about how she knows her skill and rank don't match up, and reiterates her desire to improve. She says she doesn't have a clear conscience because of her skill and literally says, quote, "Please don't hate me," which did its job of making me feel very sorry for her. The riggery is strong here because Kunsuk asks her if she wants to be a singer and she says yes, and then he says, "You'll protect your dream to debut," really emphasizing to the audience that all she needs is her dream and that Mnet support her in her debut. When we get to the top 4, there's a hilarious discrepancy between what Kunsuk apparently says and what the subtitles say. Can you tell I find this show hilarious? Anyway, the discrepancy is that Kunsuk apparently says who will get to sit here, as in the top 4 seats, but the subtitle added by the staff says who will sit on which seat, just showing how obvious it was to everyone involved who the top 4 would be. Anyway, Somi is 4th and everyone is shocked, but Somi criticizes them for this. She says she just wants to debut, so literally any rank is okay. Mina is 3rd, Yoojung is 2nd, and Sejong is 1st again with 1.4 million votes. That's crazy by any standard, and again shows the popularity of produce. Then we get to the 4 candidates for 35th, who are Siwon, Soohyun, Haeyoung, and Seohyung, and Soohyun is the final trainee in 35th. Siwon is pointed out to be 36th and gives a sad speech about having no agency to return to. The eliminated trainees get a nice message about how their efforts haven't been in vain since they now have public attention, but considering the fact that most of these people never got anywhere with their careers, I feel like their efforts kind of were in vain. They then tease that next week the performance will have a 3,000 person audience and only 1 vote will be allowed per account per day. The choice to go to 1 pick this early kind of makes sense, since it lets Mnet see how the ranks will change before the finale. Then we have the classic farewelling of the eliminated trainees and the teaser for the next episode. You'll hopefully notice that the top 11 is trending more and more towards the final IOI lineup now. We get a recap of last episode and the establishment of the system for this round, in that fans on site will only vote for 1 whole team out of 5, and the winning team gets the benefit. We then get to the now classic segment of reshuffling the groups after the elimination. As with almost every season, one group, in the same place, has the perfect number of members, 7, and gets to stay the same. 4 people need to be kicked out of Fingertips and 2 from Yum Yum to go to Don't Matter and 24 Hours. The trainees from each group do an anonymous vote to choose who to remove, which I thought was an interesting method. I don't know if it would create more or less tension between trainees than the modern system of reassigning parts. The 4 people kicked out of Fingertips are Juna, because the others thought she didn't suit the song, Seokyung, Eunbin, whose removal apparently shocked everyone, and Pinky, whose removal also shocked everyone. We find out that Pinky told the other trainees she wanted to leave because she wanted to join in the same place, but she didn't actually realise that she couldn't join it since the team was already full, which is a crazy mistake to make. She's lucky she was popular. The 2 people kicked out of Yum Yum are Sumin, who wanted to leave to do 24 Hours, and Haein, who wanted to leave to do a song with less rap, so at least those 2 are happy. John Soyeon and Mina have to recruit for their teams. Pinky and Sumin end up in 24 Hours, and Eunbin, Juna, Haein, and Seokyung end up in Don't Matter. Then we get into the storyline teasers, which again, I'll leave for each individual group's section. On evaluation day, the eliminated trainees are shown arriving at the venue, which is a new venue for the expanded audience, and Kunsuk again reminds us that this will be the lower ranked trainees' last evaluation. Like, duh. The first song is 24 Hours. The best song in the round, let's go! This song has two main stories/aspects going. First, Insun is absolutely obsessed with the song and with Maximite, which gives us a hilarious comedy shipping storyline. This is also nice and age appropriate considering they were both in their mid-20s at the time, and Insun being 3 years older than Maximite is played for extra comedy. The second part of the song's story is basically just propping up Mina, who is the maknae of the group, and of course an Mnet fave. There's also a mini segment in the teaser section where Sumin and Hyemin battle it out for subvocal 4, but that's not super relevant. The group as a whole also get to go to the studio to record the song, which will now always be their song. And the editors are really shipping Insun and Maximite in this segment. The performance is complimented a lot, and Maximite actually DJs in the background, which is hilarious. The only gripe I have with this performance for this epic song is a gripe I have with every Mnet show, especially the female seasons and including the newer ones. That being the pretty obvious children doing sexy concepts. Mina was 17 when this performance aired, and yeah, thankfully she was the youngest member of the team, but like, as great as the song is, it is sexy, and most of the members on the team were only just adults. Ahem. Wholesome porn, ahem. Okay, let's move on to a happier note, the winners of this team. Thankfully, this far into the competition there are rarely losers. The first winner is, of course, Insun. Even though she basically had no chance of surviving this round, Mnet did like her as a comedy character, and continued to give her screen time here. In fact, she may well have been the trainee in this team with the most screen time. And she was always portrayed pretty positively as well, even if part of that portrayal included a lack of fitness for a young girl group. When she suggests that Hyemin gives up the subvocal 4 part and takes subvocal 5 instead, she cites the importance of wanting the whole team to do well to win, encouraging Hyemin rather than letting her be too sad about it. She also has a nice ment at the end where she celebrated the fact that, quote, "Auntie did EDM," and she thanks her teammates backstage. The second winner is Mina, who didn't get as much screen time but was consistently praised. That's about it. Hyemin and Sumin both technically get a small amount of screen time, but it's pretty neutral. The next performance is Fingertips, where everyone does the mandatory fangirling over the producers when recording, and the rest of the backstory is pretty much just goofy stuff. The main roadblock this team face is that they really bombed the interim. They were just goofing around in practice and are massively scolded in the interim, where they're called the worst team multiple times, are called out for not practicing enough, and Kathy worries about her leadership. Following this, they obviously practice well and are complimented in the actual performance, which is said to look like a debut stage. So let's talk about individuals. First, Im Nayoung is given lots of screen time and is complimented for her rap. She's also complimented in the recording segment, so not given tons of screen time, I guess, since she doesn't need it, I guess, but still definitely a winner. Next, Kathy is in an odd, unfortunate spot. She worries that her leadership was what led to the group bombing the interim, which on one hand makes us sympathise for her, doubting herself, but on the other hand, literally no one says to her that she's a good leader, and she doesn't get enough screen time to make this a growth arc, so neutral edit, I guess. Next, Eunwoo, who's basically the extra for this team. I hope you remembered her, because I didn't. She makes a mistake in the performance and apologises backstage, which is nice, but doesn't erase the fact that this is an, albeit small, negative edit. Next, Chungha and Kai. Neither get much screen time, but they're both complimented for their performances. I wonder if Mnet were wishing they edited Chang'e better when she started dropping from the top 11 in the finale. Yesel gets 0 screen time, and the last member, Sejong, doesn't get much either. She's ranked too high for Mnet to be worried about her. Most of the screen time for this mission is aimed at the entire team, not any particular member. The next performance is Don't Matter, which starts off with a tense atmosphere since the team was heavily reshuffled and thus are worried. Oh, and yes, this is the team that contains my queen, Hyungin! No, I won't stop doing that. Juna, who's new to the team, needs to prove herself to take the main vocal part, and the team as a whole just need to work on their training. They do get to have a nice lunch meeting with Sunny, the producer though. Cue mandatory fangirling. But also, Sunny talks about how the show is a popularity test, not a talent one, giving us insight into how it was perceived by the Korean public at the time, as it was literally just seen as a shallow popularity competition. I say that he gives us insight because he actually talks about what the audiences are currently thinking, not just his own opinions. He also explains the concept of the song, which is about girls having hidden or passive-aggressive fights. Weird for a man who's never written for a girl group before to write about, but okay. Now let's talk about the trainees. Juna is a winner here. She's generally praised by her teammates and the mentors, and the others are told that if they don't sing well, Juna will take their parts. She's voted main vocal for the group, and John Soyeon, a popular trainee, is impressed with her. After her borderline evil edit last mission, Soyeon is pretty invisible in this one, with a pretty neutral edit. She's worried about the team, surprisingly nervous in recording, and impressed with Juna, and that's about it. Yep. Haein wants to be the main vocal but doesn't get the part. Neutral edit, lack of screen time. Seokyung is a mini winner. She consistently struggles with the vocals, and Mnet even manipulates this in the interim, turning down her vocal volume, seemingly, to make her seem less certain. Although she offers up her part, the rest of the team encourage her, which is nice, and she's complimented in the recording after a tense moment, which resolves her arc nicely. Eunbin, who changed teams, is complimented but continues to get basically no screen time, making her elimination unsurprising. Finally, my queen Hyungin is definitely a winner. She gets some of the most screen time in this team and is both the leader and centre. She also did a slayful job. Okay, maybe I'm biased. She didn't actually get much of an edit. Mnet, I'm watching you! The next performance is Yum Yum, the storyline for which is just kind of Somi's birthday when she was turning 15. Thanks, Mnet. Okay, more seriously, there are several trainees from Bang Bang here, including Somi and Yoojung, who went viral for their performances. So, of course, Mnet's going to call back to that as much as possible. The group take a trip to Gangnam, and a lot of people look at them, showing how popular the show was. They have a nice birthday party for Somi, do mandatory fangirling over Ryan in the studio, and have a surprisingly boring, unedited performance. Although the title is arguably between Somi and Yoojung, I think Yoojung's the biggest winner of this team. She probably gets the most screen time, and her viral moment in Bang Bang is on constant replay. Her popularity is consistently pointed out, she's always complimented, and she even, hilariously, gets to talk about how desperate the team are at the end. Desperate? You're the centre of the show and ranked second. I know anything could happen to you and nerves are high, but respectfully, what right do you have to be desperate? Ugh, Mnet and their framing of high-ranking trainees is on the border of elimination? Ugh. On a brighter note, there is a great segment where the teaser for the group is completely derailed when Jin Young, the producer of In the Same Place, shows up, and all of the remaining contestants fangirl over him. The biggest fangirl of them all? Yoojung, who sits in a corner watching him in awe from afar. She then asks a camera person for a camera and proceeds to film Jin Young up close, and when he notices her and refers to her by name, she literally collapses on the ground in joy. This is a nice and hilarious segment which shows that she isn't just a popular and skilled trainee, she also has an endearing personality. Definitely a winner. Somi is the second main winner here. She gets lots of screen time, of course, and is basically portrayed as a cute, innocent kid who also happens to be super talented. Her birthday party emphasises her youth, making her Mnet's clear candidate for Maknae. They're basically signalling to the audience, her, And in the studio, she's called cute and called funny for having a unique method, pulling on her hair, of achieving high notes. We can also see that she was doodling on her hand a lot while waiting for her turn. Another youthful thing, I guess. After the performance, she gets to appeal to the audience, which is more screen time on this stacked sandwich. Chaeyeon is also given a bit of screen time, but as usual, not much. Similarly, Park Soyeon and Park Seyeon get a bit of screen time appealing to the audience, but that's about it. On a positive note, Seyeon expresses her thankfulness that she thought the previous stage would be her last. The final performance is in the same place, which was very clearly kept for last as the big depressing finale, considering the very poignant concept and lyrics of the song. There are two main conflicts as such. The first is a hilarious stint in which Sira and Yeonjung each try to give up the main vocal part to take sub-vocal 6, and Hyeri becomes angry, saying that they should all just be frank instead of trying to be nice, and the part allocation is taking too long, and why doesn't she just take sub-vocal 6? It's kind of hard to tell if Hyeri was actually super angry here or playing it up for cameras, because literally no one takes her seriously. She just has too cute of a face for that. The second conflict is the team's struggles to execute the concept of the song well, and later to execute the concept of the song well without crying. When they record in the studio, Jinyoung talks about being touched while watching the show since it reminded him of his own life as an idol, so the song needs to be nostalgic, hopeful, sad, feminine, and innocent all at the same time. Not to mention the pressure of wanting to do good by a producer who was so popular at the time, and a song that was written while he watched the show. There's also of course the Sohei matter, but we'll get there in a moment. First, the big winner of this segment is actually Jinyoung. He gets a ridiculous amount of screen time and praise and is turned into a very sympathetic character. Like seriously, this episode basically seems like a Jinyoung ad, considering how much screen time he has, even outside of this particular team, considering Yoojung's thing. As far as, actual members of this team, well, I think Sira is portrayed in a pretty positive light. She's portrayed in a sympathetic light as she worries about whether she's too demure as a leader and not leading the team well, and she cries in the confessional. She also, of course, has the selfless off with Yeonjung for sub-vocal 6. She ends up being sub-vocal 3, by the way. After the performance, she also talks about the friends they've left behind, which is, of course, emotional. The next member is Chaekyung, who gets to be nervous, talk about how they worked hard and wanted to survive, and praises Jinyoung a bunch. A positive edit, but lacking screen time. Doyeon isn't given much screen time behind the scenes, but she is given lots in the actual performance, which was clearly all she needed, since I think she was a big visual pick at the time. Hyeri doesn't get screen time outside of the outburst that she has that I mentioned earlier. You might think this was portrayed negatively, but like I said earlier, her face is too cute for her to actually look angry or sinister, and she's portrayed in a more cute and goofy way than a nasty one. So on the positive side of neutral, they liked her, just not enough for IOI, even though she would have been kind of perfect for IOI. Yeonjung is another winner. She tries to out selfless Sira and ends up as the main vocalist. She's complimented again for her high note and everyone looks super impressed with her, but she doesn't get much else. Mnet knows she's safe. Next, Sohei, who is, as usual, a winner. She has difficulties with acting while singing as opposed to acting while talking, and looks super nervous in the recording session. She also has a breakdown about being bad in rehearsal, but is praised in the performance and points out to the audience after the performance that the song was written while watching the show. Cue more Jinyoung praise. A lot of this sounds pretty negative, so why is she a winner? Well, Mnet clearly knew by this point, as anyone with a brain would, that Sohei's fans were likely mostly people who felt sorry for her for receiving so much hate, or saw her hard work and wanted her to succeed because of that. So, by showing how terrible her mental state is, they evoke the protectiveness in Sohei's fans, which her fandom was basically built around, hence stronger voting power. The final member of the team is Sohee, who gets so little screen time that I didn't even make a note about her, but because I mentioned all of the other members of the team, I felt the need to mention her too. Despite her previous struggles, she actually ends up as sub-vocal 2, which kind of surprised me. Then we see the voting, which was done by the viewers and the girls dropping their wristbands into different boxes. The manual counting makes me worried about miscounting, honestly. And then we're on to the announcement of not the scores, but the ranks of each team? Excuse me? I'll spare you the drama. The teams are from 5th to 1st. 24 hours. This is a Sin 2016 produce audience. You're all deaf. Then Don't Matter, Fingertips, Yum Yum, and In the Same Place. Cue the motivational music and Sierra talking about how hard they tried as a relatively underdog team. Then we get the dramatic teaser, the semi-final elimination. It's here! The episode starts with a makeup class because apparently the main thing a girl group needs is visuals. The main purpose of this segment outside of product placement is to highlight how little Chungha wears makeup, more screen time for an Mnet fave, and to introduce the nice quote from CL which prefaces the elimination episode. Quote, "Everyone has their own charms and colours. Real style is being able to see your beauty with confidence." On one hand, it's nice to include since it reminds the eliminated trainees that they still have value. On the other hand, it's hilarious to see produce take itself so seriously as like some philosophical documentary about the nature of dramas or something, when it's literally a rigged popularity contest. Then we get a segment with Kim Hyuna, who teaches them about being able to speak, not just sing and dance. I'd give you more information about her, but the internet only provides information on Hyuna from 4Minute. Next we get a segment of which trainee the other trainees want to debut with the most, which Mnet probably included because it's flooded with their faves. In 5th place is Lee Soo-hyun, the only non-IOI member to make the list, who is cited as being comedic. 4th is Chungha for her dance. 3rd is Somi, who everyone wants to be rank 1. Everyone has loved Somi since 16, so they express their sadness that her rank has been dropping. 2nd is Doyeon for her attractiveness and her duality on stage and off stage, which is expressed through a Jekyll and Hyde reference, hell yeah! And 1st is Pinky, who everyone just loves, especially for her visuals. Then we get the mandatory flashback to last week and the victory of In the Same Place team, and the announcement that 22 people will survive this elimination, at which point all of the trainees look shocked at the number, even though they could easily have just counted the number of seats left on the stage. This section is odd in that it has a serious tone, but not a dramatic one. They then have a, quote, mind-healing trainer session with Yoon Jae-jin, which is about making the trainees feel less anxious. I thought it was a shame that they didn't do this more in recent seasons. This also gives the opportunity for a bunch of people Mnet like Yoojung, Sejong, and Hyeri to talk about their doubts, especially about their ranks. They also get Chunmi to talk since, well, they wanted to show how hopeless her situation is. With the announcement of the first rank, rank 21, I noticed something interesting. The person in 21st got 14,000 votes, showing how great of an effect one pick has on the overall number of votes. But more importantly, if In the Same Place got 150,000 votes spread across all 7 members as a benefit, each member would have had a 21.4 thousand vote benefit, meaning that as soon as those members heard this amount, they should have known it was mathematically impossible for any of them to be eliminated, since they were all higher in vote count than the 21st ranked trainee. Hopefully that makes sense, but yeah, spoilers, none of them got eliminated. The fact that Chunmi says that the music makes her nervous shows that the tense music Mnet uses isn't just added in editing, they play it in the studio too. Anyway, 21st is Eunwoo, 20th is John Soyeon, and 19th is Pinky, at which point everyone is super surprised. This is exactly why Mnet would have wanted to introduce one pick before the finale. It showed them that Korean voters, their primary voter base, just did not want to vote for foreign trainees, even from the very start of Produce. Similarly, Mina falls to 18th, showing how she probably had a small one pick and was voted for by Sejong and Im Nayoung fans. 17th is Park Soyeon, who rose 13 ranks. Sierra is 16th, and Mnet point out that the benefit from In the Same Place saved her, which is entirely possible considering she barely got more votes than the number of her benefit. Then Kim Nayoung, Haein, Kathy, and Chaeyeon are ranks 15 through 12, and we move on to the top 11. Kunsuk points out how 4 people have dropped out of the top 11, so 4 must have gone up, and he also points out that 1. Sierra would have been 31st without the benefit, and thus 2. She pushed someone out. How lovely to remind her of. Anyway, 11th is Doyeon, whose good facial expressions are highlighted and who is given motivational music. 10th is Yeonjung, who gets a nice high note flashback, and 19th is Im Nayoung. 8th is Hyeri, 7th is Chaekyung, and 6th is Sohee. Then we get a filler segment where the trainees thank Kyunsuk for his service and he reminisces on their time together, saying that, quote, being eliminated is not the end, followed by a relay quiz which just gives Mnet faves more screen time. Yoojung's goofy personality is further highlighted, and Sohee is accused of actually having been good from the start, with Illuminati music. You may laugh, but this was a legitimate conspiracy theory at the time. I guess people thought it was impossible for her to improve so much over the course of the show. Finally, Hyeri says she was worried that she'd get hate for her frustration in the previous episode, but like I said, she was too cute for that, and Mnet thought so too. Now for the final announcements. Chang'e is 5th, Sohee is 4th, and Mnet literally says, "This is terrific," which is hilarious. And Yoojung is 3rd. We have an upset as Sejong is 2nd and Somi takes 1st place with a "and everyone cheered" moment. Kyunsuk mentions that Somi and Sejong had an over 200,000 vote difference, which is absolutely insane for one pick. It's this moment which really just shows how liked Somi was at the time, and how many fans she'd gained from both 16 and Produce 101. Speaking of 1st place, Kyunsuk reminds us that rank 1 in the next episode will be the centre of the debut team. Not the debut song this time, just the debut team. Odd. Then we reveal the 22nd rank, and also all of the other ranks? Yeah, they start from 35th rank on screen and just keep adding them all the way to the top. My queen, Hyungin, unfortunately ranks 33rd here and goes on to be in a series of ill-fated Nugu groups whose music isn't even on Spotify. You deserved better, queen. Chanmi is ranked 26, marking the end of her downfall. Danny, Guy, Soohyun, and Seehyun are candidates for last place, and Mnet crazily makes the last two candidates, Guy and Soohyun, come out to the front and stand on podiums. Way to create more stress, Mnet. In the end, Soohyun is ranked 22, making Kai the unfortunate trainee with enough votes to continue, who was pushed out by Sira. Then we have the mandatory depressing farewell of the trainees who were eliminated and the final vote announcement. It's literally just one pick again. Then we move on to the final mission, which is announced in a depressing grey concrete room where you can literally and comedically see the staff running around in the background. This mission will be performed and aired live, and there will also be live voting for the final group. The finale song has 11 parts, which will each be filled by 2 people, one each from the white and black teams, and the person who ranks first as a result will be the centre of the debut song. This is interesting because, like I mentioned a little while ago, they've previously said the first rank will be the debut group's centre, but now they're saying only centre for the debut song, which is a message that continues throughout Produce. I can only assume that, as others have said before, this was, especially in Planet 999, so that in the case of a centre they didn't want, they can honour the centre for the debut song and then just forget about them. RIP. The finale song is Crush, which is also considered the pre-debut song for the final group. Only since pre-debuts weren't really a thing at this point, Mnet just says that it's their debut song, even though it literally wasn't. The trainees can pick their position, starting from the lowest ranked trainees, and then higher ranked trainees can push lower ranked trainees out, a system which is now common but was used for the first time here. I also had a random note here that when Yeonjung is picking her position, you can see the sebaceous filaments in her nose. Ah, how I love the confirmation of Idol's humanness. Anyway, I'm sure you can imagine that this whole section is dramatic, but pretty unimportant. I'll just let you know that in the end, the white team is Sejong, Somi, Chang'e, Pinky, Sira, Kim Nayoung, Yoojung, Heri, Sohee, John Soyeon, and Im Nayoung. And the black team is Yeonjung, Eunwoo, Sohee, Chaeyeon, Mina, Haein, Chaekyung, Doyeon, Soohyun, Kathy, and Park Soyeon. When everyone is practicing, we get a flashback to Sejong saying at the start of the show that dance was her weak point, but now she learns faster and is able to help others, which is nice. Sohee is also intensely stressing about the fact that it's a live broadcast, and talks about her desire to do well and to be seen as a real member, not just someone who improved. Mnet point out that she's learning from many people, continuing to paint the picture of a hard-working and determined trainee. Then we have teasers for next week, and the episode ends. Yep, nice and quick. Well, not really quick, but not much happened. Alright, on to the dramatic finale. Although I had a look online, I couldn't quite figure out if there was an interim rank provided before the finale. I assumed there wasn't, partially because I don't think they'd thought of that yet, and partially because, with the riggery, they didn't need one anyway. This finale is a blessed 2 hours and 40 minutes, a breeze compared to the Planet series. The girls are sat down for their last interview, which is the precursor of the modern documentary section which starts each produce finale. They've all grown attached to the show, and then we have flashbacks to their auditions, which reveals that most of them started practicing or training in high school. I wish everyone started in high school and not earlier these days. The whole section has the mandatory touching music, and they talk about how much they want to debut, about how this could be their last chance, about how some of them are aging out of the industry, and so on. Somi also talks about how she was eliminated in the last episode of 16 and is scared of being eliminated in the last episode here too. Then we get a compilation of the previous performances of the show and the big, now classic letters, "Live in Korea." The live voting system is announced and makes me feel really old. The live voting was done through text votes, where audience members text a specific phone number with the rank number of the trainee they like. There's one vote per number, and no typos, nicknames, or company names will be accepted. This actually makes me think of something. You know how every produce finale has a rotating lineup of the trainees in the top corner? I always wondered what the point of those was. Like, most people who have been watching to this point will know the names of the trainees, and even if someone is a casual viewer and falls in love with a trainee in the finale performance, that trainee might look completely different in the performance to how they look in their profile picture, so it doesn't even really help with choosing a trainee in that scenario either. But watching this season reveals what I think the real reason is. Mnet had to continually remind the audience of which number they had to send to the text line to vote for which trainee. We don't want a few people getting confused and voting for Unwoo when they wanted to vote for Mina or something, do we? I just find it so great to see how things that are now staples, even if they're mostly unnoticed, originated here. In this case from, I guess, the lack of technological forwardness from Mnet. They could well have made an app. 2016 wasn't in the dark age, but they used good old and easily accessible texting. As a matter of interest for baby produce fans, the reason the scandal, like the rigging scandal, could even really happen to begin with is because, well, people paid fees to text these votes, so Mnet were taking people's money and creating rigged groups with it. Hence, the audience had an actual financial basis to sue them. Then we have a performance of Pick Me, and one girl, I'm not sure who, is late to the intro because she was waving to fans. I think it was Soohyun, but take that with a grain of salt. A bunch of the eliminated trainees show up as backup dancers, which is nice. Crazily, at this point, Kunsuk announces that the text votes will be counted as 7 votes each, which is insane. These days they're only double. He also announces that proceeds from the text votes will go to the UNESCO Girls' Education Campaign. I mean, it was rigged, but if Mnet are going to steal my money, I'd rather they steal it for girls' education than for themselves. Why can't modern seasons donate with fan boost money? I think whichever trainee's fandom donates the most to a cause should get a benefit for that trainee. Anyway, the concept and group name are announced with very little fanfare. The name, of course, is IOI, now iconic, and the concept is, quote, unique. Yeah, whatever that means. Apparently these were both voted by fans, but Kunsuk doesn't mention that, so I'm not sure. Then we have a fun segment where Mnet took data of which region in Korea consumed the most Produce 101. Daegu won, so the girls had a flash mob concert there. Hilariously, when Mnet interviewed people about their favourite trainee, they only include people who mentioned an IOI member. Subtle much, Mnet? If you watch a single part of this show, I actually recommend you go and watch this concert recap section. It's really fun. Insun gets to come back as the MC, which shows how popular her variety personality was at the time, and is also nice for all of the Insun fans like me. The concert includes several performances, similarly to the social distancing fan meet on Girls Planet, a Q&A, and the concept mission songs. There's, of course, lots of screen time for the IOI members, and Insun joins the 24 Hours team in performing, which is fun. They then have a high five session where the first 500 fans there on the day get to pick one trainee to high five. There's lots of fun moments here, like people bowing all the way to the ground for trainees, and the lack of security is concerning but unfortunately unsurprising. There's a contrast between Sohei, who gets tons and tons of high fives, and Kathy, who only got one. Mnet then show the rankings, presumably of the number of high fives that each trainee got, which hilariously almost exactly predicts the IOI lineup. Also, it made me wonder, if Kathy is ranked 21st with one high five, does that mean that Sierra, ranked 22nd, got none? It would make sense considering she got very few votes, but it's still sad. Putting that aside, I still think this was really good. I've said before that I think high five events and or send-off where you just get to walk past the idol are some of the best K-pop fan events a company can run. They balance minimal work for the idols with maximum satisfaction for the fans. Yes, I have locked eyes with Sejong in real life. Does she remember me? Hell no, but we made eye contact, which is something that most fans will treasure. Speaking of making eye contact with Sejong, she honestly, like, if she remembers anyone from that day, she probably remembers the girl who was right in front of me, who, like, literally collapsed over the table in front of Sejong and said, "Oh my god, you're so beautiful!" And Sejong was like, "Oh my goodness." Anyway, then we get to the recording studio where everyone's sweetheart Jin Young is back. The show apparently inspired him so much that he wrote another song watching it, the now mandatory ballad for the finale. This song is called When the Cherry Blossoms Fade, and, fun fact, the vocal guide was recorded by Oh My Girl's Sungi. This section mostly exists to praise Jin Young and Yeonjung, and reminisce on the show. They then perform the song and of course cry. And also the start of the tradition of the finales being 100% lip-synced. The trainers give their last words, they weirdly advertise Gia's new song, we're told that there have been 22.7 thousand live votes to this point, and an interim result is shown. Chang'e is in 11th place. Clearly they wanted to make sure she didn't drop. Kunsuk also hilariously says, quote, "As expected from Produce 101, you can never be completely free of worry." Great. We then get a segment showing their last class/interim result, in which Mnet oddly shows Sohei making mistakes. In the finale. I know that she was hated at the time, but I feel like this would completely destroy someone's fandom in the modern day. Various other mistakes are shown through their other classes. Odd, since these days Mnet acts like everyone in the finale can do no wrong, and the trainees hold the now mandatory party for the mentors. Interestingly, the mentors talk about how they did a lot of teaching that wasn't actually aired, which I guess makes me feel better since I always wonder about how much teaching they're actually doing relative to drama creating they're doing. They then record Crush, are shown practicing, where Sohei gets lots of screen time, and perform Crush. We then get more chit-chatting about how much the trainees have grown, etc., and at 12:04 AM there have been 390,000 live votes. Yep, pretty crazy. We then get a second interim to see who's in 11th place right now, which is Im Nayoung. Then there's another filler section where the trainees talk about things they want to do if they debut, and they read letters they wrote themselves at the start of the show. In a moment that made me happy, the eliminated trainees in the audience also get to read their own letters. There's lots of IOI member screen time, more talking to mentors, and talking to the audience before they close the text votes. A very late vote close compared to later seasons, I think. Like, this is just, like, as the trainees come out to be announced. I mean, you already know the members of IOI, but I'll run through it anyway. Im Nayoung is ranked 10, making her the first ever person to be announced for debut in the history of Produce. Congrats. Mina is 9th and talks in her speech about having to diet and her body image which she didn't like, showing again how the hate comments were just a normal part of Produce life. She also talks about her parents came all the way from Jeju, which is far, I guess, but not at all far in comparison to more recent seasons where families have come from China and America to see their kids debut. 8th is Doyeon, 7th is Chaeyeon, and 6th is Pinky, who interestingly doesn't give a speech in Chinese. She also reveals that her parents didn't come to Korea for this, as neither she or they thought she would debut. Which is, like, understandable, I guess. She was ranked pretty low last episode, and her parents were probably busy. But at the same time, I can't imagine saying to my child, "Yeah, so we're not coming to see you in this show, we don't think you'll make it." 5th is Sohei, who is aptly called the protagonist of the show. 4th is Chang'e, and 3rd is Yoojung, even though Mnet tried to fake you out into thinking it was Hyeri. In the end, the battle between Sejong and Somi is one we've seen many times, and ends of course with Somi in first place. Sejong talks about the newness of the show in her speech, which I thought was interesting. Finally, they announce 4 candidates for 11th place. Kunsuk tries to draw this out by saying that there are, quote, so many votes it'll take a long time to count. Like, no man, 1, it's electronic, and 2, it's rigged anyway, so don't lie to us. But like, let's say they did miscount the votes and they realised that Nayoung was actually 13th or something, were they just gonna tell her to get off the stage and leave? Anyway, the candidates are Kim Nayoung, Hyeri, Soohyun, and Yeonjung. There's a hilarious moment where Yeonjung is actually behind Sohee and has to move to see if the camera was actually on her or on Sohee. Anyway, Nayoung ranks 14th, Soohyun is 13th, Hyeri is 12th, Rip Queen, and Yeonjung is the final member of IOI at rank 11. After all of the mandatory depressing speeches, Kunsuk announces that the group will debut in May, a super short 1-month turnaround, and we get the final send-off of the trainees with the now classic ending showing everyone hugging and celebrating and comforting each other and so on. Watch this video again and take a shot every time I say now classic. Kunsuk thanks the audience and says goodbye to them, and then we see some clips from the show. And that's it, the end of Produce 101 Season 1. Doesn't that feel weird? So with that, let's discuss something that I personally feel is very important, the main storylines and characters Mnet created for people throughout the show. There is literally 0 point talking about who Mnet wanted eliminated in which round, or who Mnet wanted in their ideal lineup for any of the original Produce seasons, since, well, Riggory. We know who they wanted where and who they wanted in the final group in which ranks, because whatever they wanted, they just did. So in this section, I'll just be talking about the major/memorable storylines and characters on the show, and how they were created. And also, I guess, how Mnet got everyone where they wanted them, since, well, if they only rigged 2 people, their non-vote riggory must have been both strong and accurate. If you didn't watch my Girls Planet videos, the way I dictate who got a major storyline, or any storyline at all really, is by staring at all of the contestants' names and picking out the people I remember. So, the people I remember may be different from who you remember. This is a very inaccurate system, but I do think it's an interesting experiment. Who actually had enough screen time or enough of a defining trait for them to be memorable to someone who is neither a huge fan who watches all of the behind-the-scenes content or a casual viewer? Just me, a relatively average fan who does their best to remember most people's names and faces without dedicating huge amounts of time to the show. Outside of my own videos, that is. We'll start from the lower ranks and end with Somi. The first trainee I remembered was Ma Eunjin, who left the show before the first mission aired and technically ranked 98th. Obviously she didn't get basically any character arc, but she's memorable because of her interesting time on the program, not being graded in the signal song test. She was also teased to maybe be a great vocalist, but that never came to fruition. It's a bit hard to tell what Mnet wanted to do with her since she left with health issues, but I don't think they cared too much about her. The next trainee is Kim Do-hee, who ranked 81st and was eliminated in the first elimination round. I don't know how I managed to remember her because the only moment of note she has on the show is when she's highlighted as being able to do both rap and vocal in the first mission. That's it. Next is Kim Woo-jung, who ranked 74th and was eliminated in the first elimination round. She was one of the first trainees in Produce history to have the sad distinction of having been arguably evil edited. She was in Bad Girl Good Girl Team 2 and battled for the centre position against Min Kyung, and when she didn't get it, complained relentlessly about the classism of the nature of the centre position. She also talks about how the centre position isn't important anyway, the implication being that Min Kyung is bad. But in the end, the team win, and the win is attributed to Min Kyung's good job as centre. So this is a bad look for Woo-jung, who just seems nasty and jealous. The next trainee is Miso, who was eliminated in the first elimination round with a rank of 73. Her only thing was that she was in Hot Issue Team 2 with Yoo-jung, and Yoo-jung gave up the centre part for Miso, but Miso did a bad job with it and may well have cost her team the win. Misa isn't necessarily portrayed as a bad person, just a hopeless and pitiful, untalented person. You pick which portrayal is worse. The next trainee is Yumi, who was eliminated in the first round with a final rank of 63. Yumi was in Push Push Team 2 with Chang'e and basically just made a whole bunch of rap mistakes, then laughed about her mistakes, and then looked unserious and pathetic. Next, Risa, who was eliminated in the second round with a final rank of 55. Despite her low rank and her constantly being ridiculed, I actually don't think Mnet disliked her. They just thought she was hilariously bad. They introduced her as a beautiful contestant who had zero skills, and then continued to show her lack of skill throughout the show. She alternated between being shown to have improved and being scolded again, and that's honestly about it. I think her surviving the first elimination round is a testament to 1. The power of literally any screen time, and 2. How Mnet portrayed her as cute and ditzy but not malicious, hence why I don't think they hated her. Next, Lee Jin-hee, who was eliminated in the second elimination round with a rank of 54, and who I think I basically only remembered because she was the odd one out of the K-Conic group. She was the main character of K-Conic in the demo stage and later was called Old along with Chunmi. She was 26, by the way. But that's it, she got no other screen time. Next, Yu Sua, who was eliminated in the second round with a rank of 53. Her first segment of screen time is when she's used to show a contrast with Jun Soyeon. While Soyeon changes the signal song to suit her, Sua just crumbles and keeps making mistakes and cries. She is then regraded from A to D along with CLC's Eunbin, which obviously isn't a good look. The only other thing that happens to her is that she's vaguely positively edited in the first mission, as she's the center of Hot Issue Team 1. She's framed as Yoojung's rival, but in a relatively neutral way, but doesn't get enough screen time for this to be of any real note. Next is Kim Tae-ha, who was eliminated in the second round with a final rank of 50. She's most notable for being one of the Nepo baby types this season. She's introduced in the demo stage as needing to stand out as her own person in comparison to her cousin, Junsu. Then in the first round, she's initially the main vocalist for I Don't Know Team 2, but does such a bad job of it that she's switched out for Park Seon. The next trainee is Oh Seo-jung, who was eliminated in the second round with a final rank of 49. She was kind of doomed from the start because she was in M&H with Chang'e, and Mnet were always going to go for Chang'e over her. She was introduced with the borderline enemies to friends/lovers storyline with Yesol, and through the signal song mission had a rivalry with Yesol. In the end, she lost the battle as she was eliminated sooner. Her main character trait was the fact that on Superstar K she was characterized as a trickster kind of contestant, and came out of it with a bad image, which was manipulated by Mnet and may well have led to her earlier elimination here. This poor image and her knowledge that she was seemingly hated by the Korean public may be why she never joined another group or show, and transitioned to acting. In the first mission, she's part of Bad Girl Good Girl Team 1, and Mnet seemed to have tried to make her look like she has no clue what's going on, with her constant questions about the nature of the centre part. They also highlight how she got a low score because of her poor image. In fact, she only got a score of 19, which ranked her 91st in the first mission. She survived that round, probably through the power of relative screen time, but had no screen time in the next mission where she was in a team with Sejong, and was the only one in Younghwa Bridge to be eliminated. The next trainee is Kim Minji, who was eliminated in the second round with a final rank of 44. She didn't really get any screen time, I just remember her because she had such a unique appearance. She was the K-Conic trainee who had the short blonde hair and the massive eyelashes and smoky eye. She kept this image for most of her career as an idol, but has since left it behind. Minji is in You Look Good team along with Ayoung and Hyungin, and helps Ayoung with her rap, but gets the least screen time of the three. The next trainee is Kim Sehyun, who I don't actually think I would have remembered if it weren't for the fact that she's literally in Everglow, who I don't follow but I know of. At the time, she was an independent trainee and was eliminated in the second round with a final rank of 40. She didn't get any screen time outside of the small amount she got as the seeming leader of the dissatisfied 3 leftover trainees who fought for their rights against Mina and Im Na-young in the second mission. This segment, as I mentioned earlier, attempted to portray Sehyun and the other trainees poorly, but didn't really succeed. The next trainee is Hwang Soo-yeon, who was one of the whopping 8 happy-faced trainees on the show, interestingly none of whom debuted in Dreamcatcher, and was eliminated in the second round with a rank of 39. She's the one who was the leader of Hot Issue Team 1 and lifted her shirt, winning the battle and her survival with the power of sexiness. In the first survival, she was reminded of the elimination of many of her label mates and cried, and in the second mission she was the leader who acted as the mediator between Yebin and Jeon Soyeon in Turtle Ship. I think she had a relatively positive image on the show, and Mnet obviously liked her at least a little bit, but she didn't get the screen time to survive further. I think if we'd seen more of her, she'd probably make it into my top 11, so honourable mention. Next is Yoon So-hyung, who was eliminated in the second round with a final rank of 37. She's the one who butchered the IU high note in the demo stage, and Mnet will never let her or the audience forget it. She made some vocal mistakes in the second mission, but that was about it for her screen time. She was a talentless joke character to Mnet, so that's how they showed or didn't show her. Next is CLC's Eunbin, who was eliminated in the third round with a final rank of 35. I don't think I'd remember her if I didn't know her from CLC. She got basically no screen time, and most of the times that I mentioned her in this script, it's because I recognise her more, so I'm more likely to notice her. She struggles in the signal song test and is moved from A to D, and then gets basically no other screen time, except for when she's removed from her team in the concept mission, moves to Don't Matter, is complimented once, and then gets eliminated. Yep. The next trainee is Juna, who was eliminated in the third round with a final rank of 34. She was introduced from the start as one of the Nepo babies of the season, with Kim Soo-hyun being her half-brother. She was someone Mnet liked exactly as much as her final rank, relatively high but not in the finale. They introduced her with the need to stand apart from her brother, which I think she did decently. She was established from the start as an amazing vocalist but a terrible dancer and thus unfit for an idol group. In basically every mission she was in, and thus in almost all of the screen time she got, her thing was that her lack of dance skill was just really holding her back. She was demoted from C class to F class because of it. It was the entire story of her screen time in Fire, and then her dance was one of the reasons she was passed over for the killing part when she was initially in Fingertips in the concept round. Outside of her dance issues, she and Yeonjung had the semi-spat in Day by Day, in which Juna had to develop as a leader, an edit which was neither super positive or super negative, but generally sympathetic. Next is the Queen Hyungin, who I'd obviously remember regardless of her quantity of screen time, since she is my one pick after all. She was eliminated in the third round with a final rank of 33. She's sidelined for Jinhee in the demo stage, as are all of the K-Conic trainees, and then is one of the C trainees who says they don't think they suit the concept of the signal song, since, well, she didn't. Mnet obviously liked her, at least a little, but they invalidated her potential presence in the final group right from the start by pointing out how she didn't suit the girl group concept of the time. She's then the centre of Bad Girl Good Girl Team 1 and, being sick, misses out on being scolded with the rest of the team in interims, which makes her look good in comparison. She is then the main winner of You Look Good Team, where she gets to be sad about her eliminated label mates, gets to cry in the performance, and is shown helping Ayoung. She then ranks first in the rap category and is the only one in her team to not get eliminated. Slay for her! Then she's the leader and killing part of Don't Matter, where she's unfortunately the only centre to get eliminated after the concept mission, but does get some of the most screen time in the group. You did your best, Queen. Next is Yesel, the other half of the Seoljung Enemies to Lovers arc, who was eliminated in the third round with a final rank of 32. She got a lot more screen time than Seoljung and was portrayed more positively, explaining her longer survival. She was introduced with strong vocals and good variety skills, and is focused on with her Seoljung rivalry in the signal song test. Then, in the second mission, she battles it out with Eunwoo for the centre part of Call Me Baby, which she loses and is bitter about. She still ranks first in the group though, so the arc ends well. In the interim for Fingertips, she's complimented as part of her half of the team, and that's it for her screen time. Next is Lee Soo-min, who was eliminated in the third round with a final rank of 31, whose biggest character trait seems to have been the fact that she was the trainee who went from F to A in the signal song, and that she's an all-rounder. She's criticised a little for her rap in the first mission, but not much. She's then pitted against Chunmi and Jinhee for the second mission, where they are both negatively compared to her, vocal skill-wise. Mnet imply that Chunmi unfairly took the centre part from Sumin, and Sumin ranking first in the group over Chunmi is seen as a victory of justice. Next is Kim Seokyoung, who was eliminated in the third round with a rank of 30. I think I got her mixed up with Yoon Seokyoung, you know, the one I talked about earlier who butchered the IU high note, but Seokyoung has a similar image. Even though Seokyoung was in A class in the Signal Song test, she was criticised most of the times she had screen time throughout the show. She did get a minor redemption in Don't Matter, as she was shown to have improved, but that was it. Next is Kang Yebin, who was eliminated in the third elimination with a final rank of 29. The only time she got any screen time was in the second mission with Turtle Ship, where she battled it out for centre with John Soyeon. She and Soyeon had a bit of a spat, I guess, about this, and Yebin opposed several of Soyeon's ideas about changes they could make to the song. Since the team was scolded for the lack of changes, Soyeon's proposals were painted more positively, and she kept the centre part, and Yebin was largely portrayed in a negative light. She was vaguely sympathetic in that she had been voted to the centre over Soyeon, but she also handled the situation poorly by just leaving in the middle of practice, so you can see the negative implications. Next is Song Hye-min, who was eliminated in the third round with a final rank of 28. She was a vaguely negatively portrayed trainee who was mostly used to build up others. In the first mission, she was the leader of Lachata Team 2, and was criticised in the interim but improved for the final performance. The only other screen time she has is in 24 hours, where she's used to make Insun look better. Insun suggests she moves down a part for the good of the team, and Mnet show her encouraging Hye-min. Speaking of, the next trainee is Insun, who was Mnet's mandatory comedy character this season, and was eliminated in the third round with a final rank of 27. From the start, her actual chances of being in the group were invalidated, with the evidence being her age and basically nothing else. However, luckily for her, Mnet still liked her, so she still got plenty of generally positive screen time. In every team she was in, she was ridiculed for her age, but was also shown to be a competent and funny leader with a good attitude. She was given tons of screen time in 24 hours, especially where she was basically shipped with Maximite. Even after her elimination, she was brought back to be the MC of the Flash Mob concert, showing how much Mnet liked her. Next is Chunmi, who was similar to Insun but minus the Mnet like, and was eliminated in the third round with a final rank of 26. Mnet wanted Chunmi to be on the show for drama purposes, considering her popularity, but they didn't want her in the group, so from the start they set about making her look bad. Every single mission her age was highlighted, as was her supposed lack of skill considering her experience. They invalidated her presence in a girl group by drawing attention to her age and skill. I don't think she was ever super likely to debut even without the riggery, but I think the way they edited her high note being botched in Into the New World really sealed the deal for her, and her rank fell and fell and fell. In every mission, she was unfavourably compared to someone Mnet liked more. In Into the New World, it was with Yeonjung, in Monster, it was to Sumin, and in Yum Yum, she wasn't even worthy of a note in favour of Yoojung and Somi. It's kind of crazy how efficiently Mnet made Chunmi fall. And they didn't just target her skills and age, they also targeted her personality, making her seem like an old depressed lady who was bitter about the loss of past opportunities. Into the New World is, again, another great example of this. They kept drawing attention to her saying that she could have been in Girls' Generation, while she performed poorly, to make it seem like she was 1. Bitter and ungrateful, while 2. Also not being good enough for Girls' Generation. Rip Chunmi. Next is Kim Danny, who was the MBK trainee not part of Daya, and who was eliminated in the third round with a final rank of 24. She didn't get much in the way of a story or anything, but I remembered her because 1. She was an MBK trainee, and 2. She was always complimented in every mission. In Lachata, she was the centre but got sick, meaning that, similarly to Hyungin, she missed out on the rest of her team being scolded and looked good in comparison. And that's it. Next is Si-gai, who was eliminated in the third round with a final rank of 23. Mnet liked her, and I think they would have liked to have had her in the finale, but Sira won the benefit, so they mathematically couldn't rig Sira out, so instead they just drew attention to how Sira pushed someone else out. Kai is initially introduced as a cool and pretty foreigner who performs surprisingly well considering her lack of training. After this, she's in Rhythm Ta team with Kathy and Kang Sehyun and wins the center part via scissors paper rock before being criticized for winning in such a manner and then doing poorly. This leads to her losing the killing part, but she ends up ranking first in the group regardless, and her giving up her killing part is like a selfless decision for the good of the team. So even though she has a lack of screen time in the show and had that negative or somewhat negative edit in the second round, I think it was clear that Mnet liked her through just the little details, I guess. Next is Sierra, who is eliminated in the finale with a final rank of 22. Although she was, like I mentioned, shaded, I guess, by Mnet after surviving to the finale, they did generally like her. She was the main vocalist of Push Push Team 2, and then in My Best in the second round was the main vocalist / center and given more screen time than Insun. She and Yeonjung then try to out-selfless each other as the main vocals of In the Same Place. Next is Eunwoo, who was eliminated in the finale with a final rank of 21. She was the one who battled it out with Yesil for the killing part of Call Me Baby and was complimented in the performance. That's it. I don't know how I managed to remember who she was. Next is Jeon Soyeon, who I would have remembered even without knowing her from Idol. From the start of the show, she's portrayed as a very talented young trainee, but clearly never someone Mnet really wants, as she doesn't suit the concept of the show or debut group. In almost every mission, someone somewhere mentions how they're impressed with her, and she seems to become Cheetah's baby. But there's still obviously some moments in which Mnet signal to the audience that they don't want her. She's criticised for not being able to remember the rap in Push Push, and in Turtle Ship she commandeers the centre part even though Yebin was voted in, which leads to her having a somewhat negative edit. Kind of. She's portrayed arguably more positively than Yebin and is complimented for her producing skills, but it's still kind of hard to excuse the co-opting of the centre part. Speaking of, she's highlighted throughout the show for her writing / producing skills, which she successfully uses several times, writing her own rap, changing the signal song to suit her better, and so on. So to sum her up on this show, talented kid with some growing to do and not destined for this group. Next, Kathy, who was eliminated in the finale with a final rank of 19. She's the leader of the first Avengers team and in fact was the leader for every single mission, including the Signal Song mission. Hence, most of her screen time centered around her leadership role and had to toe the line between praising her, because they kind of liked her, and making sure they didn't praise her too much lest her status as a dire member get her into the group. In the Signal Song mission, this manifests as telling her that the rest of the C group think they'll drop, not rise, which prompts a depression arc from Kathy before, thankfully, many of the C trainees go up, and she herself rises to A class. Generally a positive and sympathetic edit. In the first mission, she's criticised for passing over Somi as the centre, resulting in a somewhat negative edit, and in the second mission she takes over as the killing part of Rhythm Ta after Kai is ousted. A positive edit as she does a good job. Yeah, you can really see the bouncing between positive and negative here, can't you? This continues right to the end, as she worries that her poor leadership is what led Fingertips' team to be criticised in the interim. Hilariously, considering Mnet seemed to generally at least somewhat like Kathy, and all of her screen time is about her leadership, she never actually gets an arc about improving her leadership, leaving her story unresolved and with a negative tinge. She also gets the sob story of not being popular at the Flash Mob concert, which is generally a positive edit. Next is Park Soyeon, eliminated in the finale with a final rank of 18. She's definitely someone Mnet wanted in the finale, and you could tell this from the first episode. When she's introduced, she's framed as a young but beautiful and talented trainee, especially strong as a dancer. Like, literally along with Chungha, she's the one highlighted whenever dance is brought up. Similarly to Kathy, she's the leader for every mission, but unlike Kathy, she's portrayed to have very good leadership and to grow as a leader. This is especially the case in Growl, where she's a massive winner. She leads, she choreographs, she's the killing part, and so on. She even gets to cry about the fact that her teammates are lower ranked and likely to be eliminated, and appeals to the audience on their behalf. After this, she's recommended as the leader of Yum Yum by other trainees, showing how much her leadership was respected by others, but she doesn't get much else. Next is Lee Hae-in, who was eliminated in the finale with a final rank of 17. She gets a mini villain arc in the first mission as she kind of co-ops every part on her team. She's the main vocalist, center, and leader. In the second mission, she has a kind of spat with Park Se-yeon and is, although sympathetically edited, still poorly edited. She struggles with the song and criticizes her teammates and then is portrayed to be blaming it on the hate comments she's received, as opposed to actually taking responsibility for her own actions. This edit isn't the worst thing, since Mnet do point out that she's grieving for her eliminated teammates and received hate comments, but there's not a lot to excuse a lack of supposed skill in this situation. Looking back, I'm kind of surprised that they kept her until the finale, but I guess they wanted her the same way that they wanted people like Ruchi in the finale in Girls Planet. They wanted like a kind of villainous person who wouldn't make the final group. And she probably got enough votes to survive till the finale anyway, because her fandom was probably so divided over, or the fandom was divided over whether she was like a sympathetic figure or evil. The next trainee is Hyeri, who was eliminated in the finale with a final rank of 12. Hyeri didn't get much of a storyline. Mnet showed that they liked her through the sheer power of highlighting her cuteness and giving her a good chunk of screen time. She had a very unique face on the show and thus was easy to point out. The majority of her screen time is so subtle and unrelated to storylines that I just didn't talk about it. But don't underestimate the power of subtle screen time. The more a trainee is shown in reaction shots or in the background of other events or whatever else, the more subtly salient they become to the audience, and the more likely the audience is to vote for them, just like subconsciously. This is a tactic Mnet especially used when they were trying to reintroduce audiences to Gonu in Boys Planet, and watching any produce season, old or new, will reveal that the trainees most often used for reaction shots are trainees Mnet want. Ahem, young'un. The only notable event in Hyeri's time on the show is her outburst in the Same Place, where she tells everyone to stop dilly-dallying and to be honest with their words. Mnet kept showing Hyeri to tease that she would make the final group in the finale announcements, but obviously she didn't. Ahem, Urina, ahem. This was probably because she was a generally well-liked trainee. She was probably similar to Urina in that she had a large general fan base but a smaller one-pick. She would have been rigged out if she'd made it in, but I think you'd be hard-pressed to say that Mnet didn't like her enough to get her to the finale. If nothing else, because she wasn't rigged out before that point. Alright, now onto the IOI members. Obviously they would have all been rigged in if they hadn't been voted in, but like, how did Mnet encourage audiences to vote for them regardless? The one thing that almost all of them have in common is a ridiculous amount of screen time. It is actually hilarious watching the show back how much screen time the IOI trainees had in comparison with the other trainees. I've just listed a whole bunch of trainees who had storylines and screen time, but really none of it compares to the screen time of the IOI members. So much so that for most of these members, I'll have to shorten my analysis so we're not sitting here forever. But also, you should probably remember these people and their rough stories anyway, considering how much I've talked about them. First, Yeonjung. She was one of the more rigged IOI members. She started off with a relatively low rank, but was the first person Mnet manufactured virality for, with her high note in Into the New World. Then in later missions, she was given a lacking confidence but still a great performer character, and was constantly shown to be selfless and humble. She gets a massive sob story in the second mission where she kind of has a falling out with Juna, and then ranks first in the team. Almost every single time she's on screen, the editors point out how humble she is, especially in comparison to people like Chunmi, and they always mention her vocal skill. Yeah. Next, Im Na-young. She's the leader of the team, duh, since Mnet clearly wanted her as the leader from the start, and Mnet also highlight her rap and dance skills. She's introduced with the Stone Buddha Na-young nickname, which is used to make her sticky in the audience's minds, but which also attaches an implication of a fun variety kind of personality to her, regardless of whether she actually has a good variety personality. In the first mission, she leads a ragtag leftover team to victory, and in the second mission she has her whole cliquey thing with Mina, where Mnet portray her as a hard-working and talented leader who's underappreciated by her teammates. As I mentioned previously, this was supposed to be a super positive edit for her, but I think it feels weird to most audiences. Anyway, she's complimented for her dance skills here and is complimented for her rap skills in Fingertips. They also showed her in the finale interim in rank 11, but since this was just before voting closed, the reveal didn't have much effect on her final rank and she only rose 1. Next, Mina. Mina was the cute little jellyfish baby and from the start was tied to popular trainees like Sejong. She was the successful killing part of I Don't Know Team 2 in the first round, having taken over from Taeha, and in the second mission she had the whole thing with Nayoung that I mentioned above. Then she was complimented as the centre of 24 Hours team. Mina was another person who, like Hyeli, was given a lot of subtle screen time which made her more salient. The other big thing that Mnet included to encourage people to vote for her was the whole arc about her getting hate comments for her weight. Almost every time she was on screen after the first mission, she would, presumably prompted by Mnet, talk about how the hate comments had affected her, which evoked sympathy in the audience and obviously would make people vote for her. As she got more hate comments, she would also become a more divisive figure, which in turn would lead to more votes. Next is Doyeon, who was one of the 2 IOI members with a shockingly small amount of screen time in comparison to the others. But it's relatively easy to see why. Even from the first mission in Lachata, she was getting far higher scores than her teammates, and was apparently appreciated by audiences as a trainee with duality and as a visual pick, so it would have been obvious to Mnet that they didn't need to edit her well for her to debut. Mnet don't like doing things if they're not necessary to get a trainee in the final group or in the position they want them in the final group. So if someone like Doyeon doesn't need the screen time to debut, they won't give it to them. Ahem, Anshin. Next is Chaeyeon, who was the second IOI member with almost no screen time for similar reasons to Doyeon. She was always ranked high and had a pretty big pre-existing fanbase as a Dia member, so she just didn't need the screen time to debut. She only ever dropped out of the top 11 in the third elimination and otherwise was always there. In Into the New World, Chaeyeon is the one who gets the center position after Somi is passed over, and she's criticized for her center role. In Full Moon, she's shown to help Sohae along with Pinky, but Pinky is the more salient member. But keep in mind, she's still complimented for standing out as if she was the centre regardless. So yeah, I guess Mnet thought she didn't need anything more than this, and they were right. Speaking of, again, the next member is Pinky. She's someone Mnet needed to rig more considering she wasn't Korean and thus was at an automatic disadvantage. She was introduced from the start as being drop-dead gorgeous, and also got a nice sympathetic arc going from I Don't Know to Full Moon, where in I Don't Know she was given the centre part and lost it due to a poor job, but in Full Moon gained the part and did very well with it. She was also shown to have a good personality. She was always bright and kind, and this was especially shown when she helped Sohae in Full Moon. And then she has the goofiness of trying to get herself into the same place without realizing the team is full. Next is Sohae. Oh dear, Sohae. What is there to say about her? If you don't know what Mnet's deal with Sohae is from the previous 5 hours worth of video you've watched, well, something must be wrong, because even if you weren't paying attention to this video, you should have subconsciously absorbed what I was talking about enough to know at least the name Sohae. My script tells me I've said her name 86 times so far, by far the most out of all of the contestants. I'll try not to get into it too much because obviously I've talked about her a lot, but Mnet were on a mission. For whatever reason, whether it was because they knew she'd have a dedicated fanbase, for her visuals, for her acting skill and potential variety personality, because her company maybe bribed them or whatever other reason, Mnet decided they wanted Sohae in the group. But they knew that as an acting trainee she wouldn't have the skills to be in an idol group, so how on earth were they going to convince the audience to vote for her and avoid rigging accusations? Well, they did the obvious thing, appeal to the audience with personality, not skills. Every single time she was on screen, Sohae talked about how she knew she was trash, but she was doing her absolute best by practicing 1,000 times harder than everyone else, and by putting in the effort to learn as much as possible from as many people as possible. Beyond the sheer quantity of screen time she got, where Mnet beat you over the face with the fact that she was practicing so hard and putting in so much effort, they did a few other things to develop her fandom. First, they showed her to be generally a likable and appealing individual. She was always cute and quiet and humble. It didn't matter that she didn't have anything to be humble about, she was humble nonetheless, and that's what mattered. Beyond that, she was friends with a lot of the other trainees, and was associated with popular trainees like Sejong, who made her look better by proximity. Sejong was like the angel of this show and uber popular at the time, so yeah, if I had to pick one person to be attached to, it would be Sejong. Mnet also carefully staged several moments to make the audience like Sohei more. Or at least I can only imagine they were staged, they were weird. First, they included comments about her from mentors and Kunsuk, which were probably scripted. These are things like Kunsuk saying that it was terrific that she had a high rank, and things like that. They also included footage of the mentors helping her but not helping the other trainees, creating the impression that she had a lot of potential which was being cultivated over time. Finally, they included several speeches from Sohei in which she talked about how she knew she was getting hate comments and similar things, where she appealed herself to the audience. First of all, very few people feel happy when a trainee expresses their upset that they were receiving hate comments. But second, Sohei would say things like, "My conscience isn't clear because I know I don't deserve this rank," showing her knowledge of the discrepancy between her popularity and skill and her desire to do better. And those kinds of statements are the ones that would have really appealed to a lot of the audience members who were on the fence about her. Now, some of you may say the same thing that someone said to me about Junmin on Boys 2 Planet and Dion on Girls Planet. If Mnet really liked Sohei, why would they bring so much hate onto her by favouring her so heavily? And my answer for that is the same as it was for Junmin and Dion. Mnet clearly likes all three of these trainees, but Mnet doesn't care if the trainee they like gets hate. They only care that the trainee debuts. If they've debuted, Mnet is happy, and this was the case with Sohei. She was hated during the show and afterwards, and probably has a not insignificant number of haters to this day, but she debuted and made money, didn't she? Who cares about her health? The next member is Chang'e. I don't think I need to say much about her. She was brought up constantly, and literally whenever anything even vaguely related to dance was mentioned, she was the person who was always brought up. She was highlighted in the demo stage, and she was the leader and centre of Push Push Team 2 and had to battle against John Soyeon. When Team 2 lost, Chang'e got a sympathetic sob story about losing, which led to her huge success as the leader of Bang Bang Team in the second mission, where she was also highlighted, but not as much as Somi and Yoojung. Then her sexiness was further highlighted in Fingertips, where she got great reactions, and when worst came to worst and it looked like she was dropping out of the group, she was shown in rank 11 in the finale interim, which propelled her to rank 4. Next, Yoojung. Mnet didn't have to do much to rig Yoojung because they picked her as their centre, and even from the start they would have had no doubts that their centre would have been super salient and popular and almost guaranteed to debut. Still, they did give her a lot of screen time. They made her very sympathetic in the signal song test while also showing her extreme skill as she rose from D to be the centre of A class. Then she outshone Miso, the centre, in the first mission, and Mnet gave her some good old manipulated virality in the second mission, which they, of course, kept bringing back to remind the audience of her epic stage presence. They showed her being goofy and fangirling over Jinyoung to make her more relatable and approachable, and then they positively highlighted her in Yum Yum 2. Literally no one was surprised when she debuted, and no one was surprised that she debuted at such a high rank either. Next was Sejong. Mnet didn't have to do much for Sejong to debut either. She was popular from the first episode and never dropped out of the top 2, holding the highest average rank in the Produce franchise until Hanbin and then Sangwon obliterated her. But Mnet did still give her lots of screen time, as with Yoojung and Somi. They showed her exceptional skills and her great upbeat personality. They showed her being humble and kind in helping others, and they associated her with other popular trainees. They also showed her kind of being a mother to Mina, and they showed her doubts and insecurities as well, which would have made audiences empathise with her more. She was a very well-rounded and appealing character on the show, which is exactly why so many people voted for her and she had such a high 1 pick. Finally, Somi. Somi was, as with Yoojung and Sejong, guaranteed to debut regardless, considering her huge following from 16. But Mnet wanted to ensure her debut, and more importantly, ensure her debut as a centre of the final group. So they gave her several sob stories about her insecurities after 16 and showed her struggles, through things like not being picked as the centre of Into the New World. They also showed exactly why you should vote for her to be the maknae. They showed her goofy side and her cute, enthusiastic joy, and they showed her doing fun maknae things like lip-syncing the high note in Bang Bang. They made it clear that her skills were good and showed her good personality, and so on and so on. I don't think it really surprised anyone when she ranked first, considering the sheer popularity and screen time she had on the show and even before it. So, I've discussed 44 trainees here, a pretty large number to be memorable on this show, but keep in mind that 1, that means 57 trainees didn't have any kind of memorable trait or storyline at all, and thus almost certainly wasted their time on the show, and 2, 44 people may have been memorable to me, but that doesn't actually mean they had any meaningful storyline. Like Seohyung, whose only real memorable moment was her screwing up the demo stage vocals. I'd say maybe 15 to 20 trainees actually had a meaningful storyline of any kind, which isn't great news for the 80 or so trainees not included in that statistic. The other thing to consider, although it's like pretty obvious because the longer you go in the competition, the more screen time you'll naturally get, is I think I only talked about like 3 or 4 trainees who didn't survive the first elimination. Like 40 or so people got eliminated there, but only like 4 of them were memorable. Like, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, they got eliminated because they didn't get screen time. They're not memorable because they got eliminated, but because they're eliminated, they also don't get more screen time, which means they're not memorable, so it makes sense why they got eliminated. And if Mnet wanted them there to begin with, then Mnet won't give them screen time, so they won't make them memorable, so they'll ensure that those people get eliminated then. Like, yeah, hopefully that makes sense. And you can see, like, the further we get in the competition, like, the higher the ranks get, I'm starting to talk about, like, every second person or every single person instead of every 5th person, because more people are memorable. Now, I know I said I wouldn't talk about who ended up where Mnet wanted them because of the rigging, but I think it's still interesting to discuss the fact that, according to all of the data we have, probably only 6 people didn't end up where Mnet wanted them. There's the 2 who were unfairly eliminated in the first round, and subsequently the 2 people who replaced those 2, but there's also Guy and Sierra, who I reckon Mnet would have switched if it hadn't been mathematically impossible to do so. They were backed into a corner with Sierra's victory in the same place. So Mnet had a very successful first season with 95 trainees out of 101 ending up right where they wanted them. Crazy to think about, but like, what does it mean? I think it's hard to overstate how impactful and influential this show was. Never before had there been a survival show like this of this scale in K-pop, or even really in the idol industry in general. The show stands as a mark of the time, but also really represents so many things that have become common now. Now it's common to have a centre for a group, someone who represents the group and brings in fans. Now it's common for there to be project groups, or other groups created through survival shows which were based on the Produce structure. Produce 101 created a huge franchise of shows across multiple countries, the formula for which has spread across Asia. The Produce 101 groups in Korea have been exemplar groups of each of their generations. IOI and 101 in 3rd gen, IZ*ONE, X*ONE and Kepler in 4th gen, and the Mnet name even became big enough that when they said that Zero Base One would start the 5th gen, everyone just kind of basically agreed with them. Do you know how crazy it is to think that this season led to the group that started 5th gen? Crazy, man. Produce groups have had huge popularity, and every new group breaks records. Even the groups that the fans call flops, like Kepler and Isna, have success that most groups could only ever dream of. It's hard to understand for those of us who weren't fans at the time, but this changed the industry forever. This show has changed the language we use to describe both project and non-project groups. It's changed how we describe idols and survival shows. It's changed the editing of the industry and the labels we give to trainees, even on non-Mnet shows. Am I getting through to you? Hopefully. Watching this show, I was in absolute awe of the fact that this was the first time that this had been done, and influenced all of the shows we see today. It was just fascinating. There are some big changes I've discussed between this season and later ones. For instance, the trainees' ability to pick their own concept mission song, or the one-pick system being brought in sooner. But there are countless tiny details which were too small to note which changed the vibe of the season, like the way specific things are phrased. I would say the biggest change that Mnet made between this season and later seasons was removing the ability for non-Korean audiences to vote. That was the rule for Produce 101 Season 2, Produce 48, and Produce X 101, and the ability for international audiences to vote was only brought back in Girls Planet, by which point Mnet had clearly decided that the 50-50 ratio would be ideal. But international audiences were allowed to vote in this season, with equal weighting to Korean audiences. Now, obviously, this show was hugely popular in Korea and appealed to a Korean audience far more than an international one at the time, and the international audience for this show was likely pretty small, but the fact of the matter is that international audiences could vote and then they couldn't. Why did Mnet change this? I don't know, maybe they decided there was no point marketing to international fans when they only needed Korean fans. Maybe they had some data which showed that international fans were voting for people Mnet didn't like more or something. I don't think we'll ever know. Just as an aside here, I realised I forgot to talk about the fact that, this season had so many experimental things which were really solidified in later seasons. So for instance, I already talked about the global voting. I've talked about the transition from text voting to an app. They still had the website and text voting as far as I'm aware in later seasons, but they also introduced an app to streamline the process and help make people more attached to trainees. You can carry them in your pocket. Things like, marketing to international audiences. They've solidified their editing style. They've solidified the structure of the show. In the position mission, they had all of the vocal missions with a teaser beforehand, and then they had the rap and dance mixed together in the second episode, but they clearly experimented with which structure they liked more, and they took the use of teasers from the vocal mission, but they took the mixing up from the second episode, and they combined that together to what we have today, right? Stuff like that. It's so fascinating to see that even though this show was relatively polished from the start, there's so many experimental things that we can see that they've developed more in later seasons. But let's talk the show and final lineup. Obviously, most aspects of the show were well received by the general public and the trainees were liked. It did have a reputation as a shallow popularity contest, but it's had that reputation since forever, and that's never stopped the show from being successful and creating successful groups. Looking at reactions from the time, it seems like the final lineup was generally well received. There were obviously people whose one pick didn't make it in, and I've heard that a lot of people were especially upset that neither Hyeri or John Soyeon made it. Especially Hyeri. But overall, I think most people were happy with most of the members, and the final lineup seemed quite predictable at the time anyway. Mina was a slightly controversial pick, presumably because of her whole thing in the second round with Im Na-young, which was poorly received. But, as many people online pointed out, most negativity around her presence was completely overshadowed by Sohae's presence in the group. You thought Bahie's inclusion in Kepler was bad, toxicity-wise? Well, let me tell you about Sohae. Apparently no one in the live chat was talking about anything other than Sohei, and the weeks leading up to the finale and after the finale were equally Sohei-filled. It's hard to tell you the number of hate comments she got because I saw a ridiculous number of them in my research for this, and like, if that many have survived 10 years, how many of them were there when the show only just ended? Everyone was mega pissed that she made it in over Hyeri, and I don't really think the hate has ever died down. Mnet clearly knew something about this too, because Sohei got like 0 lines in IOI songs and was just, I guess, there for variety content. I don't know tons about IOI, I don't know why she was there. Variety skill did seem to be the only thing that most people could appreciate about her, or at least her cuteness was, considering the viral shark goddess Sohei clip seemed to be the only balm to calm the hate against her. On the bright side, IOI went on to be a mega successful and influential group, especially considering the fact that they didn't even promote for a year and were often missing members for other promotions. The fact that they were able to have such a big impact in such a short period really speaks to their innovation and uniqueness. Ha, I guess they did fulfill their concept. And their general appeal and popularity. Although many newer K-pop fans don't know who they are, their impact is impossible to deny. 10 years later, as I mentioned at the start of the episode, very few of the original trainees remain active in the industry. Most who still work in entertainment are actors, but there are still a few who burn bright, or at least burn, in K-pop, including Jun Soyeon and Changha, and on occasion, Sejong and Somi. IOI were experimental and didn't last long, but they and this show well and truly had the success needed to come back right away with a male season, and I shouldn't need to tell you how insanely, astronomically successful 101 were. Like, they rivaled BTS. IOI even got spiritual successors in Kepler, who were another experimental group. It's kind of sad, but at the same time it's not. As with IOI, Produce 101 may end up forgotten, but its impact will live on. And isn't that what we all want, to have a great legacy? I guess it depends on the person. Anyway, with that, let's wrap up this video. Produce 101 was an Mnet K-pop survival show which aired in early 2016, producing the project group IOI. This was the first season of the Mnet Produce franchise, and both the show and final group were hugely successful. This kickstarted the rest of the multinational franchise, which went on to create uber-successful group after uber-successful group. In this episode, I've given you an overview of the events of the entire show, including talking about the structural and editing choices Mnet made to push their ideal trainees and ensure that they only had to do minimal vote riggery. I've also discussed the history and legacy of the show and the major storylines which were created to either push or not so push people. My final ending note is that if anyone can find Hyungin's current social media, if she even has some, please send it to me. Please, I beg you. Also, I look forward to seeing Sejong again in concert in February. And actually, I forgot to mention here that I'm seeing Idol again when they come. I forget when it is, it's like July or something. My hot take is that this season was kind of trashy, in that it was low budget and weirdly edited, but just because it was objectively lacking doesn't mean that it wasn't subjectively good, because it was and is subjectively very good, and that's why everyone liked it so much. So, if you're interested in watching it, I'd definitely recommend. You can find the link to the series in the description. And that's the end of this video. Happy or not so happy 10th anniversary to Produce 101. Thanks for watching, I hope you learned something, and I'll see you in the next video.